Hockey season is in full swing, not just in real life, but on the virtual ice as well, as we are here for the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge presented by McDonald's Gaming DMV and powered by Rival Games. 15 teams, 2 tournaments across both Xbox One and the Xbox Series X and S over the time period of April, all fighting for their share of $3,000 and the right to be crowned champions here for this amazing threes event. My name is Brandon Bigsby, and the man to my right, Nick DeMayo, aka Mr. F5 Penguin. And Nick, you're here for the Sixes Caps Gaming Showcase, and now we're here for some high-octane action with the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge. Gonna be absolutely fun to watch. Can't wait to take this in with you.
It's gonna be such a good time, my friend. I cannot wait to be here with you as well. I'm amped for this. I think this is gonna be a great time for everybody involved, and I'll tell you what, like, if you want some good threes action, you want some players you may know from Sixes, you're going to find them right here tonight on twitch.tv/Capitals. It's going to be a good one here. We have a lot of games to cover. We have a fun tournament for everybody, and we have a great sponsor as well. You know, we know hockey might make a player or two look for an orange slice, but for me, I crave something a little bit beefier. Don't we have something to say about that, Brandon?
Oh, absolutely. It's making me hungry thinking about it already, but our friends at McDonald's in the DMV area sponsoring this event, cannot thank them enough. And, you know, obviously you get a little bit hungry if you're in the DMV area. Make sure you stop by at your local McDonald's and be sure to grab yourself a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries, all for the price of just $9.99 in the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge, being this weekend, as well as April 23rd through 24th at participating McDonald's throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shores area. So thanks again to our sponsor at McDonald's DMV, and make sure you take advantage of that great offer, because me, not gonna lie, a 20-piece chicken nugget, 2 fries for that kind of price, Sounds pretty good to me, Nick, and cannot thank enough our friends at McDonald's DMV for sponsoring this event, and a great event this is going to be. We have a lot of names that are familiar, some names looking to maybe make a name for themselves a little bit more, and I think that's what makes this challenge so interesting, Nick, is the variety of teams and players we have, some a little bit more or less known, while some of the heavy hitters throughout the NHL community.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this so unique as we have the games all starting underway. The bracket just happened a couple of minutes ago, and we're going to be bringing it back together here, and we'll show you a bunch of different games from a bunch of different people and teams you may know, teams you may not know, all vying for a shot. Some teams with some players that maybe we haven't seen play together for a while. So let's do that. Let's take a look at the bracket first, shall we?
Absolutely, as you can get a look at the bracket right here, there are a couple of teams with buys, 3 to be exact, 2 ILGT teams with a buy, as well as Legacy having a buy into the second round, so we will not be seeing them immediately, but we will be seeing them in round 2 as the rest of these matchups unfold. But for the matchups, we do see a lot of teams and names that some we may be familiar with, some looking to make a name for themselves potentially. See King of the Rink, a team with a few names that you'd be familiar with, Nuge, HK, a few guys there that are not just familiar in the 6th scene, but in 1v1 as well, Royals and Night Shift, 2 teams that have been around for a little bit. You can see on the last 2 matchups right there, Vegas Double M Lions and the boys facing off. So we will get to look at all 3 of those matchups in round 1 throughout our broadcast, as well as some of round 2, as we will be live not only for a few hours today, but for tomorrow as well, a 2-day event. And Nick, so much action to look forward to with $3,000 on the line.
Yeah, and with this best of 3s action, let's not wait another second. Let's get you right down to the action here, Brandon. I'm happy to have you on the call for this, and we'll take you to our first game. Let's go and let people know first and foremost, this is going to be a very different tournament than what you might be used to in the very structured 6s format we have. I think with here, you're going to see different camera views, different play styles, and the 3s are going to really open up some stuff. So Brandon, let's talk to him about what we're about to get into right now.
Absolutely. For anyone more familiar with the 6s side of things, what makes it so interesting with 3s is that with that open ice, you do kind of see that skill flash out a little bit more as we get a look at our first game. It is indeed the Winnipeg Wets. Gonna take a little bit of time to get used to not saying the Winnipeg Jets, but the Winnipeg Wets playing King of the Rink here in this series. And it's going to be interesting. You see 3 players for each side, including a goalie. So 4v4, a lot of open ice out there, and it's going to be interesting. Going to see that skill flash, and you're going to see a little bit more of high scoring than what you would see in your typical 1v1 or 6s game. But it's what's going to make it fun. It's what's going to make it entertaining. And like we said, $3,000 on the line between these 2 tournaments, $1,500 for each. The winner with $1,000, the runner-up with $500, as we get things kicked off right here at the Caps Gaming 3s Challenge, presented by McDonald's DMV Gaming and powered by Rival Games. As we get things underway, a nice little goalie camera is currently 1-0 in favor of King of the Rink, and it will be offsides, or excuse me, icing rather, in the King of the Rink offensive zone.
And as you mentioned here, all these teams, you know, some players people may know, some players you may not know, and I think that's what makes this exciting is you can try new things. And I know the Isles, the Isles GT has 2 teams they're fielding here, so that's going to be fun to see how they shake out as well. And just fun to watch as Cosmic here with a shot, and he's in the all whites to start this thing off.
Yeah, and Cosmic, another name that we kind of mentioned with this King of the Rink team. They're a team that has a lot of mentionable names that have been around the community. Maybe a team that could be a favorite coming into this tournament with guys like Busquets, Nuge, Cosmic, HK, and what a beautiful play there by King of the Rink. And that's some of that skill that we talked about, Nick. When you have that open ice, you're able to kind of let that flourish and let that show a little bit more than what you would in 6s.
Yeah, and I think the disparity between the teams here is going to be fun. Everyone's trying new things as well. We know that, but they also want to win. So there's an example right there with that.
Yeah, it's another beautiful goal right off the face-off. That one from Cosmic, and all of a sudden, King of the Rink with a nice 3-0 lead. 2 goals in less than 10 seconds for them. So a nice start here in round 1. Remember, rounds 1, 2, and the quarterfinals, best of 3 series. So the first to win 2 moves on to the next round. And King of the Rink, a great start to say the least here in this first period of action.
Yeah, great start for sure. 5 shots against 0, 3-0 your scoreline. I don't think you can be any more pleased with that result, I guess, if you're starting off for at least their club right now.
Absolutely, and it's going to be interesting, and we've kind of already seen somewhat of what we're talking about with that space and with that open ice, but I think the thing that's going to be really interesting to see is how big the goaltending shows up. We see often in these threes tournaments that games can be rather high scoring, and making that big save, we talk about all the time in sixes, how that can be so important, how that can turn into an offensive opportunity on the other end, but in threes, when you're seeing a lot more odd man rushes and breakaways, that importance, I think that goes up a few notches to say the least.
Absolutely, and we'll find new games as we go on here. We'll probably check on this one just for a second longer, and we'll take you out to another game in place right now as we are just getting started for a very fun day. Best of threes, at least getting through 2 rounds today. And we'll see how things shake out tomorrow. As a chance here, OFS clipping one. What a goal by the centerman. That's a guy that knows how to play 1s, 3s, and 6s.
Absolutely, an absolute snipe there from HK. You kind of mentioned his background a little bit. A guy that's won the NHL GWC in the past, a guy that's won multiple sixes tournaments in the past. He's a player. He can snipe that puck at will in sixes. You give him that extra space and that extra time with it being 3v3, you know he is going to put the puck in that plenty and often. As this is a King of the Ring team that could maybe be seen as a favorite to win this tournament, as a near chance there for them once again with HK kind of holding it around as the Winnipeg Wets trying to get back into this one, down 4-0 in the second period. Speaking of HK, a breakaway for him, tried to sneak that one past. What a beautiful right side blocker save, denying that one. They will work it in the offensive zone. Like Nick mentioned, we will get to touch on multiple games, multiple series here throughout the day as a forehand, backhand, and a score to cut into the deficit for the Winnipeg Wets. Exactly what the doctor ordered to stay in this game.
Yeah, that was fun to watch. A little breakaway counter action there, and like to see these guys snipping it a little bit. I like the breakaway. I like the dangle, and it beats them on the short side there.
Bobby Bull with the goal, not to be confused with Bobby Hull. These guys like the inverted names, to say the least, but nevertheless, looking to invert the score, down 4-1. They get back in it there with that goal, looking to get another one. As, look at that, another goal, King of the Rink, a great play there, just stepping in, taking that space and putting it past the goalie there to make this 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1, and that's we'll check back on that game as we do. We have a lot more games to talk about and bring you on to, so we're going to make sure we do that as best we can, as live as it can be, as some people like to say here. So we will take you out to another game in progress right now. We have, if I'm not mistaken, the boys versus the Vegas Double M Lions. So we're just going to get you ready for that game right now, and as soon as we have that, we'll take you out to it right now. Here we go.
Absolutely, and it's what makes this so fun. Is this is a close one, Nick. Third period, 4-4. We got right into a tight one as we're in the dying seconds here, potentially in overtime, potentially a game winner. One of these teams hoping for the latter. As at Omaha played deep, a chance offensively. Unfortunately, couldn't really see the play there to see how that one developed, but in the offensive zone, as they'll try to work it around. Big save there, and it'll be reset with 26 to go. This is Vegas Double M Lions. With it and moving into the offensive zone. 13 seconds left. Nice little LT move. Could get past shot on then. The big save there with 8.5 to go. And he will freeze it for an offensive zone faceoff.
And you're going to hear some of these players, because we're following different streams and everybody's taking a bit of a different approach to this threes tournament. You're going to hear some chatter. You might hear some music. You might hear all sorts of stuff here. We'll do our best to make sure we bring you the appropriate responses from the teams. But yeah, we're into the late stages of this third period game number 1 between these two clubs, and it's going to be fun to watch kind of what teams maybe will surprise you through the first 2 rounds, and then which ones kind of solidify themselves as they get later in the stages. I know the odds-on favorite, Isles GT, but there's a team with Nuge on it. There's a team with Cosmic on it and HK. So I mean, this is anybody's tournament if they get hot at the right time, especially in a threes setup.
Absolutely, and these two teams looking to maybe be one of those surprising teams. They're in quite the battle with one another as another icing with 2.1 seconds to go. And it looks like we may, just may, have some extra hockey. We're only a few minutes into this broadcast, and already, Nick, a ton of action, close games, and we're going to get some sudden death action.
I'm never going to shy away. As long as it's not a best-of-7 tournament I have to call, I'm never going to shy away from some overtime hockey. This is no exception today, as we might get some here early, and we will. So now you got to ask, who's going to be your overtime winner between these two clubs?
Absolutely. This is Vegas Double M Lions playing against the boys, looking to both win game 1 and get up ahead of the series. Once again, best of 3 here in round 1 as well as round 2 and the quarterfinals. So a big game 1, the first game being pretty much a swing game here, Nick. So a pivotal overtime for both these two teams and their chances to move past this first round.
Yeah, definitely. And when it comes to the bracket, you want to make sure you're putting yourself in the best possible position, because you know who's sitting at the other side of some of these buys and some of these other bracket matchups. So fun to watch here. And I know for myself, being around the esports space for NHL a long time, these are not players I'm too familiar with. Obviously, you know, with as much as we cover, we can't cover everybody. So I like to watch these. I like to, this is why I wanted to do this event. We get to sit back and watch threes action happen, which is always fun to watch. It's a little bit more open, some will say, obviously, with what's going on. But then you get to see some new players you might not have heard before.
Absolutely, and not just that, but new players and new teams, maybe to make a name for themselves. If you are able to knock out a team like Isles GT, a team like King of the Rink, if you're able to go in, take one of those teams out, you may just make a name for yourself and make a little bit of money in the process. The winner of this tournament, $1,000, runner-up, $500, $3,000 between the two tournaments. Is so much on the line, so much to play for. As a score there! In overtime, as it is Vegas Double M Lions winning this one less than 5 minutes in to take game 1 over the boys, 5-4.
Yeah, what a good goal from there. Snipped from the outside and just rang that one home. These teams, the winner of this matchup, this best of 3, is going to face off against Night Shift, who did beat Royals 2-0 at the very early on start of this tournament. We didn't have a feed on that side, so they did go over, though. So that's Night Shift waiting for the winner of this series, and Vegas Double M Lions up 1-0 in this best of 3.
I believe that was Fun Fetty Wap to score the game winner.
Love it.
I said, hey, what's up, hello, to a game 1 win. As Vegas Double M Lions take this game 1 over the boys, 5-4 in what was a thrilling overtime. Didn't get to see too much of it, but we said it. There was going to be a lot of action. There was going to be a lot to cover. Only 20 minutes into the broadcast, we already see an overtime game-winning goal. Just a sneak peek and a little bit of a taste of what is to come here today and tomorrow, as well in a few weeks here as we get to the Xbox Series X/S side of the tournaments. We will go back into the studio. Brandon Bixby, a.k.a. B Major, Nick DeMayo, a.k.a. 5 Penguin to my right, as we will get to the next matchup here in a little bit. But Nick, we kind of talked about it. It was going to be a lot of action. We're already seeing plenty here, and like we said, just 26 minutes into the broadcast.
So many things happening on my screen in front of me. I'm watching some coverage here. Superstars over Watch Out, 9-0 right now for Superstars, and they're sitting pretty in their battle on their side of the bracket as we go through and kind of look at what's around the league. Isles on a bye, King of the Rink. We're trying to see if we can get a feed for them, and we may go back to them. It's 8-3 in that game right now, as we looked at, like I mentioned, Royals over Night Shift, or Night Shift over Royals, 2-0. Vegas Double M Lions. This game number 2 will start in just a moment. Legacy on with the bye. Superstars, as we talked about, 9-0. But we do have one at the bottom side of this bracket. Unknown Talent versus Esports Gaming. We have our very good friend Parksy streaming that one. So if all works out here for you, Brandon, we will take you out to there. But let's make sure we thank our very amazing partners here, not only with Rival, but with a McAwesome partner that we also have on board today.
McAwesome indeed, as McDonald's in the DMV sponsoring this event here in the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge. Cannot thank them enough for sponsoring this. And not only are these players able to get a chance to get themselves something, but you can get yourself something too, as you can be sure to grab yourself a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries for just a low price of $9.99 in the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge, being this weekend as well as April 23rd through 24th at participating McDonald's locations throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shore area. So make sure to go to the McDonald's app if you're in those areas at your participating McDonald's. Get yourself that nice 20-piece McNugget, 2 large fries, and a big thank you once again to our sponsor at McDonald's DMV. And Nick, I have to be honest with you, man, I'm kind of hungry myself, but you want to know what I'm hungry for? Not just for McDonald's, but for some threes action as we get things underway with Unknown Talent up 5-1 here in their game 1. And, you know, Unknown Talent, the team that we're somewhat familiar with, Nick, from the Sixes side, yes. I think they would love to come in and take home this Threes Challenge victory. Yeah, and they put some interesting people up on here. Parksy, of course, one of the unsung heroes, maybe underrated heroes is the more appropriate word for what they have going on, and he rose to fame here, but along with Josh 5, Josh U, and Poke Checker to look at here in their threes tournament. So this will be fun to watch here. Absolutely, and Unknown Talent, you mentioned the team well known on the Sixes side would be pretty fun as a absolute rip there on the breakaway shot, the penalty shot. Is kind of holding that back, putting it past. And near nothing that the goaltender could do was Unknown Talent with a commanding 6-1 lead with 8:16 left to go in the third period. But like we were kind of mentioning, I think this is a team that would love to bring home that championship glory. Yeah, they definitely would. They need to get some wins underneath their belt. They're a pretty confident team, and they're just looking to kind of get that spark in Sixes right now, doing quite well in threes, at least in this first bracket. A team with a lot of chemistry as well, which obviously important on the Sixes side, just as if not even more so important on the Threes side, as things can get kind of hectic. There's a lot of high-octane action. Have to be on the same page. You have to have cohesion. Unknown Talent bringing that chemistry into this tournament could be big for them, as we're seeing it flow in all kinds of ways with a 6-1 lead in the dying minutes of the third period in game 1. As Esports Gaming looking to close the gap a little bit with a few minutes left, take some momentum in the game 2 as they try to work it into the offensive zone. Not able to do so, as Unknown Talent will get it and dump it into the offensive zone. As it will be in the icing, and we will go back to the other side. Face off in the Z-Sports offensive zone. Tied up. One by Unknown Talent is dumped and just flying down the other side of the boards, and a big save there by Prodigy. We're going to see a lot of those breakaway saves and a lot of those chances here with the action being so high octane between these two sides. Yeah, a lot of action on both sides of the ice, even with the scoreline being 6-1 right now. You know, best of 3. You get 3 shots at this to try to do your best and see what happens as time progresses through this one. It's great things come in threes, a best of 3 threes action, and we kind of mentioned those breakaways. Do not be surprised if you see many of those. Breakaways a little bit more common on the 3 side due to some of the aggressiveness and due to the space that these players do have on the ice available to them. So goaltending gonna step up a few times here on those saves. Prodigy did so on that one for Esports Gaming, as Unknown Talent just kind of dangling their way through the last few seconds of this game. They'll be taking a victory in game 1 and hoping to close the series out in game 2 as 5 seconds to go. Holding it down low, Nikki P will end up with it. He'll get a breakaway opportunity, but not able to capitalize, as that will do it for game 1. Unknown Talent taking home over Z-Sports 6-1. 6-1. They're looking forward to clinching in game number 2. I think they're probably one of the favorites as well, so not too surprising, at least for their confidence level, to want to do that for their squad, and they'll move on here. We're back in at twitch.tv/Capitals, and yeah, Brandon, I tell you what, 23 shots to 1 for Unknown Talent, but 1 shot, 1 goal for Z Sports Gaming, shooting 100% in the tournament so far. Yeah, not necessarily a goalie's dream to say the least, but hey, you'll take the wins where you can get them. Unknown talent winning that one rather convincingly. They'll hope that they can do the same here in game two, as that game two can potentially clinch their spot into the second round here as they play Esports Gaming here in their game two, as we will jump into our next game as we have game two yet again. We saw the boys in Vegas Double M Lions go into overtime. Well, a tie game here in game two, 2-2 with Vegas Double M Lions leading the series 1-0 as they are in the blues moving down on your screen. The boys in the all whites moving upward.
Yeah, for the boys and Vegas Double M Lions right now, I mean, would you like some defense with those goals? 4 goals in 10 minutes of in-game play so far. I can't really, I don't know what to say about that. That's a lot of scoring in a very short amount of time.
Oh, absolutely. But that's what makes this threes tournament, this event so fun is, like we said, Nick, it's a little bit different from sixes where more times than not, you don't see more than 4 or 5 goals a game. You can easily see 9, 10, 11, or even 12 goals between teams as there's a little bit more space on the ice. There's a little bit more room for error and goaltenders having to come up with those big saves more than they would on those clear-cut opportunities. You're seeing those high-scoring outcomes happen because of that. Obviously, these offenses taking full-fledged advantage of it here through just 3 or 4 games we've covered here in the first 30 minutes.
Oh, yeah. You know, you look at the score lines, 9-1, 6-4. You know, that's not necessarily indicative of how these players play because, like you said, this is sixes. It'd be a different story. This is threes. It's going to be more open, more scoring, and just some more ways to kind of do some fancier things, more creative things on the ice. You have the more space to do so.
Absolutely, and I think that's what makes it so fun is that these players, this is kind of their chance to really showcase that skill. You don't really get that opportunity to do so as much in sixes because of the lack of space, but with threes, there's a lot of open ice, a lot of window for opportunity for you to pull off that one move that you wouldn't occasionally get to, and boy, oh boy, when you get to, it looks oh so pretty, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, and scoreline updates here. King of the Rink, by one way or another, has punched their ticket into the second round. They will be taking on the Isles GT team of J-Claws, Reject, Fisher, and Hendry. So that's going to be a challenge for those guys with King of the Rink as they look at Cosmic, Nuge, Wingles, Bouquet, and HK. Obviously, no slouches to sixes, no strangers to those 4 gentlemen I mentioned on Isles GT, but definitely a tough battle to deal with early on. But we'll take you to that coverage as soon as that one gets underway.
Absolutely. You know, both sides very familiar with each other. Looking forward. There's a few chances there at the end of the period and a few big saves from the goaltending of the boys to hold this 2-2 game going into the first period as Vegas Double M Lions up once again 1-0 in this series, looking to punch their ticket into round 2. But talking about that King of the Rink and Isles GT series you were mentioning, Nick, both of those two teams very familiar with one another, not just on the sixes side and on the one side. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch and maybe a friendly rivalry, so to speak, as well.
Yeah, friendly rivalry. I think there's a little bit of showmanship that might take place. I know that, man, I know all those players. So we go way back years and years and years, hell, almost 10 years with the players that are playing in that matchup, Isles GT versus King of the Rink. So I know that they have a lot more to prove than just like, oh, let's go win a tournament. Oh, let's beat these teams. No, there's a lot more riding on that matchup than I can really express. It's just going to be fun to watch here once we get started.
And a matchup that you would figure would maybe be a finals-worthy matchup. Will we promised entertainment? We'll get it in round 2, as I'm sure we will see that plenty of times here. But we got to get through some business in round 1 as the boys facing off against Vegas Double M Lions. Second period starting up now. Dr. Sauce, the streamer for this game for the boys, is able to work it into the offensive zone and will reset back into the neutral zone. They'll work it back, take their time, and move it back up. A big hit there to cause that puck out, and a chance for Double M Lions to take advantage. They won't be able to. They get it there now. 1-on-1. Backhand. He scores on the backhand. A beautiful play as the big hit turning into a big goal to give Vegas Double M Lions a 3-2 lead early in the second period.
What a great goal there. Caught that one late, but that's, again, Funfetti Wop. 1 eye, no eyes, 3 eyes, 4 eyes, how much eyes he has, the vision of that man right there, for lack of a better pun, to put that one home at the right time. That was a good move there.
And it's unfortunate it wasn't 17:38 left on the clock rather than 17:07, but we'll take the puns where we can get them. A 3-2 lead nevertheless for Vegas Double M Lions. The boys looking to get back into this one as another big hit there right at the boards. And that's something else we see a little bit, Nick. We talked about the goals. We talked about the big saves. You're going to see some physicality as well. A lot more open ice to lay down the hammer, so to speak, on those big hits. It's a score for the boys to tie this one up. Wow, what a play. Just quick, tried to make a quick point and give it up to you, and the boys saying, no, we're going to tie this one up real quick.
Yeah, and a great response there, and a response to those in chat, twitch.tv/Capital, showing Night Shift. Squid, we will be getting to that Night Shift matchup as soon as this bracket ends. The winner of this series between Vegas Double M Lions and the boys will go on to face Night Shift in round number 2. Night Shift moving on versus Royals. I don't know how, but we did not have a feed for them. So as soon as this matchup concludes, however it ends, they will be facing the winner of this series. Will be facing Night Shift in round 2. So we'll bring you that as soon as we have it.
That's another goal right afterwards. Vegas Double M Lions, they come right back and take the lead just like that. They said, we want to face Night Shift. They give themselves this advantage here in game 2.
Yeah, game 2. They got to get the win. They're going to try to do that, tucking that one in. 5-hole, putting it to bed. And we see 9 goals now in halfway through this game number 2. That's a lot of scoring, and it's coming quick.
And it's what we talked about, the high-scoring affair, as we get one once again. As this has been probably the most entertaining series so far of the first round matchups. It's a beautiful one-time play from one face-off circle to the other. Ovechkin would be proud of that one, and Vegas Double M Lions double their lead 5-3.
From his kitchen, my goodness. What a beauty of a goal there by Funfetti.
Funfetti McDoubling his tally.
Love it.
And Vegas Double M Lions with 9:08 to go in the second, halfway through this game 2, give themselves a 2-goal advantage. The boys, with their work cut out for them, trying to get back into this one as Vegas Double M Lions get back into the offensive zone. Yet again, wasting no time. A big save, another big save by the goaltender of the boys. And Vegas Double M Lions just pouncing on the boys right now through the last few minutes.
Yeah, they're charging up now. 2 goals there. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that right now. There's a good chance there for the boys to try to get back into this one. Plenty of time left on the clock with how they've been scoring, though.
That's something else that is such a big difference with 3s compared to some of the other events you'd see with 6s. A little bit easier to make those comebacks down by 2 because you can score in such a short period of time. We saw Vegas Double M Lions getting 2 goals in about a 4 or 5 minute span. The boys, plenty capable of doing that themselves, as they'll look to do so with less than 3 minutes to go here in the second period, down by 2. As Vegas Double M Lions get in, put a shot on, and it'll rattle back up to the point. Another shot on, and the blocker save goes wide, and we'll go all the way back down to the other end of the ice with 90 seconds to go in the second period. Vegas Double M Lions work it up. It'll be dumped into the corner. Picked up by the winger, backhand, almost a chance there, but could not get a shot on. They get it off a turnover. Backhand shot saved from one post to the other. 3 seconds left, another shot on net, and scooped up, played out, and that will see the end of a second period. A hectic end of the second period nevertheless, but Vegas Double M Lions up 5-3 with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, high octane last couple minutes of that period as well, so something to keep an eye out for. How will they respond? We'll need to know that. Also, an update here. I did say Isles GT versus King of the Rink. That would be the next bracket, but not the case. I guess there was some confusion in the logistics here. As I'm reading through some updates, the Winnipeg Wets will be playing on. I guess there was just some confusion on how that all set up. So King of the Rink won game number 1. They're getting into game number 2. And given the outcome of this game, or if this gets a little bit more lopsided, we'll jump you to that game there. The winner of King of the Rink versus Winnipeg Wets will go on to face Isles GT in their second round. So we'll have that for you as well here, Brandon. Just trying to keep you up to date as the second chair role, doing the best I can logistically, trying to keep up with all the action happening on the ice.
And you know you love to see it, Nick. And remember, there's also one more series going on as well between Superstars and Watch Out. That one is 2-1 in favor of Superstars. They just scored a goal in the first period to give themselves the lead, as that game is currently in their game 1 of a best-of-3 series. But third period of this one underway. Vegas Double M Lions up by 2, up 1-0 in the series. A win here would punch their ticket into round 2. We'll see if they can make that happen, or if the boys will be able to push this to a all-deciding game 3, as they'll get a penalty shot here early in the third period, a chance to maybe cut that deficit in half.
And that's what makes this fun, the penalty shots instead of penalties. I think it's so much better to watch.
Absolutely more entertaining, to say the least, as a little move on the backhand. Looks like that trickled through the 5-hole and finds its way through. A big goal for the boys to get themselves back into this game. It's Gordy scoring that one.
What a beauty of a goal. I thought that one maybe was saved there by the keep, but no. Trickles in. And now we got a closer game here in the third period.
As Gordy making it a 4-5 game, and plenty of time left for the boys, just down by 1. Try to tie this game up or even take the lead. We'll see if Vegas Double M Lions can respond. As they'll work it up into the offensive zone. Here's a chance for them here. A little bit of space. Backhand. Big save there to deny that one. A huge save to keep this in a 1-goal game. As the boys will work it back in the neutral zone, they'll take it up. Big hit there on the boards, puck and a scramble. Vegas Double M Lions work it up. They get into the offensive zone, poked and picked up as a chance here for the boys off the turnover. Breakaway, but goes all the way through the stick. But they still find themselves in the offensive zone. They'll work it in. Passed around. Puck turned over. Vegas Double M Lions with it. They'll slap shot it around. Icing warning, but they will beat it. Shot on net, saved right off the middle of the pad. Picked back up on the rebound. Tried to pass for the one-timer, but it was picked up by the left defenseman. They'll take it back up before it's turned over once again in the neutral zone with 10:40 to go here in the third period. Boys being patient, working it into the offensive zone. They find their way in. They'll try to get down low. No options available in a turnover cost. Tried to slap shot it across, but it was blocked. And they'll find their way into the neutral zone. They'll work it in. Being patient. Tried to get that one-timer again, but picked off. As the boys with numbers, 2-on-1. Couple of passes between the two wingers, and they couldn't get a shot on net. Great get-back defense there from Vegas Double M Lions to deny that one. They'll get into the offensive zone. They'll work it down low and find their way over to the bottom of the corner. Looking for options. He has it. Taking his time, looking for a shot on net, and a glove save. And it'll be played out with 5 to go. It is April. We do play those. The boys taking it up. Less than 5 to go. Trying to find a tying answer. Down 1-0 in the series. Vegas Double M Lions put a slap shot on net. And a big save there. With 3:54 to go in the third. And a timeout will be taken.
Timeout taken. Quick scoreline update on the other side with the bracket. King of the Rink versus Winnipeg Wets 4-0 right now. Your score going into, I believe this is the second period. So they're getting underway with a commanding lead in period number 1.
And that is a big one there, as all of these teams trying to find their way in the round 2 best-of-3 series. As Vegas Double M Lions looking to do so for themselves with 3:54 to go if they can hold on. It'll be in the offensive zone face-off for them here. From the left side of the ice, their right. Tied up. Won by Vegas Double M Lions. They'll work it down low. They'll work it up to the point. Taking their time, just letting some clock drain. Try to put it on net. Big save there by the goaltending. And they'll get another chance to work it down low. Big hit from the centerman behind the net. Under 2 minutes to go. Vegas Double M Lions. Chance! And it's poked away before he could get the shot on that. He was right in front, but couldn't get it on. Less than a minute left. The boys need a tying answer to move this into a game 3 potentially. Vegas Double M Lions just working it around between all three, wasting the time, playing the possession. The boys trying to get it out, they will. A chance for them here. It's a one-on-one. They'll work it. Left defenseman comes up, couldn't get the pass off. Now it's a one-on-one for Vegas Double M Lions. They'll work it past and they'll go back and reset a smart play. They don't have to score, just have to hold on to the lead. They'll work it around the offensive zone, take their time. They cause a turnover. The left winger for the boys taking it up. Tries to pass back, but there was no one there, and it'll go into the neutral zone with 15 seconds left. Have to get a shot on net. 14 seconds now. They wait. Shot on net, a big glove save, and a whistle with 11 seconds to go.
Huge save there. They're pushing the issue, and now they've pulled the goalie.
Empty net, all four out for the boys. Last chance with 10.9 to go. Looking to push this to a game 3, potentially with a score, and a timeout will be taken and a chance for everyone to take a deep breath.
And we pause, and we get back into it here in just a little bit. Welcoming everybody, twitch.tv/Capitals. Hello, Laner. Hello, Risto. And everybody else, McSavage. Sorry I didn't shout you out earlier. It's been a crazy day so far here, and we're just getting started, Brandon.
A crazy day and some crazy action. The boys hoping for one more. Do they have it in them? Vegas Double M Lions win the faceoff. They hold it behind the net. Pressured. They'll dump it down. 2 seconds. 1 second. They do get the icing with 1.3 to go. Maybe a questionable call, but I'm not wearing the white and black stripes for a reason.
Yeah, they don't put you in charge of that, man. We just got a play call.
Offensive faceoff. Last chance for the boys. It'll be tied up. No shot on net. And Vegas Double M Lions move on to round 2 with a 5-4 game 2 win after a 5-4 game 1 win in overtime. They will meet King of the Rink in the second round.
King of the Rink in the second round, waiting for them now. Vegas Double M Lions. And this is what makes the Threes Challenge so much fun. 2 weekends, 2 different console generations, but 1 winner from each. And it's going to be interesting to see how it all ties together at the end. But for right now, Vegas Double M Lions going on, and they'll be facing against a ready and waiting night shift that just barely made it into the what was I going to say? The Caps Gaming Showcase in the playoffs, and then obviously had their fate upended there. So looking for maybe a little bit of redemption for them here tonight.
Absolutely, as they will be facing Night Shift, the King of the Rink series. We're still getting a look out. They are up 1-0 in that series, looking to face off against Isles GT in the second round if they're able to finish that against the Winnipeg Wets. But the boys moving on to round 2 to face Night Shift, and that's going to be a good series as well. You kind of mentioned it with Night Shift, a team that obviously we're familiar with from the Sixers side of things. They have a lot of talent and a lot of skill, but the boys, or excuse me, not the boys, but Vegas Double M Lions, a team that looked pretty formidable in that first series, and they were finding ways to score and really using that offensive possession game well.
Yeah, they definitely worked it well. I love seeing all the amazing goals that are being scored in this challenge right now. It's been fun to watch, kind of a couple of soft goals, some might say, but then you're also trying new things and being creative, and you're taking advantage of the open ice. And we see, 11 goals, 9 goals, 14 goals in some of these games. So it's kind of what you expect.
Absolutely, and I think that's another thing that makes this so fun is the word you said, I think, puts it perfectly. These players that have that IQ and have that skill, they're able to let that creativity flow. It's like a rapper in freestyling that has just such great lyricism to them when they're able to just let things go off the top of the head. Sometimes the best rhymes and the best bars come from that. The best lyrics can come from that. We're kind of seeing some of these players that have that skill, have that IQ. They're using that, combining that, and making these creative plays based off of those things. And it's not just fun to call, it's fun to watch. And I can't imagine how fun these guys are having playing it. And not only that, but the chance to take home a little bit of cash for themselves and a championship nonetheless as well.
But are they feeding themselves well in addition to that? And I guess if you're powered by our partner, the answer is probably yes.
You have to be fueled, and why not fuel with some McDonald's? And where better than the McDonald's in the DMV area? And if you are in the DMV area, be sure to grab yourself a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries for just $9.99 in the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge, that being this weekend, as well as April 23rd through 24th in each of our participating McDonald's throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shore area. So make sure you go ahead, take advantage of that offer. $9.99 for just a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries. And once again, a big thank you to our sponsor at McDonald's DMV for supporting us and putting their name with us here on this Caps Gaming 3s Challenge, presented by McDonald's DMV and powered by Rival Games, as we get a beautiful goal. And we talked about creativity. How about a little pump flip action to switch to this one, Nick?
What a beauty to change back to, courtesy of Cosmic there. Just flipping it, floating into the sky. A not happy little accident and a goal, a 7th one here for King of the Rink. And that's, you know, the good guys out there doing good guy things is what they like to say.
There were not mistakes. There were not happy accidents. Just a calculated play from Cosmic as another beautiful play from Nuge, and King of the Ring just letting all the skills show. An 8-1 lead here early in the 3rd period.
Yeah, 8-1. So they're looking to really punch their ticket finally, officially, permanently into facing off against Isles GT. We kind of teased it a little bit ago, but obviously they had to go in and play this second game due to the logistical confusion. But we're here now, and it looks like that should be well in hand for the team with the pink logo, which is good.
King of the Rink in their throne with plenty of comfort in this game. Is a little bit over 15 minutes to go. They, what you assume, hold on to this one to move on and play Isles GT. Is the Winnipeg Wets plenty of work cut out for them, down by 7 with under 15 minutes to go here now in game 2 in the 3rd period, as they'll work it into the offensive zone. They have it down low, looking for an option. Gets a nice little chance in front of the net, but couldn't get the shot on. A great job there by all 3 players of King of the Ring to just kind of collapse in front of the net, not give the chances. We're seeing the creativity flow. A little deke there turned into a potential pass, but they couldn't convert on it, as the Winnipeg Wets will move into the offensive zone. As Nuge will move it up to HK. Waits tries to do a little spinorama, but couldn't get it. Puck was off his stick by the time he was able to pull it off, as they'll work it into the neutral zone with 10 minutes to go in the 3rd. Winnipeg Wets trying to get it out of their own zone. They will. So break it in. Nice pick off by Nuge. Nuge with some space. Nuge with a nice little move. Beautiful deke. Beautiful play. Just couldn't put it in. But maybe the prettiest attempt we've seen yet by one of your favorite players to call in, Nick, Nuge.
I love Michael Nugent this time of year, and that's no exception. Man, the kid still got it. I don't care how old this man's getting. His flow's getting longer. Now a penalty shot here.
As they'll take their time in a beautiful little move by Nuge to make this a 9-1 game. You know what they say, slow and steady wins the race. It won their 9th goal of the game right there.
It did, and Nuge, he is a guy that's got the skill. No matter how old this man gets, he finds his way to keep his thumbs and his brain as young as possible. He's out there with the whippersnappers making things happen. You love, as you would say, to see it.
Absolutely, Nuge, one of the veterans in the NHL community. Not just on 3s, but 6s versus Hut. Whatever you name, he's pretty much done it. Looking to add the Caps Gaming 3s Challenge Championship to that illustrious resume. And they're off to a good start here, as they will get another penalty shot here. Maybe a chance to go double digits here, as I believe it'll be HK with the penalty shot.
So here he goes.
Take it up. We're already getting fancy. A few nice little deke moves. Flips it in and puts it past the goaltender. Stolen out, to say the least. And it's a 10-1 lead for King of the Rink.
10-1. That should be in hand at this point for them. So I don't suspect a late game 5-minute heroic 9-goal stand from the Winnipeg Wets. So a good series there. But we have one heating up right now. A 3-goal lead currently for Unknown Talent, who's looking to clinch their round number 2 entry as they face off against Z Sport Gaming. So let's get you out to that game right now.
Absolutely, Nick, and we're kind of seeing as round one continues to unfold. A lot of familiar faces and familiar teams seeing their way through. We see King of the Rink with a lot of familiar names and guys like HK, Busquet, and Nuge moving on. Obviously, both Isles GT teams moving on. Unknown Talent looking to punch their ticket in the round two. So we talked about a mix of new names and a mix of familiar names. The old faces seeing the success here through the first hour of play. As a penalty shot will not go. Tried to go forehand, backhand, but a sharp save to keep this at a 4-7 games. Esports Gaming trying to make a comeback with 6:30 to go. As a breakaway chance here, tries to put through and a big save and a chance they threw it out and no score on it. Unknown Talent make it a 4-8 game. An unfortunate play there for Esports Gaming after what was a big breakaway save.
Yeah, 8-4 now your scoreline. You threw it out. I know it's April here, but you don't want to throw it out right in front of the defender coming in there on a quick play.
Absolutely, it's Unknown Talent, just 5 minutes to go, up by 4. Beautiful quick passes, tried to put in a knife, could not get it through. As you assume they are plenty comfortable with their lead, just trying to hold this thing through. As Esports Gaming trying to make a big comeback. We'll need a goal in a little bit under every minute. There's a chance there, and they'll get there first. Prodigy scores it, and just like that, we're down to 3.
Just like that, we're down to 3. And man, could we see something here? Are you saying there's a chance? There might be. I don't know. We'll have to see.
A goal every minute is what it will take, but Esports Gaming will need to do it to keep their season in the Cats Gaming 3's Challenge alive. As a breakaway chance for Unknown Talent. Goes forehand and they put it past. That should be the icing on the cake. Right back at them. 9-5 your score with 2 minutes to go.
Oh, never mind that. I think this one's going to be well in hand with that kind of response after that goal. So that one's going to be Unknown Talent moving on to the next round in the bracket. They'll be facing off against, well, the other Isles GT team that's waiting for them on the other side of the ice. So that's going to be sitting with some interesting players, I guess you could say, in Regs, Jakku, George, and Cohen. That's going to be a new one to watch, but Shekel also there as well. So it'll be fun to see how that Isles team fares up. Will they also find themselves, will we see an Isles versus Isles? Or someone can say they have an issue with that. We'll have to find out soon.
That was Poke Checker with that goal. It was his 4th of this game. As Unknown Talent looking to go ahead and let this thing wind on down. They'll get another chance as Josh takes it in. Turned over and they'll work it back into the neutral zone. Really no pressure to score, but it's always nice to get that double-digit scoring effort on the scoreboard if you can. They'll look to do that here as a big hit on the boards and a breakaway chance here for Esports Gaming. Kaz with it, goes backhand, could get a move, goes behind the net, does not get a shot on. In 2 seconds, 1 second, that will do it. Unknown Talent, a 9-5 victory, and they will move on to round 2 with a 2-0 series victory over Esports Gaming.
That's a good win for them, and we're continuing on the play here. Round 2 starting now with a bunch of teams playing, getting started. Legacy versus Superstars will be commencing here shortly. Isles GT versus King of the Rink. We talked about that a few times, and now we're finally talking about that again. Cosmic and his squad getting ready to take that one down to ice level shortly. And then you have Night Shift versus Vegas Double M Lions. And I know that all the friends, Nikki Moose and everybody, wants to see that one. So I believe we have that one ready. Vegas Double M ready to go here as we will bring you that action, round 2 action. We've just been following Vegas Double M for a while now. I don't hate it.
Yeah, absolutely. As that game wrapped up all of the round 1 results. So round 1 in the books, round 2 beginning in just a few short moments. As we kind of talked about it, a lot of the names pretty familiar. Isles GT, both of their squads obviously in from the bye, Legacy in from the bye, but a couple of teams we are familiar with that earn their way in Night Shift, in Unknown Talent, get their way into round 2. As how about that? We're right back at it, like you said, with Vegas Double M Lions, but this time around down 2-0 here early in the second period.
Yeah, we're following Vegas Double M's account here, so this will be fun to watch. We got a great feed, and we thank them for this, but here they go down by 2 against the team that's been waiting, Night Shift. That's been who's been at the door for them.
Absolutely is Night Shift trying to keep this lead at bay, but Vegas Double M Lions cut it in half. A big goal there from the left winger to make this a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, 2-1, cutting into it, and hey, you know, best of 3 series here as well in round number 2. So this is plenty of time, lots of scoring. We've talked about it before when it comes to threes challenge here on twitch.tv/capitals. We know that these teams can score bunches already. Vegas Double M Lions scored nearly 12 goals in round number 1, so plenty of time here.
Both of these teams winning their previous series via a sweep every round 1 series, ending in a sweep. So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams match up. Night Shift hoping they can hold on this lead up 2-1. Middle of the first period as they work it into the offensive zone, looking to get that second goal as Josh is at the point with it. Nicky Moose with it, takes a big hit there and will turn it over. Going up with it is Vegas Double M Lions. They'll get a chance here. Goes back in forehand and a big save on the breakaway. As Vegas Double M Lions will get a chance with it. They'll work in the offensive zone. Slap shot, big save off the left pad there. That's another chance and another big save. A few big saves from the goaltending of Night Shift. And another one there, and he will freeze to stop play. Plenty of high-octane action here in the first few minutes.
And that should not surprise you from the all-star goalie in Vanks. He's back there tending those pipes and doing it quite well. Huge momentum shift for Night Shift, for lack of a better pun there, here in the first period of game number 1 between these two clubs.
Vanks using all of his armor to his advantage, to say the least. One of the better goalies in the communities. Well, he showed you he can do it in 6s. He can do it in 3s too, as a big reason they hold this 2-1 lead. As Nicky Moose going quick, tries to get a chance, tried to sneak it past between the 5-hole. Could not get that pass on Master Ted, as Vegas Double M Lions will try to take it up quick. Will not get a chance. Nicky Moose on a breakaway, has space, goes forehand, sneaks it backhand, and scores. A great move by Nicky Moose to make this a 3-1 lead.
My goodness, Nicky Moose there. Defense there, the centerman coming back with that outstretched stick. That's not the move you want to take there when you have a step on somebody like Nicky Moose. He turned on the Jets, got past the defenders, and just put that one home. A beauty of a goal there. His first of the game. And man, what a statement goal.
And now Vegas Double M Lions, after cutting this lead in half, will have to do it once again. As we wind down the first period, Night Shift looking to maybe get another. Nicky Moose with it. He's up to Josh, trying to put it past on that blocker side, but a big save by Master Ted QC, as that will take us to the end of the first period with Night Shift leading 3-1.
Night Shift leading 3-1, and we're trying to get you some scores from around the league as well. We're looking to do that here, and we'll have that for you as soon as we can. Yeah, the King of the Rink and Isles GT game still not underway. We'll have that for you as soon as it goes down. And obviously, this game and series you're watching right now in front of your screen, easy to keep up with. Legacy and Superstars, however, they're underway now. First period, Superstars up 1-0 on Legacy. So that's taking place as we speak. And then Unknown Talent versus Isles GT. That one's going down here shortly. No update yet on if we're started on that one. I'll have that for you as soon as we get an update from that squad.
So we begin the second period. Face-off won by Vegas Double M Lions. They'll move it into the offensive zone, looking to cut this deficit back in half. Tried to get a shot on that, but it was blocked. As Nicky Moose will take it up. Got that goal to make it a 2-goal lead for Night Shift. The slap shot and a chance. Saved by Master Ted. There was a lot of space, but he was right where he needed to be.
Yeah, he was kind of out of position there, Brandon, but I guess that benefited him that time because they were trying to shoot that across his body, sliding over. Did not happen because he was just standing in the place he wasn't supposed to. It worked out.
As Vegas Double M Lions will win the offensive zone faceoff. Slap shot on net. Vegas had to be sharp. He'll save that one and freeze in a whistle. Interesting play. Usually you see that go off the boards. Well, Vegas Double M Lions, they wanted to go ahead and put that on net early.
Yeah, put it on early. Try to test some weird bounces, some caroms off the boards, but Vanks, no stranger to that kind of play.
As Night Shift will work it into the offensive zone, offsides before they could get it in. And it's interesting to see the difference in these two teams' play styles, but at the same time, the pace of the game pretty fast between both sides. We're seeing a lot of pretty interesting fast break opportunities for both sides. Not really a lot of break for either of these two teams, and the goaltending having to be sharp in both Vanks and Master 10. As Night Shift will work it into the offensive zone. Nicky Moose giving it up to Josh. Couldn't get that shot on net as it was blocked before it could get there. It'll be slap shot deep. As Hooded 8 picked it up and got hit before he could do anything with it. And Night Shift will look to counter. Josh with it. Puts a shot on wide. Couldn't get it on. And it'll be another slap shot play from one side of the ice to the other, but it'll be an icing as Night Shift will beat the winger and Hooded 8 to get there.
Legacy closing out period number 1, tied it up. 7 shots to 2 for Legacy, but they're tied 1-1 after 1 in game number 1, but in round number 2.
Face off from the right side of Master 10, won by Night Shift. Shot on net, blocker save. As both goaltenders showing up big time for their two teams as we near the halfway point of this game 1. Round 2. Both of these teams winning in a sweep in the first round, looking to move on to the quarterfinals. Best of 3 series, and how about that one from the defenseman, gapped by Gary, splits the gap in the 5-hole and makes it a 3-goal lead for Night Shift.
Gary tucking it into the only gap on the ice there, the 5-hole on the backhand. He just slipped it in, put it to bed nicely, told it a nice bedtime book, and now they're up 4-1.
Lullaby, sweet, sleep tight. As Night Shift a 3-goal lead, and Vegas Double M Lions gonna have to find some answers. As Night Shift back in the offensive zone, could not get anything there after a shot. That is a breakaway chance. Fetty looks, goes forehand, and a big save by Vanks. How many times have we said that over the years, Nick?
Oh, way too many, especially since he surged his way up the ranks in competitive sixes. Big save by Vanks is like his nickname. You just can't fit it on a jersey.
As a huge breakaway save on Funfetti Wap, keeping this at a 3-goal lead for his team in Night Shift. As face-off won by Funfetti Wap, but he will be offsides and we'll do it all over again from the right side.
I still can't get over your "Hey, what's up, hello" reference. That was brilliant. So brilliant. I can't.
Oh, man, you gotta pull out the music references every now and then. You learn a thing or two when you hang out with someone like yourself that has a lot of clever ones in the book for yourself. So, hey, you know, you got to pull those out every now and then. And I know Funfetti Wap hoping I'll maybe reference 1 or 2 more as maybe he can help get his team back into this one down 4-1 as Night Shift working it into the offensive zone. They'll dump it down low and up to the point to Josh.
I'm just waiting for them.
To the point, gives it to Nicky Moose.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to get double-digit shots on net so I can say 17 shots but not 38.
Oh, that would be interesting. There's a great play. Quick passes, and Josh, the beneficiary on that one-time play. It's a 4-goal lead for Night Shift.
4-goal lead for Night Shift. Second period late. This one, Night Shift is looking for a commanding lead here. They're like I said, they are one of the teams that really want to make a name for themselves and be a definitive contender at the top rankings of competitive esports for NHL. What better way to do that than to solidify a victory here in this threes challenge?
And you will take the championships wherever you can get them, whether it be 3s, 1s, 6s. Night Shift, a team looking to really cement themselves in that upper echelon tier with the ILGTs, with those teams that we are seeing in this tournament. Maybe a chance for them to do so here. They're on the right track in game 1, up 5-1 over Vegas Double M Lions. We will come right back into the studio. Brandon Bigsby, a.k.a. B-Major, Nick DeMayo to my left, a.k.a. Mr. F5 Penguin, the refreshing one himself. And we've seen a lot of action. We've seen a lot of goals. And boy, Nick, hasn't it been fun? So much to keep track of, so much to watch. It has been an absolute blast here through the first hour.
You should see my screen, Brandon. I got about 8 games up here. I got a bunch of different feeds. I got updates for you. We have another one. We're going to go join Region with his team Superstars. They're up 3-1 in the second period of game number 1 against Legacy. Let's go there now.
As Superstars won their first series earlier, as we mentioned, we'll see if they can beat Legacy up 3-1. Past the halfway point of this game, both of these two teams looking to find themselves a championship victory, a share of $1,500, $1,000 going to the winner of this tournament, $500 to the runner-up, as Legacy on track to do so, winning their first series and currently up here in game 1 of their round 2 series as they'll work it in. Taking their time, Nifty taking it in. Nice little move. Dekes in, puts a shot on net and a big save. They'll get another chance here in the offensive zone. A big hit there by the left defenseman, and now Superstars will get a chance to go in. They take their time, looking for an option. Don't find anything. They'll get it down low. Nice little cycle between all three players, is taking their time, trying to find that perfect play. No option there, as they will turn it over to the offensive zone, but they're still fighting for it. Nifty with it, ends up having to give it up to his teammate. Nice slap shot from one to the other. It's a score for Legacy. What a play, and not a proud moment for any goalie watching this one.
What in the world just happened? A slap shot that people dream of. A ripper from behind their center line gets a insurance marker at the closing segments of period number 2.
Dreams and nightmares, and I think you can associate which one is having one and which is having the other. It makes it a 3-goal lead for Legacy, and in what fashion to do it, with a deep slap shot all the way from Washington, D.C. and into the net of the Superstars goaltender. Legacy will go into the third period up 4-1.
Up 4-1, and we are going to change gears right now as we speak. We're going to take you out to Isles GT versus King of the Rink. Is a chance there from Claus. We come in at the right exact moment here right now. There it is on the replay. I'm glad they ran the replay there. I saw it. Now you saw it. There it is. And Claus putting his team up 2-1 here, Brandon. This is going to be the big matchup of the second round, I think.
Absolutely, and I think this is a matchup that, depending on how the bracket shaped out, could have easily been a final series. A lot of players that are very familiar with each other have won championships on the Sixes side. We obviously mentioned HK and Nuge and others, but you look at this Isles GT team, the dynamic duo of Fisher and Hendry. I mean, this is a team that I think has expectations of coming in and winning this thing, but you know what they say, Nick? If you swing at the king, you best not miss. King of the Rink looking to take off this Isles GT team, as they are currently down 2-1, but they're working in the offensive zone with an attempt to tie.
We welcome in everybody. Twitch.tv/Capitals Isles GT in those Isles jerseys. We know King of the Rink in those pink jerseys. HK, Cosmic, Nuge, you know the players. Wingles, Bouquet, everybody out there looking to get their name put a notch in the bedpost that is the Isles players versus these players rivalry.
I remember Isles GT under the old Entourage name. A lot of these players, they are familiar with winning in Caps Gaming ran events. They were the inaugural winners of the Caps Gaming Showcase with Fisher, with Hendry, with Shekel. A lot of those players playing in this event today between the two different Isles GT teams. I know that either side would be happy to add one more Caps Gaming not showcase, but another Caps Gaming championship to their resumes as well.
Yeah, you look at guys like Polgs that won the 1v1 Invitational and then go on to win a showcase or things of that nature, and it just makes you feel a little different when you can rack up multiple championships from the same organization, the same tournament structure, or the same tournament organizer. And it's just cool to see these players kind of go from 1s to 3s to 6s and then back down. And definitely not taking it any less lightly than they would if this was a Sixes finals matchup. This is round 2, and for them, this is the same level of competition.
Absolutely, and for a lot of these players, it just kind of shows you that skill that they have to be able to not just translate that skill and that IQ from 6s, but to do it in 3s, to do it in the 1v1 environment. A lot of these high-end players, including a lot of the ones we're watching now, such as Fisher, such as Nuge, such as HK, just as a few examples, they play on all 3 levels, 6s, 3s, and 1v1. So it's a lot of fun to see these guys translate that in this environment, with a competitive environment, with money on the line, with bragging rights, and a championship on the line. All of these guys are winners. They have championship pedigree. Anything less would not be a success for them. They're going to hope to take one home, and ILSGT up 2-1 here in game 1 of round 2, looking to extend said lead as J-Claws will give it over to Hendry in the offensive zone. They try to work it in, but Nuge will pick that up before they can get any opportunities. They'll get into the offensive zone themselves. Looking with it is HK. HK gives it up to Nuge. Nuge slap shot on that. Big save there. It'll find its way back out. No ouches here as it'll be turned over and dumped away. Hendry with it. They have numbers. Hendry stops, goes, slap shot. A big save on the blocker side. May have gone wide. Couldn't really tell there if it hit off the stick. But nevertheless, King of the Rink will take it and go into the offensive zone. As a tripping penalty and a penalty shot. Tried to work it right in front of the net, but a stick in the wrong place, and now a chance for King of the Rink to tie this game up.
And it comes down to this right here to tie it.
As they will go down the offensive side, backhand, forehand, and a big save there to keep this 1-1 goal lead for ILSGT. What a save by Reject there.
Reject,
face off in the offensive zone 1. Yeah, rejected by Reject, to say the least. Can't believe I didn't think of that one, Nick. Sharp on the call per usual, as it will be turned over and Fisher will take it up and give it to J-Claws. J-Claws with it, trying to find some space. King of the Rink not giving him much, as they won't find anything and they'll reset the neutral zone as Hendry tried to give it down low and couldn't find it. Nuge with it on his stick.
Yeah, King of the Rink is HK. It's Nuge. It's people like that. King of the Ring is like Owen Hart, Booker T. It's different.
A little bit different, a different capacity, a different type of entertainment, but sports and entertainment nevertheless, as we will get another penalty shot. Speaking of entertainment, this time for ILSGT.
Ooh, weird play there after that slap shot on the knee, it looked like.
As it'll be Fisher taking this one, taking his time. Lots of movement with the stick. Finds his way to the backhand. Just outweights Busquets on that one. Patience is a virtue, and it pays off a 2-goal lead now for ILSGT in the middle of the second.
I want to answer to the question of why these guys? Why are they the first team in North America that got signed to an organization? Well, there's your answer right there. That type of play, waiting out the goalie and just having the patience to make him make the first move, Conway.
As Nuge trying to get it over to HK, couldn't complete that one. A good attempt as King of the Rink trying to find a way to get this back at a 1-goal deficit with a little bit over 5 to go here in the second period in game 1. ILSGT with it, try to work their way. A little bit of a miscommunication. Hendry couldn't find that puck. As it'll be slap shot around, and it finds its way to Fisher, who beats the icing. Tries to put it on net. He will not. He gets the second chance, and he'll score on it. Busquets made the initial save. Fisher, right place, right time on the rebound, and a 3-goal lead now for ILSGT.
Fisher doing it any way he possibly can. Meanwhile, Night Shift, 10-3 is your end score for their game number 1, so they're looking to sweep that series and go on to round number 3.
Yeah, the swords were out for that one, to say the least. Night Shift showing no mercy as another goal for ILSGT. Fisher yet again, 2 goals in about a 30-second span, and all of a sudden, things are flowing well for the boys in Long Island.
Flowing well indeed. Fisher. 3 goals in a row. I believe you call that a natural hat trick.
A natural hat trick indeed, and King of the Rink gonna have to find answers. Down by 4 with a minute to go here in the second period. With it is HK, finds it to Nuge. Nuge tries to get a shot on that, couldn't. Great play. The collapse in front of the net. A chance for ILSGT is J-Claws. Breakaway, takes his time, scores on the backhand. Just outweighs the goaltender and Busquets, and the floodgates are opening now for ILSGT.
Yeah, they definitely are, and man, it's everybody's cranking on all cylinders right now, and this is why this team does what they do. I mean, this is J-Claws doing J-Claws things. I think I've called no less than 100 J-Claws goals. But we got something cooking over here, Brandon, as we need to get you out to this overtime matchup. I'm trying to pull it up right now. We have Superstars versus Legacy, currently in overtime, 4-4. It just got underway, so we're going to go out to that matchup literally right now. Let's jump right to it with Region on the stream.
And remember, Legacy were up 4-1 going into the start of the third period, so 3 unanswered goals for Superstars. Our second overtime in our coverage here of the Caps Gaming's Threes Challenge, presented by McDonald's DMV, powered by Rival Games, right here at twitch.tv/Capitals. There's a chance here, and they score!
Wow.
A goal for Superstars! The comeback completed, a 5-4 victory! What a play, what a comeback, and they lead the series 1-0.
There is a victory right there, and a way to just bring it home. And as you mentioned, Legacy was up 4-1, Brandon, right?
They were up 4-1 after that other end goal on the slap shot, and Superstars saying, I took that personally. Comeback, scored 3 unanswered, and find a way to win it in overtime. Wow.
And I'm getting word that these games are moving right along at a pretty good clip here, so we may have a lot of action for you today, Brandon, and I'm kind of excited for that.
Absolutely, and it's fun to be a part of as we will go back into the studio here. Brandon Bigsby, Nick DeMeo to my left, and you know, Nick, we promised a lot of action. I think we've delivered so far. Actually, no. These teams have delivered. They're the one on the ice giving us these great games and some fun plays to go along with it.
It's been so much fun. We've had overtime winners and blowouts and backhand goals and shootout goals and fancy goals, and they keep stacking up, kind of like how I like to stack up numerous quarter pounder patties inside my favorite McDonald's sandwich.
And you know, you might be more of a sandwich guy, but I'm more of a chicken nugget guy personally. And if you're like me, you like a nice box of 20-piece chicken nuggets, then make sure to grab yourself a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries for just $9.99 in the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge, being this weekend, as well as April 23rd through 24th at participating McDonald's throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shore areas. So a big thank you once again to our amazing sponsor at McDonald's DMV for sponsoring the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge.
As we get you back into the studio, we do have more action, and it's back to Parksy. We love Parksy. Parksy's been giving us some great feeds all day long. Today is now no exception. Isles GT, the second team. This is the other matchup at the bottom of the bracket. We'll have a bracket update for you in just a little bit, but they are currently, Isles GT, up 2-1 against Unknown Talent. So let's get you out to there, courtesy of Parksy.
And Unknown Talent, a team looking to continue their momentum from round 1 in the round 2. A dominant performance in round 1, a sweep, as we saw them put in 9 in their game 2 to clinch it. Down 2-1 early against the second Isles GT team. We're hoping to replicate what their other team did in game 1, or is doing rather, against King of the Rink in game 1. As Unknown Talent will move it around, trying to find something. Didn't have much, as that's Regs moving it up, a name many are familiar with, one of the better 1v1 players and defensemen in the game. It's a chance there, diving poke check. Poke checker couldn't get that one through. And another chance for Unknown Talent, not able to go through, as we will see the end of the first period, but a nice flurry of chances there in the last few seconds.
Yeah, and a good save there to keep that lead intact. Wow, what a good save.
Indeed, and how ironic that a flying poke check on poke checker. You think you've seen everything, well, there you go. A great play there, nevertheless, however, by the goaltender in Shekel to make that one. And we talked about names. That's another big name. A guy that can steal you a game and make a big save. Look out for Shekel in this tournament. That's the guy that I know you, Nick, have called many big saves for throughout time. Feels like he always has that one big one in his pocket that can change the game.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what they do. That's what these teams can do. That's what Isles GT can do. I mean, Jordan made an amazing decision to find these guys and make this a reality. And for good reason. We know what these teams are capable of doing, especially when they're starting to click. These players are just unreal. And as you see right there, though, an answer back from Unknown Talent. As I'm singing the praises of ILSGT, we got a close game coming in here. It's tied back at 2.
Oh yeah, Unknown Talent saying enough about ILSGT. Let's hear a little bit about us. A score to tie it up 2-2 after, well, it's a few good chances to end the first period. They get a few to start the second and capitalize to tie this one. ILSGT looking for a chance. George over to Regs, the phenomenal defensive pairing for this ILSGT team on this squad as they try to work to get their lead back. Regs with it, just taking his time, working the space, gives it up to George. George back to Regs, looking for an option. Waits, takes his time, just kind of playing with the puck a little bit. Didn't have much, just phenomenal defense by Unknown Talent to get that one out. He will find his way over to the neutral zone, and Poke Checker will reset. Drop pass over to Josh, back to Poke Checker, back to Josh. Shot on net, big save by Shekel on the pad. ILSGT with a chance. Slap shot beats the icing. Goes up back to front and a big save once again, this time by the Unknown Talent goaltender of none other as ILSGT will now work it in. Regs up to Cohen. Cohen goes quick. Slows up to get his teammates back into play. Gives it down to George. George goes down low and finds his way back up to the point. As Regs will get it and he'll reset back to the neutral zone. And these two teams, we talked about Unknown Talent maybe being able to give ILSGT a run for their money. Well, so far, case in point. As ILSGT in the offensive zone trying to regain their lead. As they'll be chopped aside for Poke Checker. Poke Checker with numbers. Diving play. Big save by Shekel on the cross crease. Denying Unknown Talent of their first lead of the game. 5 minutes to go in the third. Josh with it. Looking for options. Great pressure there from George. Goes to the point. Finds Regs. Goes down to Cohen. Couldn't find him. And it'll be reset, and Poke Checker will go behind and then take his time. They'll work it up. Regs finds the turnover. He'll get it. Under 3 minutes to go now. 2-2 game. Next goal could very well win it. Poke Checker with it. Puts it on net in a glove save by Shekel. He'll play it out to Regs. 90 seconds left here in the third period. Could we see extra time? We've seen it twice today. Could be a third here. Regs looking for an option in the neutral zone. He'll play it in himself. Tries to find a play. Couldn't get it. Josh picked it off. He had a chance, but couldn't get past the last defender. Is under a minute to go. Regs with it. Takes his time. Plays it in the neutral zone. He'll go down low with it. It's Cohen. Gives it back up to Regs at the point. Looking for space. Goes to George. Backs to Reg. Regs with it. Has to reset. Absolutely just suffocating defense by Unknown Talent. No space right now for ILSGT. As Cohen will take it in. 15 seconds left. Tried to pass it over. Couldn't find Regs. Unknown Talent trying to get one last chance. Poke Checker with it. Spins. Goes back to Josh. Josh with it. 5 seconds left. Turns it over. They'll dump it down low. One more chance for ILSGT. Slap shot hits off of Cohen. And that will take us to the end of the third. 60 minutes not enough. Extra time it will take here in game one. 2-2 with the first overtime coming up.
And I don't know if it's Unknown Talent playing above their level. ILSGT kind of getting their feel for their threes tournaments. But at this rate, extra hockey for two great teams. Nothing to take away from either side in a 2-2 matchup here. This is going to be fun. I mean, who do you have in chat? Twitch.tv/Capitals. We want to know. 10 shots to 11. Unknown Talent. And we've talked about this during the Caps Gaming Showcase, Brandon. I've always been an Unknown Talent fan, so this is great.
Yeah, Unknown Talent, you have to remember they're a team that they kind of have started to reach that upper echelon level in the community. They don't have that championship yet to their name, but they've been in some opportunities to compete. They've been in the finals before. They have had a few deep playoff runs. They've knocked off a few of the top dogs in a few games and series. How big would that be for them to come into this threes tournament and find a way to take home that championship and their share of that $1,500, $1,000 going to the winner of this tournament, $500 to the runner-up. Unknown Talent trying to make it to the finals, but have to get past this Isles GT team first. This overtime is underway. The first overtime underway as Isles GT works it in the neutral zone. Regs with the puck on his stick.
Isles GT on the other bracket, Isles GT team number 1, I guess we'll call them, won their game versus King of the Rink. Game number 2 literally starting right now. So we may bring you that game. We'll bring you scoreline updates from everywhere else at the conclusion of this overtime game. We're not going to leave this one anytime soon.
As a red zone styled broadcast we have going here is great production going on behind the scenes, and a play there swallowed up by the goaltender of Unknown Talent. And you have to love these games like this. Obviously, threes being high scoring. We're seeing the defense flourish a little bit more here between these two sides.
Yeah, some sports may have the red zone. We have the hockey zone. I don't know what you call it. I mean, it's not a green zone. It's not a blue zone. It's we just have a zone. We have the neutral zone. But hockey action. We're gonna keep it here, overtime locked until we get a winner.
As LGT trying to be a winner, couldn't get that chance on net as they go back up to the slot, couldn't get that play on. It'll be slap shotted by Josh, and it will be met for an icing, and will circle all the way back around to the LGT offensive zone.
Eight and a half gone so far here in the overtime period, and some good chances, but both teams playing pretty defensively. They don't want to give up this first first game in the series loss for sure.
Absolutely. It's a game 1 in a best of 3.
No
the
stick.
Swing game, so to speak. As LGT working it on. They don't have a stick at the center. Keep that in mind. That is none other than their centerman.
Wow.
In Josh Yu. That doesn't have it. There's a big chance there. Couldn't capitalize. Another chance and a big save once again. Unknown Talent just keeping this game going with some great goaltending on the back end. Poke checker works it up, gives it up to Josh. Josh with it, goes forehand, backhand, couldn't squeak it past Shekel. And Cohen will pick it up and calm things down.
I gotta say, I didn't like that move from the centerman, Unknown Talent there. That is a rookie mistake. You don't come out of your zone against a team like Isles GT 3-on-2, and they almost gave up that game-winning goal just by getting your stick. Stay in the lane, play some defense, and then go get it when you can clear the puck. Wow.
As Isles GT trying to work it in the offensive zone. Under 5 minutes to go in the first overtime period. And that will end it. Cohen with an absolute snipe from the point. Beats the goaltender, and Isles GT escape in game 1 with a 3-2 overtime victory over Unknown Talent.
Isles GT getting the dub and playing overtime like we know they know how. No surprise there. I guess some people would have said that they're a favorite. Unknown Talent, though, played a heck of a game, leading all the way through overtime and into, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 minutes into overtime. So you got to really tip your hat to them as well. And yeah, so Isles GT winning that one here. Let's go back to the studio. So much action happening right now, Brandon. I can't even keep up. Like, I'm trying to keep up with everything going on, and it's like things are changing, going to and from games. Action's crazy right now.
Absolutely. And how about Cohen in that game for Isles GT? All 3 goals off of his stick. A hat trick for him in a winning effort for Isles GT. Isles GT team number 2, team B, however you prefer to put it. Team Orange, team Blue. They get the win. So Isles GT represented well here in their first 2 games of action. Both of their sides up 1-0 in their series, trying to punch their tickets into the semifinals against King of the Rink and Unknown Talent. And speaking of Isles GT and King of the Rink, that game number 2 in action as of now, as well as Legacy and Superstars in their quarterfinals matchup in action. So a lot of action going on here in the Caps Gaming 3's Challenge, our amazing sponsor in McDonald's DMV, our tournament powered by our friends at Rival Games. And it's all right here, all of the action at twitch.tv/capitals as we will go to our next game here momentarily. And Nick, we saw some blowouts seemingly in the round one with a few close games sprinkled in, but round two, it just feels like it's overtime galore.
Starting to slow down, get a little bit more constrained. That's what happens, I think, in these open tournaments. You kind of walk yourself into maybe having some mismatches up front, some people getting buys, some people not getting them. So how does that shake out? Well, we see it right here. Is round two, the cream macho man. The cream rises to the top. And you'll see that here in round two. Round three for sure, a best of five. Round four, a best of five. And if the action continues on as fast as it is, we'll have those for you as well. More on that in just a little bit. But right now, our boy Region holding it down for his team. Legends over Superstars 3-1 in game number two. Let's go out to that one right now.
Absolutely, as they're looking to try to come back. Legacy is a lost game one after having that 4-1 lead going into the third. So you know they will not take their foot off of the gas pedal. Superstars hoping to mount another comeback similar to what they did in that game one, as we are a little bit over halfway through this game number two. Could we potentially see our first game three? Legacy hoping to do so here up 3-1 the second period. As a neutral zone face-off on the left side. As it will be won by Legacy. They'll slap shot around and look to make it a 3-goal lead similar to what they had in game one, as Saucy will take it up for Superstars off the turnover. Nifty gets the turnover now when Legacy looking to go in on the other end. Nice little between the legs move. Goes back in front. Big save by Price there. Looking like Carey Price on that one. Representing the name well, and a big save to keep this one at a 2-goal game. Offensive zone face-off for Legacy to the left side of Price. Be tied up, and Eller will find it. Tried to give it up to the point, but did not connect, and it'll go back to the other end as a dangerous chance there. And he'll have to go all the way back, and Legacy will reset. Nifty taking it in, looking for an option. Goes down low, takes it, tries to get a wraparound, could not find it home. Price having to be sharp in position on that one. Superstars taking it up, trying to find an answer. A minute to go in the second. Potential slap shot, breakaway chance! Eller misses the net. Had a chance on Price, and that one goes back to the point. Finds Riverboat Ron, and he puts it home to make it a 4-1 lead late in the second period. So a big goal for Legacy. A 4-1 lead with 22.2 seconds to go. And now Superstars going to have to replicate what they did in that game one, a 4-1 deficit potentially going into the third period of action. Legacy on track to push this to an all-decisive game three. Face off on the left side. Saucy with it. Goes down the flame, couldn't get a shot on net, and now will take us to the end of the second. The late second period goal by Riverboat Ron makes it a 4-1 lead for Legacy going into the third period. As you can see, the big hit there that impacted that play it's interesting with these two teams. We obviously talked about Superstars making that comeback in that game one. Should be interesting to see how Legacy looks here in this third period after the way that game one went. Do not be surprised if they keep their foot on the gas and keep playing aggressively, as you can see the stats rather even in time on attack with the shots on net well in favor of the Legacy team, trying to push this to that win or go home at game three. Will be our first game three in our Caps Gaming 3's challenge so far, as the winner of this one moves on to the quarterfinals, a best of three series in this round and round two. The quarterfinals, a best of three, and then the semis and the finals, best of five. As we begin the third period, Legacy looking to hold on. We'll see if they can do it. Superstars maybe having something to say about that. As the face-off won in favor of Legacy, Eller will slap that around the boards and it'll be picked up by Superstars who are looking to get it into the offensive zone. Flames with it, tried to get a shot on, blocked by Nifty, tried to get it out deep, and it goes to Eller. Eller with it, pulls a move, looking for an option, finds some space, couldn't get a shot on that, a nice poke check in front. Riverboat Ron with it. Takes it down low to Eller. Eller with it, tries to go back around, and he couldn't find anything. Superstars taking it up, trying to make a move, couldn't pull it off, but a nice attempt there as a reset here for Superstars with 15 minutes to go here in the third as Saucy taking it up. And they will reset once again. Solid defense here from Legacy. Saucy with it, looking for something. Couldn't find anything. Nifty with the nice defense causes the turnover, and Riverboat Ron will take it back. Passes it up to Nifty. Nifty tried to put it on. A nice block there by the left defenseman, and it will be reset in favor of Superstars, looking to cut into this 3-goal deficit they find themselves in as we enter the halfway point of the third period. Saucy with it, tried to get a look, couldn't get past. And a nice save there for Legacy to keep this in a 3-goal lead.
Huge save, trying to maintain that lead here, Brandon, as the game's getting a little bit later, but we saw the big comeback before, so maybe Superstars has it in them to do the same thing.
They very well could, and they hope so, as time starting to become the enemy somewhat as Flame takes it up. Gives it back to the point. Flame with a shot. Couldn't get it on that. May have been blocked by Saucy. And they'll work it back up. Saucy with it. Gives it up to Region, excuse me. And he couldn't get anything on. And Nifty will work it back around with 7 minutes to go. Legacy just holding on to that 3-goal lead that they have. They find their way through past the blue line. Shot on net and a big glove save from an aggressive Price on that one, and he will freeze and stop play at 6:23 to go. As we will move into Isles GT and King of the Rink. That game currently at 2-1 in favor of Isles GT, looking to clinch their spot into the next round, as it looks like Legacy should be able to hold on to this one with a 4-1 lead.
And that's 3-0 now. So wow, that's that game quickly changed score lines rather fast on us, but we'll get you out to that right now. Once that pulls in here, we'll get you to that. As you can see, like you said, 3-0 in favor of Isles GT, and it's interesting seeing the way this one is shaking out, Nick. We said this would be a tight series as a big glove save by a Reject. What a play, as obviously we said King of the Rink, a team to be reckoned with. Isles GT just playing on another level through these first 4 periods. Yeah, absolutely, as they look to run away with this one here. Not playing in round 1, now in round 2, looking to just pile it on. King of the Rink together, trying to make that happen, and it just isn't working out for them.
Fisher with the big play on the penalty shot to make it 4-0 now, and Isles GT in firm control here in the third period. Fisher with 3, it's a hat trick for him. And King of the Rink in search of answers with little time left. It's going to take about a goal a minute for them to mark a comeback in this game. J-Claws with it, just holding on to it. He finds Fisher. Breakaway. What a move by Fisher. 5-0, and he does it in style.
My goodness gracious. What a beauty of a goal by Fisher.
What a play by Fisher. And Nick, we talked about it. The skill, the IQ, it amounts to creativity. You see it from Fisher right there to make it 5-0, his 4th of this game. Another chance for Isles GT, but a big save by the goaltender of Busquets, and a goal for King of the Rink by Nuge. So no shutout here.
I think we got the commentator's curse on that one.
Yeah, you assume the result all formality. I'm not taking the blame for that one. I mentioned nothing of a shutout before it happened, but nevertheless, King of the Rink will not complain. Obviously, it will take a lot for them to get back in this one. 2 minutes left, down by 4.
So we'll go check
We
out the
will-
other
Yeah.
Isles GT game, and Parksy back on it with us here. Unknown Talent up 2-1 though after losing in overtime not too long ago in game number 2 here.
This has been a close series throughout. We saw that game 1 very close between these two teams. It's interesting. Unknown Talent up 2-1. They're really testing Isles GT, and you kind of said it, Nick. Is it more of a Unknown Talent team playing maybe a little bit above what some may have expected to, or Isles GT maybe just getting their sea legs under them? I think Unknown Talent is a chance there for Isles GT, very close, but Unknown Talent playing really up to par with what's a really strong Isles GT team that was seen as a favorite. As Isles GT will work it into the offensive zone, trying to find the tying answer. As they will move it up, Unknown Talent will, and it's turned over, picked up by Regs. Regs with it, it goes to Cohen, and it'll be picked up by Parksy. Parksy doesn't have the number, so he'll go back, give it to Josh. Tried to shoot it, but it was blocked by Cohen before it could find its way over to Shekel. Cohen with it, nice little LT move, but couldn't get enough space to make it a dangerous play. Finds his way down low, and no chance there. It will go to the end of the first. Unknown Talent, 2 shots, 2 goals, and they lead 2-1 at the end of the first.
2-1 at the end of the first. Unknown Talent with the lead. They're looking to, at the end of the second, really. That's the second intermission. So they're going into the third period of game number 2, up by 1. If they could force the game 3, I know that's something they want to do, and I mean, they have the potential to do it right now.
Absolutely, as they are trying to do the same thing that Legacy was doing. Legacy was up 4-1 last time we checked in on that game and forced the game 3. We could have 2 game 3s if Unknown Talent can hold on, but still a lot of work to do, a lot of time to pass. Isles GT, a strong side that can score. They'll hope that they can do so to wrap this thing up here as we are in the third period of game 2. Unknown Talent up 2-1. Isles GT looking to clinch this series and move on with their brother team, so to speak. While Unknown Talent hoping to push it to a game 3. We'll see which one will prevail as face-off 1 and picked up by Josh for Unknown Talent. He'll work it into the offensive zone. George picks it up. He'll work it up. Josh picked it off at the boards for it. Could get to Cohen. Josh tried to go back to his defensive partner. Couldn't get it to Josh. And they'll work it back up.
Got scoreline updates for you right now. Isles GT and Night Shift will be meeting in round number 3. We'll have that for you in just a little bit. And then on this side, Unknown Talent, Isles GT on this bracket, Isles GT B team, or A1, I don't know what they're calling them. Isles GT Orange will be facing off against Unknown Talent here. They're in game number 2, so they're at the bottom of the bracket. Legacy and Superstars, their progress also finishing up. I do believe Legacy won that, so they will meet the winner of this series in round number 3. And those are best of 5s, and we are already nearing the later stages of this Caps Gaming Threes Challenge presented to you by McDonald's, DMV, and Rival Game.
Absolutely, as Unknown Talent trying to push it to a game 3 as we're closing in on the halfway point of third period. Isles GT trying to find a tying answer. They'll get a chance to do so here with an offensive zone faceoff. This will be to the left side for Unknown Talent. To work it up. Here's a chance. Josh takes it backhand. A big save by Shekel, denying the doubling lead opportunity for Unknown Talent. A huge save as we reach the 10-minute mark. Isles GT working it up. It'll be offsides, but Shekel, once again, a huge save by the trusty goaltender of Isles GT. As it will be a neutral zone face-off, tied up, won by Isles GT. They give it up, Regs. Regs with it, goes down low, trying to find something. Has some space, looking for an option. Goes to the point, great defense here by Poke Checker, and he'll work it back out and reset. Regs taking it in. Fakes the slap shot, turn it over. Here's Josh on a breakaway. He has a chance, goes forehand, and he could convert. A big chance from Josh, and remember that one if Isles GT finds their way back into this one. They'll try to work it in. Regs with it. Finds some space. Forehand goes in, couldn't get a shot on that before he was bumped. It'll find its way over to Parksy. Now to Josh, another breakaway chance. Flying poke check by Shekel, denying yet another unknown talent opportunity. And it'll be an icing with 3:39 to go here in the dying period. Absolute action on both ends of the ice. Offensive zone faceoff for unknown talent, won by Parksy. Josh with it, turned over, goes to George, and will be reset behind Shekel's net. 2:30 to go. Regs taking it up, looking to find the tying answer. Can Isles GT get it? They take their time in the neutral zone. Regs over to George, over to Cohen, and they will reset off their off pass. Less than a minute to go. Shekel with it, gives it up to Regs. Regs flying down the boards, uses a little RB boost, as some may call it, as they'll get into the offensive zone. Shot on net, and he scores! Cohen from a snipe from the point ties it with 41.4 seconds to go.
What a response here in the late stages by Cohen. Not your typical Isles GT member, stepping in and delivering in this threes challenge. And will we see overtime?
5 Isles GT goals, all of them from Cohen between games 1 and 2, making a name and a statement here in this Caps 3 challenge, and he gets the tying goal for Isles GT, but it'll be an offensive zone faceoff for unknown talent. Tied up, won by Isles GT, less than 30 seconds to go. Can they find a game-winning goal late in the third? They take their time, work it to George. Back to Regs, 15 seconds left, just being patient, waiting for the right opportunity, don't want to make a mistake. Regs just holding on to that puck, waiting for the right look. Goes in the offensive zone, finds George, finds Cohen, he has a look, couldn't get a shot on, a huge poke from Poke Checker, and that will take it into overtime, but a potentially game-saving defensive play by Poke Checker for unknown talent.
So here we go. I didn't think we'd be here a second time in a row, Brandon, but we're here.
But here we are indeed, and it's interesting. We talked about how there haven't been many overtimes, there haven't been any game 3s. Well, how about this? One game 3 confirmed. We might have another, as unknown talent looking to push it to a game 3. Isles GT looking to join their other Isles GT team into the next round, as one shot, one goal, the difference between these two teams in this tournament.
And as I said, the winners here, if Isles GT goes on, they'll be facing Legacy in round number 3. And to my knowledge, we're going to be bringing you that action today, Brandon, which is really exciting.
Absolutely. So we will crown a champion potentially here today, and it's what you love to see. All of these teams in a rhythm, feeling it. The boys are buzzing, as the kids say, and we'll go into some extra period hockey. Who will buzz their way to an overtime victory? Isles GT trying to clinch the series. Unknown talent trying to push it to an all-decisive game 3. Cohen with the puck on his stick. He's the one that tied this game up. Goes down low, finds Cohen! He scores! Isles GT wins it in overtime. They move on to the quarterfinals, and who else but Cohen yet again to get the job done.
Cohen, with all of the goals and all of the glory, moves his team on to round 3. Isles GT Orange team. Oh my goodness. Wow.
And a comeback from Isles GT. They scored with under a minute to go in the third period to tie it up. They score less than 5 minutes into overtime. And, you know, Nick, I know you said that Cohen maybe not a set fat a set player, so to speak, in this ILSG team squad, but I noticed his threes, but he might be getting some looks on the Sixers side. 6 goals for ILSGT, the orange team rather, all of them from Cohen.
If the administrators over there, if the organization's not watching Cohen right now, or if they weren't watching him before, they're sure as heck watching him now. I think that's a responsibility for at least a bench spot somewhere on the virtual ice for ILSGT. Heck of a performance so far through 4 games, winning all 4 games and getting 6 goals in one series of 2 games. MVP of the tournament so far, I think, for Cohen.
Oh, most definitely. He has been absolutely phenomenal for this ILSGT team as they win that series 2-0 and move on to face the winner between Legacy and Superstars, a series that is yet to be decided because we will have an all-decisive Game 3, Nick. The first Game 3 we have seen. We've had some close games, but they've all been sweeps. Now, it's do or die time.
Yeah, we got to take a look at what's happening on that side of the ice here shortly, and I think we could do that right now. We can go out to Region, and I think we have him ready. Yeah, they're in the midst of their game right now. It is 2-1 for Legacy in this series-deciding matchup here, Brandon. So I think we shouldn't wait any further. I think I should hit the button. I think I should hit this refresh, and we should get you down to ice level, with a goal being scored as soon as I did it.
The good luck charm, to say the least. Nifty, he's not camera shy. He wanted to score for the audience here right when we switched to the game. Legacy with a 2-1 lead, and I believe that will make it 3-1 with that middle of the second period goal from Nifty, his second. As Superstars looking to find some answers, reeling a little bit between Game 2 and now in Game 3. As Saucy will take this one up. Trying to find something Flame with it, goes backhand, forehand. Guessing right was the Legacy goaltender to make that big save. What a play from this dude Roll to deny that one from Flame. As Superstars will look to regroup, though, working in the offensive zone. Flame with it. Works it back to the point. Finds his way to the left defenseman. Shot and scored. And just like that, Superstars cut the lead back to 1 on the stick of the left defenseman in Region. Pushing it up. Going a little bit further into the offensive zone. Finding the space and putting it in. And Nick, man oh man, action aplenty as we switch in this game.
Yeah, we're trying to keep up with everything going on here, and wouldn't you know it, I mean, there's so much happening.
Oh man, that might be an understatement as Superstars trying to find the tying answer. Region taking it up, looking for space or an option. Couldn't find it. Flame gets some space. Chance looks backhand. Big save by Roll. Denying the breakaway save from Flame. Legacy looking to counter. They take it in. Turned over. Flame with some space. Defense does a good job getting back, and he'll have to go back and reset. Finds Region. The latest goal scorer gives it back to Flame for the one-timer, but it's blocked in the slot. Goes to Saucy, and it'll find its way down low, and Riverboat Ron will reset things. Breaks it out to Nifty. Dumps and goes down low, and Superstars will pick that up with Region breaking it out. Saucy taking it in. Tries to hit Flame, couldn't connect, and it'll go back to Saucy off the bounce. Goes down low, and Nifty finds it for Legacy, and there's a scrum for the puck. Flame wins that one, goes up to the point to Region. Region looking for an option. Tries to find a look before the end of the period. He could not, but Superstars cut the deficit in half. But it's a 3-2 lead in a decisive Game 3 for Legacy.
This is what it all comes down to. I mean, Legacy's got to really kind of shake off what happened in their previous game and kind of work towards moving forward. And they know what's staring at the other side, or staring at them on the other side of this, no matter what happens with the winning.
Absolutely, and both of these teams having to overcome adversity to win this series. Nevertheless, we talked about that game one, Legacy having a 4-1 lead going into the third period. Superstars, they let up that goal from the defensive zone, a slap shot from Riverboat Ron that went in from the defensive zone, but nevertheless, Superstars found the way, came back in that game one in overtime, and then in game two, Legacy dominant throughout that game. And now in this one, game three, winner go home. Pretty back and forth with Superstars controlling the time on attack, but Legacy taking advantage of their opportunities. As the third period of game three is underway, Legacy up 3-2, a spot in the quarterfinals on the line. Winner will face off against Isles GT, the orange team. We will refer them to as two Isles GT teams in this tournament. As Superstars looking to find a tying answer in the offensive zone. Flame with the puck on his stick. Finds Saucy. Couldn't get it on a clear look on net. It'll be dumped around. No icing will be called. Region will pick that up. Saucy with it with some space and some speed. Has a chance. Forehand. Couldn't squeak it past Raw. Had to stay sharp in a 2-on-1 now for Legacy on the other end. Nifty looking, gives it back, a big save, slap shot, one-timer, he scores! Nifty from Ovechkin's office makes it a 2-goal lead yet again for Legacy.
Nifty doing what we started to watch on the broadcast him do when we got here. Another goal from Nifty. And they are nifty. They're nifty gifties coming in the form of goals for his team to move on to the next round. And now a 2-goal lead for his club.
Nifty, ever so shifty. A great one-time play for Legacy to get that 2-goal lead yet again. And now Superstars really going to have to push the issues. They're on a 2-on-1. Saucy tried to get it, had a chance. Couldn't get the backhand play off clean. Riverboat Ron going up with it, took a big hit on the boards from Region. And now Superstars trying to capitalize. Saucy with it over the Flame. Shot on net, goes wide. It'll trickle its way back to the Superstars defensive zone, and an icing will be called with 10:24 to go here in the third period of Game 3.
Things winding down right now for time-wise for Superstars. Can they have another heroic comeback?
And that does benefit Legacy. Time is their friend with this 2-goal lead. Superstar is going to have to find a way to get themselves in this game. Nifty causes a turnover, has a chance. Backhand, big save! What a play there. Absolutely huge save by Price. And another breakaway chance. Riverboat Ron with a shot. He scores! A 3-goal lead in the third period for Legacy. They look on track to meet Isles GT in the quarterfinals.
That should be all she wrote here for Superstars. I don't think there's going to be a comeback here with how good Legacy is playing, but I've seen some crazy things happen. I've seen some crazy things happen not only today, but also in the Caps Gaming Showcase, so who knows?
Riverboat Ron rolling the dice, stepping up in the play, causing the turnover, and capitalizing on that breakaway chance. And Superstars now down by 3. Really have their work cut out for them, but 3 goals in 3 is not impossible. But just 5 minutes to do it is a chance and a score. Nifty with the patience finds the space and beats Price. It's 6-2 with 5:11 to go.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it now. I just said it before, but definitely said it now, Brandon. And that should be what does it for them. And a good series here by Legacy to come back and really push it forward for them.
A 4th goal for Nifty in this Game 3. Showing up in the big-time game for his team as they look on track to advance into the quarterfinals. We'll see if they can close this out. You would assume they should be able to with a little bit over 3 minutes to go on a 4-goal lead. But Nick, you kind of alluded to, we've seen crazy things happen. As a spot in round 3, the semifinals on the line. As Superstars looking to find something, a score to maybe get something going for themselves. A slap shot finds its way to Nifty Stick. Looking for some space. A nice move and a save by Price. Blocker side. But Legacy not too concerned with that. Just have to hold on to this lead with less than a minute to go. Eller finds it on his stick. Tripped up and falls down. And we will see a penalty shot for Legacy looking to build on this 4-goal lead. So you can get a look at the penalty right there, as it will be Eller on the penalty shot. Let's see what he's got. Nice stick movement, finds backhand, goes forehand, and he couldn't get past Price. And it will remain a 4-goal lead for Legacy, but they will get the offensive zone faceoff with 52.9 seconds to go. Faceoff 1 over to Eller. Legacy shot on net, save by Price in the glove. And he'll throw it out into the stick of Nifty, so Legacy will keep it in their zone. This Flame will cause the turnover on the hit. Eller pinned into his own zone, and he'll just keep this one, and he'll find his way up to Nifty. Chance here, tried to get the shot, but it goes wide. Scrum for the puck down low. It will go to Nifty. Finds its way to Eller. 20 seconds to go here in the third. Eller puts on a move, gets it up to Riverboat Ron. Tries to sauce it over to Nifty. Goes down low and is turned over into the stick of Region. 9 seconds to go. Superstar trying to just get a score on the board, as a chance there from Saucy saved. Another chance not on net, and that will do it. Legacy, a 6-2 win in Game 3. They will move on the next round to meet Isles GT, the orange team of Isles GT, into the semifinals matchup.
Yeah, good matchup here. Congratulations. And as we bring you back to the studio here, Isles and Isles, Night Shift, and now Legacy looking to punch their ticket into the finals here in this best of 5 round number 3, which is just about to get underway here for both squads. We'll have the game for you with Isles GT Blue and Night Shift for you in just a moment. But then also we have this Legacy versus Isles GT Orange coming up. So big matchups here. Only 2 more series left, and then we have the finals, Brandon. This could go any way.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to watch. Isles GT obviously hoping that they can have both teams meet in the finals if all goes well for them. But there's a few teams that have really been playing well here that they're going to have to get past. A team in Night Shift that has been dominant through this tournament. Yeah. You see Legacy playing well, fighting their way through a little bit of adversity. Really the first truly battle-tested team in terms of having to make a comeback, being down in the series 1-0 and winning the next 2. This is going to be really interesting. A lot of good teams left. All of them kind of getting in different ways. So it's going to be interesting. The best teams, I feel like, have made it. And now, when you win those first 2 rounds, you just feel that little bit closer. And you kind of start to get that feeling, there's a chance we can win this thing.
Absolutely. So there's a chance to win things. There's a chance for greatness. And there's a chance for really good food, Brandon. So I know you're sitting at home going, I wonder if I'm a person that lives in the greater DMV area in or near Baltimore or DC, what should I get? And I know I was going to go for a double cheeseburger, but I think there's a better deal out there, Brandon.
Oh, most definitely. As great as the burgers are, how about you go and make sure to grab yourself a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries for just $9.99 in the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming 3's challenge, being this weekend, and as well as April 23rd through 24th at participating McDonald's locations throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shore area. So make sure you go to the McDonald's app if you are in the DMV area in DC, Baltimore, Eastern Shores, and get yourself that great $9.99 deal. 20-piece chicken McNugget, 2 large fries, a lot of food, a lot of deliciousness. And we have to make sure to thank our amazing sponsor at McDonald's DMV for sponsoring us here at the Caps Gaming 3's Challenge.
We love it, man. But that's not all. I mean, go get some food right now because the action is about to pick up, right?
Oh, yeah. Action is about to pick up as we get our games underway in a bit, as we take a short break here for a minute, and we're going to be right back. 2 rounds down, a few more to go. We will crown a champion here today. The Caps Gaming 3's showcase right here at twitch.tv/capitals. Stay right here. Action coming up soon. Do not go away. Welcome back to the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge presented by McDonald's, DMV, and powered by Rival Gaming. My name is Brandon Bigsby, aka B Major. The man to my left, the good friend Nick DeMayo, F5 Penguin, as we enter round 3 of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge. And Nick, we've seen a lot of action, we've seen a lot of close games, but here we are, just 4 teams remain.
We're not going to waste any time either with these 4 teams. We're going to jump into the action literally right now. We have games happening, so let's get you out to those games. Brandon, let's set the stage.
Let's set it up as Isles GT Blue versus Night Shift, Isles GT Orange versus Legacy. We've only seen one series go to all 3. That was Legacy winning versus Superstars in round 2. It was the game that you just saw a few minutes ago before we went to our short break, as we will move our way over into our first round 3 matchup, as it's been really fun to kind of watch these teams play out, and we've seen a lot of close games. I expect the intensity to really ramp up, as we kind of touched on it a little bit before we went to break. But Nick, these teams, these players, starting to taste it a little bit more like a salty McDonald's fry. Victory in the cusp of a championship, a little bit closer for all these guys.
I like what you did there for sure. And yeah, you're absolutely right when it comes down to chomping at the bit. 4 teams remaining to walk away with their lion's share of the prize pool. And as luck would have it, Brandon, the Isles Blue team at the top of the bracket that we've been calling Isles Blue for this whole time are wearing the orange alternates. So let's get you down to that action right now at the top of the bracket. Here we are.
Oh, it's funny how that goes. It's ever so funny how that goes. But hey, we're here for it. We might be broadcasters, but we love a good fashion sense. You love the all orange jerseys, as Isles GT Blue or orange or whatever you may prefer, I guess, at this point.
So we're just going to have to call them, we're going to have to call them Isles 1 because they're at the top of the bracket, and Isles 2 at the bottom of the bracket because they're at the bottom of the bracket, and that's how people count. So that's where we're at now.
We'll go with that. we're going to go with that then. So Isles GT1 up 2-0 here over Night Shift. Isles GT1 had that bye in round 1, as J-Claws moving up. A nice little play, leaving the puck deep there. Could not convert, however, to beat the goaltender in Vanks. And Vanks, that's going to be a fun matchup. This Isles G team going against Vases. Fisher on the breakaway, trying to go forehand, couldn't convert. Great job getting back there by the defenseman, as they'll go back and try to make it off with his own chance. Fisher with it in front of his own net, no clear out. Making it up as Hendry Fisher tripped up on the play, and we will see a penalty shot for Fisher to try and make this a 3-0 game. As here we go, Fisher taking it up, looking for some space, goes forehand, backhand, and he scores! Beat Vanks clean on that one. A beautiful move and great patience there to go backhand, and Isles GT1 up 3-0 here in the middle of the second period. Fisher's first of this game 1. This is a best of 5 series, as well as the finals will be a best of 5. So have to win one more if you want to clinch the series, and Isles GT off to a great start here in the first game. Night Shift looking to respond, and a chance! Cross crease, and they score! Josh capitalizes to cut the lead back to 2 on a great cross crease play from Gary to Josh. 3-1 score now in favor of Isles GT.
We didn't see too many of those cross creases up to this point, but we are seeing it now. A good answer back after 3 unanswered goals by Isles GT1 here in this best of 5 round number 3. And man, wait for Josh to be there, and that's going to open up some room here. Obviously the 3s format will let you do some more cross creases. There's a chance here.
Big chance here. This is Hendry, gets the shot, he scores! He may be playing defense, but he'll step up in the play. A great breakaway play from Hendry to make the lead 3 yet again for the Isles GT squad.
Isles GT 1 back on a 3-goal lead. Man, that turnover right there from the half boards. Dangerous move if you're anybody, especially if you're Night Shift. Fisher now with a chance, and a good save there by Vanks. That's the type of play Vanks knows and he's known for, and he does it right there.
One of the sharpest goalies in the community, as we mentioned. He showed why right there. A huge save by Vanks to keep this a 3-goal lead, or a 3-goal deficit rather, for his team. And we will see a pause and more than likely a timeout called. As how about Isles GT? They kind of scored in a little bit of a sequence there, and right when Night Shift tried to get back into it, Hendry right back at him with a breakaway of his own.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you play against a team like Isles GT. I mean, they know how to win games. I mean, that's what they do. So you're gonna respond, and they're gonna go, okay, well, watch this, and then they respond in kind, and then you have to be behind the eight ball yet again. So a 3-goal deficit midway through the second. They got an uphill battle here, does Night Shift.
And they're looking to respond with 6:40 to go in the second period. Lots of time, 3 goals in a little over 26 minutes. Plenty feasible here, not just in 3s, but in 6s as well. So we'll see if they can make it happen, but a tough task against an Isles GT squad clicking on all cylinders as they work it into the offensive zone, as Gary will get it up to Josh. 2-on-1. Gives it up to Nicky Moose. Couldn't get the shot on that. Great defense by Hendry getting back. Hendry takes it up into the neutral zone, takes his time, and gives it back to J-Claws. Claws with the move, gives it back to Hendry, splits the defense. Hendry between the legs, couldn't beat Vanks, but a pretty move on that attempt from Hendry. As Night Shift will look to take it up, less than 2 minutes to go in the second period. That's Nicky Moose with it. Goes down to Josh. Josh will work it up to the point himself, using that LT move to create some space. Less than a minute to go. Fast minute here in the second period. As Hendry down on the ice. Keep that in mind as he picks himself up. 6 seconds left. J-Claws with it. Chance for Isles GT. He'll be stopped on the boards. Puck battle won by Gary. And that'll do it. Isles GT up 4-1 in the second period off of the goal by Hendry to extend their lead to 3 in the middle of that second intermission period.
Good period there. A strong period by Isles GT1. And, you know, that's kind of what you expect. Night Shift, though, not out of this, especially the best of 5. We've seen Night Shift, hey, if you recall, not too long ago in the Caps Gaming Showcase, Night Shift taking teams in upsets in the early rounds of the playoffs. So, no stranger to them being down, and they know how to come back. So we'll see what they can do here.
Absolutely, and you have to remember, we talked about names. How about this? Nicky Moose, Vanks, Dowdy. This is a good Night Shift team. Gary as well, a guy that maybe not all are as familiar with, but has really shown a lot here in this tournament through the first 2 rounds. This is a Night Shift team that I think they probably feel they can go in and shock this Isles G team, one team, when they're on their game. They have a little bit of work to do here in this third period of game 1, but 20 minutes of play, a long series to play, as this is the best of 5. So we'll see if Night Shift can work their way back here into the third period as we swap over to the other Isles GT squad as Legacy and Isles GT2 face off in game 1. Isles GT2 up 2-1 in the first period as Eller works this down low. Finds his way to the neutral zone as we're watching the view of Shekel, the star goaltender for this Isles GT team, as it'll be worked around and Nifty will pick it up here for Legacy. As he goes into the neutral zone and Eller will reset back to Riverboat Ron. Ron over to Eller. They work in the neutral zone, just trying to find that play that they can use to make the right option. Eller goes down low, has a little bit of space, goes back to the point to Riverboat Ron. Ron one-timer over to Nifty and a save by Shekel. Had to be sharp there, and he'll play it out. As Regs will go ahead and drain the timeout in a dangerous chance by Legacy to tie it up, but Shekel stays sharp, and it's a 2-1 lead for Isles GT2 going in the period number 2.
Yeah, a 2-1 lead. Legacy down but not out for sure. They have at least a little bit of a smaller battle than Night Shift does on the other side of the bracket, or at least at the top of the bracket there. So yeah, another chance here for Legacy. 3 shots apiece and a good-looking period for them.
I think Legacy, we kind of talked about how Night Shift, with the talent that they have, feeling like they can maybe win that series versus Isles GT1. I think Legacy with a similar confidence with the way that they have played, and like we said, having to overcome a little bit of adversity there in that round 2 series, finding a way to get through that, and we'll see if they can do the same here in game 2, down 2-1 as they will work it into the offensive zone. Eller with it, took a bump from Cohen, they'll find it to Nifty. Tried to work it back to the slot, but nothing there, but it will find its way back to the stick of Eller. Eller at the point, looking for an option, didn't have much. Great defense there by ILGT, stifling the offensive play there from Legacy as they'll work it back into the offensive zone after the reset. As it finds its way back to the neutral zone. Nifty with it. Finds its way past, finds Riverboat Ron, pass for the one-timer, and a save by Shekel yet again. As Regs will take it behind the net and move it up. Goes up to George. George with space for him. Backhand and a save by the goaltender. And it's another breakaway. Couldn't get it on net, and it goes behind the net, and Riverboat Ron will take it to the point. Our shot on net blocked by Regs, and it'll fly out of play. The lady from Shawinigan will take that one up, as one Doc Emmerich would say, and we will reset with an offensive zone face-off on the left side.
What a great series of events. Good sequence there, back and forth up the ice. Great saves by both goalies.
Both goalies stepping up big for both of these two teams, as a few big saves from Shekel and then another big save on the other end from Rawl. And the score somehow remains 2-1. It's a chance up to the slot. Nifty with it. Couldn't get a shot on net. As all three Isles GT skaters just collapsing in front of Shekel. As a chance here for Isles GT. George with it. Slows it down. Goes back to the point to Regs. And Regs will go down low and settle it down. He's bumped off the puck and it finds its way to George. George below the goal post, and it'll move its way up to the point to Regs. Regs with some space, working the point, and he'll go back and just reset with 7:30 to go in the second period. Halfway through this game one in round 3. Legacy versus Isles GT number 2. As Cohen will work it through on the boards, it finds its way to Regs, trying to get the shot on, but a save by Raw. Puck finds its way to Cohen. Tried to get the Regs, but the puck would not cooperate with a stick. Had to get it back. Nice little toe drag. Couldn't get the shot on. Good defense from Eller, and he'll pick the puck up.
Yeah, Eller there standing tall with a stick lift to slow down Regs. That was a 200 IQ move there.
As Eller with a shot is on, and he'll score! Beats Shekel after a few big saves. Legacy finally finds their way to a tie game as Eller puts it past Isles GT.
Well, I should have continued that conversation there. Eller from way back in his zone playing defense to an offensive big time move. What a play by Eller up and down the ice to tie this game.
It may be coach speak, so to say, but good defense often leads to good offense. We saw it from Eller right there. As Legacy tying this game up to 2 pieces, we lean towards the 60-minute mark here in the second period. That's Eller with it. He gives it over to Nifty. Puck turned over, finds its way over to Regs after the breakout from Cohen. Over to George. Shot saved by Rawl. 4 seconds to go. Maybe one more chance. Nifty will pick it up, clap it down, and that will do it for the second period as Legacy ties this thing up late on the stick of Eller. 2-2 going into the final 20 minutes.
I do like Legacy's decision to try to shoot that on net with the last couple of seconds like they did in the previous game to give them the insurance marker to punch their ticket into this round. I like the idea, but I don't think you're going to catch Shekel sleeping as easily as some other goalies in this tournament. So 2-2 though, third period action, game number 1. If you're Legacy, you got to be pretty happy with your results so far.
Absolutely, 2-2 with a great team in Isles GT too, that, like we said, similar to their Isles GT counterpart on the other side, championship aspirations and Legacy playing up to par, and it's kind of interesting. We saw Isles GT in a really close series with Unknown Talent where both games went to overtime. Looks like we're in for another close one, at least through the first 2 periods here with them and Legacy.
Yeah, for sure, and that's what teams like Legacy have to do when you're battling against Isles GT, no matter if it's 1-2 orange blue Llama Llama Red Pajama, doesn't matter. If you're facing Isles GT squad, you can't let the game run away from you early. If you do that, you're in for trouble. They responded nicely here. It's 2-2. They're in a good position to win game number 1.
And they will hope to win game number 1 as we are into the third period. Trying to get that one-timer, but here's Rex on a breakaway. Goes forehand and a diving poke check save by Raw to deny him. As it's a counter-attack here from Legacy. Slap shot couldn't connect. That was nifty on the one-timer. Shot on net couldn't go through, and Isles GT will calm things down. As this has been a very close game 1. Both teams just all over it, and a score for Isles GT. Right as we said, it's been close. A team finds their way to the lead. The defenseman in Regs finds the game-leading goal to make it 3-2.
Yeah, breaking open that tie here early on in the third period. Regs doing Regs things, and again, what is the answer to this? Patience. It's patience. So, you know, when you're a team like that, you have to have the ability to wait your chance. They did. They took a shot. Goalie slid over. Open net. 3-2 lead.
And a big glove save from Shekel. And we obviously talk about how good Isles GT is. And you don't just see it in 6s, but you see it in 3s too. But their ability to really be able to control the pace. They know when to speed it up. They know when to slow it down. It's like a good point guard in basketball. You know when to run it on the fast break. You know when to slow it down in the half court and set the offense. Isles GT, very similar. They will play run and gun with you and try to get those quick plays, but they know how to slow things down and take their time moving it up the ice, and they do so right there to make it a 3-2 lead as we start to inch towards the halfway mark in the third period. Legacy going to look for another tying mark. We'll see if they can get it. This is Cohen with it on his stick. Just taking his time with it as we mentioned him doing so well earlier, and he gets it over to Rex. Back over to Cohen. Back to George. Slap shot goes wide. Couldn't get it on net to Raw. Cohen with it, looking for an option. Has it below. Tried to get it back in front, but a nice defensive play from Legacy, but they can't get it out of their own zone. Down low to Cohen. Puts it past the post. Nice job from Raw being sharp. Not too clear on if that really went on net or not. But Isles GT will have to go back and reset. George back to Regs at the point. Looking for an option, finds Cohen. Cohen just being patient, waiting for the right play. He finds George. Gives it down to Regs, who pushes up a little bit, and it's a turnover. Nice job from Regs, though, getting back and causing a turnover of his own. Gives it over to Cohen, as George a little jumpy on that one. Maybe thought the pass was going to him, and now will be offsides with 4:43 to go here in the third period of game 1.
Yeah, time running out here, and Isles GT getting real methodical with their approach, which is what they like to do with the lead. They have it now, and they are just slowing things down. That's their favorite thing to do when they have a lead late in the game, and they're absolutely executing as they intend to right here.
And speaking of methodical, we will see a timeout, so a little bit of rest, a little bit of strategy potentially from both of these two sides as Legacy looking to find the tying score here in the last few minutes of the third period. Game 1 in round 3, if you were just now joining us. Isles GT number 2 versus Legacy. In this one, in the other matchup, Night Shift versus Isles GT team number 1, as we're back in action. A slap shot from Regs is saved by Raw. And Aller will take it back. Gives it over to Riverboat Ron, finds Nifty. Nifty takes it in, tries to find an option in front, nothing home. And here's a chance for Isles GT. They have numbers, 2-0. This is Regs, goes backhand, he scores! Beats the goaltender in Raleigh, had one option, and he took it to perfection, and that might just be the dagger for Isles GT. A 2-goal lead with just 2 minutes remaining.
2:22. Rick Ross would be proud. But nevertheless, veteran move there by Regs. We know what he likes to do. We know his game plan, and he just executed it. I mean, you kind of could predict what was going to occur, but veteran move against a team that, you know, not a lot of people know about and are looking to cement themselves as a name and maybe as their legacy to their namesake. But hey, for Isles GT doing exactly what they wanted to do with that positioning. 1 minute left now, and I just got to coast for a game 1 victory.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would definitely be quite the addition to the resume for Legacy to be able to knock off 1 or even potentially 2 of these Isles GT teams to win this tournament, but have to focus on Isles GTT number 2 as they're down by 2 here with less than a minute to go in the third in game 1. Regs just taking his time, and you mentioned the smarts of Isles GT. You know they're not going to do anything crazy. You know the situation they're in. They kind of just go down low, and it finds its way to the Riverboat Ron. 41 seconds to play. Legacy need to find an answer quick. Ron with it finds Nifty. Shot on that, save by Shekel. Trying to squeak its way through that 5-hole, but not having it was the goaltender in Shekel, and he'll hold with 34.8 to go. Faced off to the right side of Shekel. Tied up, and Regs will pick that up. Slap shot deep. He scores it!
Oh my gosh.
Wow, it looked like it was meant to be an Omaha play for George, but Regs says, I'll do it myself. All the way back from Long Island territory. We've seen it once, we'll see it again. A deep slap shot, and Regs makes it a 3-goal game.
Turnabout, fair play. It happened via Legacy, and now it happened to Legacy, and Isles going, no, we can do that too.
Wow, what a shot from Regs to bury that one from way downtown into his own defensive zone, puts it in, and Isles GT, if there was any doubt, that right there put it to rest. There's 10 seconds left. Eller with it, maybe looking to pad the score a little bit. A little between the legs deke won't go, and that will do it. Isles GT number 2 win game 1 over Legacy 5-2 in a best of 5. They take the series lead 1-0.
You know, when it comes to me saying from downtown, from all those like deep offensive zone goals from the blue line, I don't think I can say that anymore, Brandon. I mean, that is a downtown goal. More downtown than Julie Brown. I can't ever say downtown anymore if the shot comes from inside the blue line. Just not allowed to.
Yeah, just a deep shot, to say the least, there from Regs. And you know what's interesting? You feel for a goalie in that situation. You have to remember, you just don't expect that shot more times than not. And whether it was according to plan or not, Regs doesn't care. It's a goal on the board, a hat-trick goal for him there as well. As you can see it, all the way from the opposite face-off circle, puts that one through to close the game out. As once again, final score, Isles GT number 2 winning game 1 5-2 over Legacy. As both Isles GT teams looking strong. Neither have lost the game yet.
Indeed, not lost a game yet. They're moving up the ladders, they're moving up the ranks, they're doing it methodically, and they're getting their wins, which is really what all matters in this situation.
Absolutely, as both teams sweeping in their best of 3 series in round 2. They both had the round 1 bye, and they've looked sharp. You can see that the rest didn't really affect them much, as Legacy will look to regroup here in game 2 and Night Shift as well, as we will go back into the studio with myself, Brandon Bigsby, aka B Major, Nick DeMeo, aka F5 Penguin to my left. And we are here, round 3, last 4 teams left, and the Isles GT teams sweeping clean in the game 1s here for our semifinals matchups.
Yeah, we're not going to wait much longer on getting you back into the action. I mean, this is what we came to do. If you're Rihanna, this is what you came for. We're going to bring you back out. Isles GT 1 in their second game against Night Shift. Or sorry, I think this is their first game against Night Shift, right?
Game number 1 or 2, I believe. We had a little bit of issues with the stream earlier.
Yeah.
I believe this is game number 2, but
that's right. You're right. This is game number 2.
Double check and get confirmation.
And they're in second period action right now. So gear in, gear up, and we got you for the action. But you're right. This is game number 2 here between these two clubs.
As J-Claws works it through the boards, as Isles GT up 1-0 in the series. Shot on that. Sharp save from Vanks, and he'll play it out. Falls a mistake of Hendry. Gets out the Claws up to Fisher, and another big save by Vanks. And this time he'll just go ahead and hold this, as it is 0-0 into the second period. Night Shift looking to win a pivotal game 2, down 1-0 in the series. The supposed swing game, as may call it. As some may call it, as face-off won by Isles GT, and it'll be turned over. Nicky Moose with it. Nicky has the speed. looking for an option. Gives it over to the slot and does not go. Looked like it may have went wide. And J-Claws comes in for GT, and it's a tripping penalty, and Fisher will take a penalty shot.
Fisher with a penalty shot coming up here. We know what Fisher can do on penalty shots, so expect more of the same. Patience here.
He scored on 2 or 3 of them today. He'll look for another, and he will not be able to. The diving poke check from Vanks trips up Fisher. Ironically, he will not get a look, and the score will remain 0-0.
0-0. You put out the soccer reference. I like it.
Hey, we have to switch it up every now and then. We have to keep it fresh, as icing avoided by Nicky Moose, speeding his way to get to that one. Shot on net, saved by a reject. Not allowing that one to sneak past him. Taking up his Isles GT. Hendry tried to squeak that over to Fisher. Couldn't get to him. Night Shift takes it up. Couldn't get a look in the slot, as Hendry will just calm things down and wait for the space to make a play, just zigzagging between the ice and the boards, and it will not work out for him. Turned over to the stick of Josh. Finds his way back to Isles GT, then right back to Gary of Night Shift, and he will go back and reset. A very calm few minutes after what was a little chaotic there in the middle of this period as we reach past the halfway point of this game. Nicky Moose down low behind the net, looking for an option. Tied up behind the net by Hendry. It'll be turned over to the stick of J-Claws. Gets it over to Fisher. Hendry jetting up the right side, but he goes to J-Claws. J-Claws uses the angle, gives it to Hendry. Shot on that goes wide. Couldn't get it on Vanks, and Gary will pick it up. Tried to go deep over to the left board, but he couldn't find him. And it'll go to Hendry. Hendry shot on that backhand, couldn't find it. Looked like it hit the side of the post. And he'll get another look. Another shot on that. That one saved by Vanks off of the stick of Fisher. And now Nicky Moose will take it. Josh with it. After it went off of the stick of Nicky, and it'll be reset by Gary and set back into the Night Shift defensive zone. Under 4 minutes to go. Still no score for either side. Goes up to Josh, up to Nicky Moose. Chance here, saved by reject off of the backhand shot from Nicky. And Isles GT will try to go up here and respond on the counterattack. Fisher gives it up to Hendry. Hendry with it turned over to Nicky Moose. Josh taking it for Night Shift under 2 minutes to go. Now 1 minute to go. Fast minute here in the second period. Turned over, and the puck will trickle its way to the neutral zone. J-Claws tried to take it up. He had a breakaway, but it's a penalty shot for Night Shift. It'll be Nicky Moose on this one, the captain for this Night Shift team. Nicky Moose, chance to take the lead. Looks, gets a move, doesn't get the look. A flying poke check from reject. A little bit of a taste of their own medicine after Vanks did it, and the score still tied at 0.
And the flying poke checks on both sides of the ice now. You got to wonder what's going to be next for another, if there is another. Oh my goodness gracious. I was going to say if there's another penalty shot, but it won't matter right now. Late stage goal here. Josh again putting it on his stick, and they get the lead here.
And a great play from Josh. And you know, Nick, we talked about it. Great offense comes from great defense. Night Shift causing the turnover. They hemmed the Isles GT in their own zone, caused that turnover, and Josh capitalized on it as Isles GT looking to respond, got the shot on net, but couldn't get the second look as the late goal from Night Shift gives them the first goal of the lead, or the first goal of the game, and the lead going into the third period, 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0, and it's 1-0 for Isles GT number 2 here in the first period of game number 2, but Nifty just tied it in the first period. It's 1-1 on the other side of this bracket.
So Isles GT team 1 and 2 having to earn their keep here in their respective series. We saw Isles GT in the last game, team number 2, really have to work their way to beat Night Shift. And now Legacy making their other Isles GT team work for it. So a lot of competition here. Isles trying to make it an all Isles finals here in the Caps Gaming 3's challenge. Legacy and Night Shift, however, trying to earn their place in as we go into the third period of game 2. Night Shift up 1-0 in this game, down 1-0 in the series. Looking to tie the series at 1 apiece going into a pivotal game 3. The shot on net goes wide. Josh will pick it up. Nicky Moose will take it in. Nicky with some space, tried to pass it out. A nice save there as Josh got that shot off. But the man in the goaltender of Reject was all over it. Face off to the left side of Reject. Face off one to Gary for Night Shift. Nicky Moose with it, back to Gary at the point, back to Nicky. Nicky tried to get the shot on net, couldn't get a clear look at it. As Fisher will take it up and give it to Hendry. Hendry will self-pass off of the board. There's nothing wrong doing it yourself if you can make it work. And it'll find its way to Claus. Claus looking for some space, didn't have anything, took a tripping penalty, and it'll be a penalty shot here for Isles GT and a chance to tie this game up. You get a look at the penalty on Nicky Moose there, just a trip from behind. As here we go, J-Claws going fast, slows down, stops on a dime, tried to get past Vanks, but a sharp save, read it like a book, and he keeps his Night Shift squad in the lead.
They were expecting that flying poke check, didn't get it. And a great save by Vanks, playing a little bit of mental mind games here with the Isles GT squad.
And you can see the mind games as well from J-Claws doing that stop and go. He was going at a rapid pace, full speed as if he was on a breakaway. And then all of a sudden he just slammed the brakes. A chance here for Night Shift. Trying to get it over to Josh. Nicky Moose did, but couldn't connect. Now here's Isles GT on the counter. Fisher with it on his stick. Gives it to Hendry. Shot on that. Couldn't connect with Vanks as Nicky Moose picked that one up clean. Slap shot across. The icing will be beat by Gary, who's pushing up as the defenseman. Couldn't get anything as it's turned over. Hendry will push the issue now. Has Fisher with him. Takes his time, tried to get it over to J-Claws. He couldn't connect, and he'll go into the neutral zone and reset things with 10 minutes to go here in the third period. Isles GT up 1-0 in the series, down 1-0 in game 2. Nicky Moose takes it up. Tried to find a pass, but Fisher was the only one in the lane for them. Unfortunately, it's a turnover cause. Couldn't pick the puck up as Josh had a good chance there. Hendry will get it on his stick. Waiting, looks, finds Fisher on the slap shot. He scores. The Hendry to Fisher connection strikes again, and it's a tie game for Isles GT.
Tie game, Isles GT doing Isles GT things, and it's like we said it 400 times already. Fisher, the man himself, gets this back to square.
The dynamic duo that have played together for so long in Hendry and Fisher show up big to tie this one up with a little bit over 7 minutes to go. And now Night Shift going to have to do what they did originally once again and find the goal to take this lead back. Isles GT taking it up. This is Fisher up the right boards, trying to find the center, and he couldn't. Did it himself, and he made it work. Fisher with 2 goals in a matter of 2 minutes, and in a matter of moments, Isles GT from down 1-0 to up 2-1 here in this game 2.
Man, Fisher really not taking this lying down here. And wow, what a just not a surprise here from Fisher. This is what he does. When the time needs to happen, when the game is on the line, Fisher will always come through, and he does so right there.
The phrase, big-time players show up in big-time games. There's no doubt that Fisher is a big-time player. There's no doubt that he shows up in big-time games. He does so yet again. Isles GT up 2-1 with 5:53 to go as he was looking for J-Claws originally, but the option wasn't there. Improvises another goal for Isles GT. A beautiful move from Hendry and a 2-goal lead for Isles GT. 3 goals in 3 minutes.
I don't have any words at this point with what's happening right now. Hendry.
What a goal from Hendry. A beautiful move. A 2-goal lead for Isles GT. And if they can hold on, they are on their way to a 2-0 series lead in this best-of-5 series. In round 3 of the Caps Gaming 3 Showcase presented by McDonald's DMV, powered by Rivals. as we will show the beautiful dual box. We have two games going on. Why not give them both some love? Isles GT number 1 and Night Shift on the top left. Bottom right of your screen, Legacy and Isles GT number 2 as a goal for both. Hendry on the top left of your screen makes it 4-1, and on the bottom right, Legacy ties it up 2-2 versus Isles GT number 2. Action aplenty here in the Caps Gaming 3's challenge. It's less than a minute to go between Isles GT number 1 and Night Shift. And it looks like we might have had a disconnect with less than a minute to go. Isles GT were up 4-1 in that one, and you'd assume they should be able to take that one home, and we will update that as soon as we have it. But our attention turns to the bottom right, and we will go into the full screen, or excuse me, we'll actually go into the studio for that one. Brandon Bixby and Nick DeMayo here at the Caps Gaming 3's challenge here at twitch.tv/Capitals, and both Isles GT teams looking strong. Legacy trying to give Isles GT number 2 a test, but Isles GT number 1 up 2-0 in their series and one game away from the finals.
Yeah, they're looking to sweep that series if they can pull it off. It definitely would be a great effort for them. No surprise for them either, but we're going to get you right back out. Second period action of game number 1 between Legacy and Isles GT. Second period action happening game number 2. Second period action happening. Isles GT2 versus Legacy. Let me get you out to that game right now, as things are just, lots of action happening as we move forward in this process.
Lots of action, and we promised it. I think it's safe to say these games have delivered as a close game here, 2-2 with less than 2 minutes to go in the second period. A lot of twos, so hope you can keep count, but nevertheless, Isles GT number 2, that was not intended. Trying to work it into the offensive zone. That's Cohen with it. He dumps it down low. Riverboat Ron with the slap shot deep. Maybe trying his luck there. They already got one. He was the one that scored that goal. It was a chance down low. Doesn't get on net for Shekel. And the end of the second period, a tie game, 2 apiece. And Legacy with the tying goal late in the second period as we go into the third. Remember, Isles GT up in this series, 1-0.
Yeah, Isles up 1-0. Now they got the lead. They're tied going into the next period here. And yeah, our series are moving along here pretty quickly, which I love to see. I know you love to see it too, Brandon, but we're going to have a winner at the end of this broadcast.
We will have a winner. We will crown a champion. Remember, a $3,000 total prize pool between our two tournaments, the one today and the one April 23rd through 24th. Today is $1,500. The winner of this tournament will get $1,000 of that share. The runner-up gets $500. So regardless of who wins these two series, the winner will get a chunk of that prize pool. Just gonna have to see who will get that grand to see who will be crowned the champion. As I know Isles GT, they would love to take all of the $1,500 home, but they have some work to do here. Isles GT number 2 does a tie game, 2-2 into the third period. They're up 1-0 in the series. Legacy looking to tie it in this best of 5 as Rags will work it up, offsides warning, and it'll be touched up by Cohen to call for a whistle. As the face-off will be to the right side in the neutral zone. Cohen and Nifty, the two centermen. Cohen will get the best of him on that face-off, but the puck possession nevertheless will find its way over to Legacy as Nifty will carry it up. Finds its way over to Eller. Trying to work past Rags, couldn't do so as he bumps the puck out of him and it ends up on the stick of Cohen. Isles going quick. Rags goes on a stick, gives it back to Cohen at the point, takes his time, looking for something, couldn't have anything. As here we go, Ron with a chance. Riverboat Ron waiting for his teammates to come back, look for the pass across, but nobody home. And Cohen will pick that up, and Isles GT will try to counter. Rags with it over to Cohen, shot on net, blocked by Nifty, didn't get a look. And now Legacy look for a chance. Nice pick there by Rags, and he'll stay in the offensive zone for Isles GT. Beautiful move, and Rags scores. What a play!
Rags on top of the world right now. What a beauty of a goal from the defenseman. That is why he's one of the best 1v1, 3v3, and 6v6 players on Earth right now.
Regs putting him on spin cycle and giving Isles GT the lead. Cohen trying to extend it, gives it to George. Couldn't get a look as they'll look for it down low, and Cohen will take it back up to the point with Regs. They'll reverse and alternate spots, gives it to George, doesn't get a look, trying to go to Regs, and Regs will end up getting it back. Regs shot on net, saved by Rawl, and Nifty will take it down low. Legacy looking for another tying answer. It's in the neutral zone. Regs with it on his stick as he enters the offensive zone. Cohen, a shot goes wide past Rawl. Ron will pick it up and break it out. Nifty with it in the neutral zone. It will be turned over, and Regs will find his way to the puck. Regs finds some space, gives it back over to George. Couldn't get that shot on cleanly, so it's blocked. Nifty taking it in for Legacy. 7 minutes to go here in the third. Time starting to tick down for Legacy. Trying to tie the series at 1 apiece. Isles GT up. As Legacy will break it out. Nifty with it. Eller between the legs. Pass George. Almost squeaked that past Shekel, but it just goes wide. And a penalty shot drawn. It will be Cohen with an opportunity to extend this lead. As you can see, a replay of the penalty, and it will be Cohen. Speeds up, stops on a dime, drew the flying poke check, read it before he did it, and Cohen with another goal. It's a 2-goal lead for Isles GT. Beats Rawl on the penalty shot, and it's 4-2 with 5 minutes to go. First goal of the game for Cohen, who has been a bona fide scorer in this tournament today for this Isles GT number 2 team. Finds his way on the score sheet yet again, and now Legacy really gonna have to make something happen here and quick with 3 minutes to go at a 2-goal deficit. Isles GT with it. Cohen breaking it out to Regs. Regs has George with him, takes the shot, glove saved by Rawl. George picks it up, under 2 minutes to go now. Isles GT just holding the possession. Regs tried to get the shot on net, but it was blocked by Eller. Eller gets it over to Ron. Finds his way back to Eller and will be offsides with under a minute to play, and a timeout will be called. 2-goal lead for Isles GT, trying to hold on with 58 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here for Legacy to get back into this one, and if they go down 2-0 as well, we could very well be looking at a Isles versus Isles GT matchup. And I'll tell you what, if they switch jerseys each color, each game, I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry on stream right now. I'll just say it.
Oh boy, we do not want sadness. It's a happy time as Isles GT won both games 1 and 2. They're looking to clinch the series versus Night Shift. Isles GT trying to join them in that conversation. 58.1 to go. We'll see if they can hold on, or if Legacy maybe has a trick or two up their sleeve. As Rags will just hold on to it. He finds the space to give it to George. George to Cohen, and he scores on the cross crease. And if there was a shade of doubt, that put it to rest. Cohen with 2 goals in the last couple of minutes. A 3-goal lead for the Isles guys.
3 goals under a minute. That's probably going to be all she wrote for game number 2 for Legacy, as both Isles teams have not lost so far in this tournament.
Undefeated are all of the Isles teams. They entered 2 teams in this tournament we talked about earlier in the Open. Both of them seen as potential favorites. Both of them having to go through some challenges and some good teams. And both of them just doing it in style with 23 seconds to go here in game 2 and round 3. As a breakaway chance here, Riverboat Ron with a look. Tries to beat Shekel, but a solid blocker's side save. Didn't move a bit. And the puck finds itself down low. Clear it out by Regs. 5 seconds to go. Nifty takes it up. Eller, offsides warning. George will pick it up. He'll clap it down. And that is all she wrote for game number 2. Isles GT 2 win game 2, 5-2, with a 2-0 lead in the series over Legacy.
A good win there as we go to the dual box. You see it happening in front of you. Best of 5, Isles GT 2-0 in each series, looking to clinch and go to the finals, and then you got to wonder who wins, Isles or Isles.
I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and I know Jordan is definitely somewhere watching this, and he is just absolutely grinning, looking at his Isles GT guys play the way they have been, and both of them one win away from matching up against one another in the finals here in the Caps Gaming Threes Challenges. Our next two game threes will get underway here shortly as we see a couple of the final replays from that Isles GT and Legacy matchup, a 5-2 victory for the Isles GT number 2 team. And, you know, Nick, we kind of talked about it coming in. Both these two teams, they expected to win. They've done plenty of that, to say the least.
They really have. They've done everything they needed to do to win. I mean, you don't lose a game. You can't really complain too much about where that sits for you. So if you're Isles, I mean, you're feeling pretty good. If you're Night Shift, though, you're not out. I mean, that's the thing, too. One win at a time, one goal at a time, one period at a time. Same thing if you're Legacy. So plenty of action still left here before we wrap things up. And then we got to get into the finals. And that could be a very interesting and fun run, depending on who we see in the finals. But I know there's some favorites. I know there's some ideas of who might make it. So that's going to be interesting to watch as well.
Absolutely. And Night Shift, a team that has been around. They have played in plenty of playoff series of their own on the Sixes side. So they're used to being able to have to play in these tight games and having to play their best hockey. And Legacy, we've seen some good things from them as well. So two talented teams that Isles GT have brought out, but the job not done yet. Still have to win one more against a very formidable opponent. As you want to know what else is good despite winning? McDonald's.
You're right.
Chicken nuggets, burgers, fries. And speaking of chicken nuggets and fries, how about you make sure to grab yourself a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries for just $9.99 in the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming 3's challenge, being this weekend as well as April 23rd through 24th at all of our participating McDonald's throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shore area. So thank you again to our sponsor at McDonald's DMV. And Nick, I don't know about you, but all this food sounds good. It's making me kind of hungry.
I'm so hungry. This broadcast day has been a crazy one so far. I'm ready to go get some chicken nuggets. I hope you are too. But I know we got some more games to call before we get to that point.
Can't chow down yet. We still have some business to take care of as 2 game threes coming up here in just a few minutes as Isles GT number 1 face off against Night Shift. Isles GT number 2 face off against Legacy. Both Isles teams looking to punch their ticket into the finals with one more victory. And you know, Nick, obviously we're a couple of hours in now. We've gone through rounds 1 and 2, and we're a good bit through round 3. Seen a lot of action. It's been a lot of fun to call, and seen a little bit of everything. Comebacks, we've seen blowouts, we've seen close games, we've seen not comebacks, but we've seen all the way from the defensive zone slap shots 3 different times, breakaways, penalty shot saves. I mean, what more can you ask for in what we have seen here? And we're not even done yet.
We're not even done yet. We don't know what's going on. It's insane. It's going to be the finals coming up soon. We got to get through a game 3 here. Man, what a day. What a day to be alive here in some threes challenge action here on twitch.tv/capitals for sure.
As many have said, it's a great day for hockey. It's a great day for virtual hockey as the Caps Gaming 3's challenge. And once again, we won't be done after today. Make sure to come back right here, twitch.tv/capitals, April 23rd through 24th. We will be doing the same tournament, but for the Xbox Series S/X. So make sure that you come back here for that here in a few weeks, as Caps Gaming just doing so much here within the NHL community, running these tournaments between the Caps Gaming Showcase, the Caps Gaming Invitational last year, now the Caps Gaming 3's Challenge. There's so much going on here, and can't thank everyone enough behind the scenes at Caps Gaming, at Monumental Esports for everything that they're doing to continue to elevate everything within the NHL esports scene.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to thank all of our partners and sponsors so far as we get geared up for this next round. Or the next games rather. And yeah, it's been a fun time. It's been a fun time.
Yeah, it's been a fun time. It's been fun calling you with you. And like we said, a couple more games potentially here for this round 3, and maybe even a little bit further. We'll see if Night Shift and Legacy can maybe fight back a little bit and make things interesting in their series. And if we find ourselves to a sweep, we're right on to the finals in what should be a almost storybook ending with the two Isles GT teams meeting up. But like we said, they have some business to take care of first, have to take care of Legacy and Night Shift before they can start thinking too far ahead as we get our games going and underway here in just a few minutes. And Nick, I gotta say, there's been a couple players that have really stood out, but somebody that I think has been absolutely great, especially for Isles GT too, Cohen, just feels like he's been all over the ice, playing with Regs, playing with George, but feels like he's been the most notable of most of the three.
Yeah, he had 6 goals in 3 or 4 games or whatever it was, and they were all the goals at one point. I think he scored 5 in a row. What else can you ask for a player that maybe not a lot of people know, but he's certainly made an impact for his Isles squad here in this tournament.
Absolutely, and it's interesting because obviously Isles GT, both teams kind of having that expectation to come in and not just compete, but win the championship. But they've been tested a little bit. You have to give some credit to these teams such as Night Shift, such as Unknown Talent, such as Legacy that have pushed what is a top organization to the brink a couple of times. We saw Isles GT number 2 won both games in overtime against Unknown Talent. If a player or two goes differently, we could be talking about Unknown Talent being in the semifinal right now.
Yeah, they were not too far away from maybe closing out a win and eking one out here and there, but the resiliency of what Isles can do. I mean, I've said it like 4 times on this broadcast so far, but that's literally their bread and butter is if the game is close, then that's it. Then that's what it looks like for them. So they can close the door and shut it down. So, not surprising to see Isles GT doing what they do, and now they're split across 2 teams, and that's even more so the case. So just really exciting to see how good these players can be as they play in this 3s tournament, which is a different kind of game than their 6s.
Absolutely. And, we said in the open, obviously 3s and 6s, they're so different. But the thing with 3s, you kind of get to see a little bit more of that skill showcase. And we'll see more of that skill in that flash showcase here in a little bit as we do get our games underway. Night Shift and Isles GT the number 1, Isles GT number 2, and Legacy facing off in the semifinals, both looking to clinch their spots into the finals with one more victory in what is a best-of-5 series, both for these semifinals and for the finals matchup here. Now, we coming up here tonight, so make sure you stick with us. And a big thank you to our viewers here for sticking with us as well. What we do would not be possible without you guys watching, and it's been fun being able to call this, Nick, and like we said, got a lot more to go here.
Yeah, and I like these new digs, man. I tell you what, I feels comfortable being in this red and blue environment that we're in, and I guarantee you, if you come back in a couple weeks here in the next tournament that we do, there'll be even more fun surprises on the doorstep for you. But for now, Game 3, time to take you back down to ice level.
That is right. You've heard enough of our voices and our jabber. It's time for some hockey, a Game 3 between Legacy and Isles GT team number 2. Isles GT up 2-0 in the series, looking to clinch their spot into the finals, while Legacy looking to pull off what will be the comeback of all comebacks potentially. They'll have to win 3 straight to get themselves into the final round. We'll see if they have it in them to do so as we get Game 3 underway. That's the lineups for both sides. Isles GT, Shekel and net with Cohen at center. George at left wing, Regs at left D, while for Legacy, Nifty at center, Eller at wing, Riverboat Ron at defense, and this dude Roll between the pipes in net as we are underway in the first period of Game 3 as a wraparound chance and a quick score. It's George. What a great goal there to get the scoring started early.
They are doing it early for sure. Look at that. A huge goal out of the gate there to make this one an early 1-0 lead.
George wasting no time to get the scoring started. Not even a full 90 seconds in, and Isles GT up 1-0, and Legacy gonna have to reel things back in after that early strike. As they'll try to work it into the offensive zone, they'll dump it down low. It'll be picked up by Rex. He'll slap it deep. He has George, but it's picked up by Rawl before he could get it, and he'll freeze it to go in for an offensive zone faceoff for the Isles. Face off to the right side of Raw, to the left side of your screen. Face off tied up. It is won by Cohen. Takes it up to the point, gives it up to Regs. Regs looks, puts it on net. Maybe Cohen with a tip potentially, but Raw was all over it. And he'll clear that out over to Eller. Eller gives it up to Riverboat Ron. Ron with it, keeps the puck despite losing it there for a quick second, and he'll give it back up to the point to Eller. Eller dumps it down low, tried to give it up to Nifty, but he couldn't get there before Regs. George taking it up. Looking for an option, has Cohen with him. Looked like he tried to go to the point to Regs, but could not connect, and it'll go all the way back to the Isles defensive zone, and they'll reset things there with 12 minutes to go in the first. Up to the boards to George. George with a chance, tried to get it up. Regs with it, shot on net, blocked by a flying Eller on that one, just blocking that chance. And speaking of Eller, he'll come back through on the other side. Up to Ron. Shot on net, pad saved by Shekel. He'll swallow that up and hold it for a whistle.
Good save by Shekel after some chaos on the other side of the ice there. They were trying to bury that lead to a 2-goal lead, but they couldn't pull it off. And now still 1-0 here. Good defensive zone faceoff win.
Faceoff won by Cohen, and Regs will slow things down and give it back to George. The two Isles defensive partners working together in harmony here so far. They'll look to continue that. George, the left winger in this game, as that's him with the puck on the left side of your screen. He'll give it up to Cohen. Cohen holding on to it. Nice defense there from Eller, and it will go back to Regs, and he'll reset the neutral zone. 6 minutes to go here in the first period. Isles GT up by 1. That's Cohen with it. Turnover caused, but Regs will pick it back up. Gives up to George to the left side. George with two players to the left side. Gives it to Cohen. Shot on net, saved by Rawl. And Ron will pick that up and clear it out. Legacy looking to break things in. Could not get into the offensive zone, and it'll be Cohen with it. Looking to find another scorer, Isles GTR. Dump down low. Eller will beat George to it. And if you try to dump that down, but Regs picks that away. Regs with it. Poked by Cohen as the puck was lost, and it'll go to George. George goes to the left side. Regs finds the puck, goes down low behind the net. 1 minute to go here in the first. A shot pops the bottle and pops to the scoreboard. What a shot by Regs. That's a 2-0 lead for Isles GT.
They are scoring from all sorts of angles on the ice right now. Isles GT buzzing here at the 2-goal lead late here in the first period.
Buzzing indeed they are. As with 90 seconds to go, the Isles find their second score, and Legacy looking to cut into this deficit with 30 seconds to go. Cohen picked it off, got it up to Rex. 7 seconds left. Rex, slap shot saved by Roland, pushed aside. It'll be cleared out 2 seconds. Won't be a chance here for Legacy, and that will do it for the first period. A dominant period for Isles GTT number 2. They go into the second with a 2-0 lead here in what could be a series clinching Game 3.
A good period there at the beginning and end of the period, both coming out with a goal, and that's exactly what you want to do. You want to score early, and then you want to hold on to that lead and score again. They did that here, and now they're sitting nicely here in game number 3. They could walk away and get into this Isles GT versus Isles GT matchup on a Caps Gaming 3s challenge.
And I know we kind of joked around saying Jordan was somewhere smiling right now, but the smiler might have gotten a little bit wider, as it looks like Isles GT number 2 in position to get there. Isles GT number 1, from what we are seeing on the bracket, are up 3-0 in the series. Best of 5. They've clinched it. They will move on to the finals here, Nick. So One team down, one more to go potentially.
Yeah, they won versus Night Shift 3-0. That was their game clincher that we were covering just moments ago before this game got underway. So they are waiting the results of this match.
And they will either see a new face or a face that you would be nearly looking in the mirror, as Isles GT number 2 up 2-0 here in the second, trying to clinch the series and meet their fellow counterpart in the final. Legacy trying to avoid that fate as Riverboat Ron dumps in an offensive zone and finds its way to Eller. Eller shot on that blocker save by Shekel. It finds its way to Cohen, who gives it up to George. George tried to hit Regs, couldn't connect, and Ron will pick it up and slap it deep, and it'll be an icing picked up by Cohen, and it'll go all the way back to the offensive zone of the Isles. Face-off will be to the right side, left side of the goaltender and roll. Be won by Legacy. It'll be dumped down in another icing, and we'll go back, rewind, do it all over again.
Yeah, one more time from the defensive end for Legacy here in the second period.
As they look to try to find two to tie this game. They'll win the face-off here in their own zone. A great job there by Nifty to get that one. Ron with it trying to break it out. Doesn't have anything. Great defense by Isles GT in the neutral zone, and Cohen will pick it up. Over to Regs. Regs looking for an option. Clears one defender, gives it over to George. George over to Cohen. Cohen tries to shoot it, but a nice stick from Nifty to avoid him getting the look on Rawl. Gives it up to the point to Rex, fakes the shot, shoots it that time right into the glove of Rawl, and he'll go ahead and play that out. Great poke check from George on the forecheck. With a chance, tried to wrap it around, couldn't get it on. And the puck will go all the way back into the defensive zone of the Isles, and they'll clear it in to George. George goes in through the boards, tries to find a look, gives it back to the point in Regs. Regs with it, looking for some space. Kind of just puts that backhand sneakily on net. Rawl was there for that one. Not too dangerous of a chance. And now Legacy will go on the counterattack. 8 minutes to go here in the second period. Isles GT up 2-0 in the series. Saved by Shekel. Shoves that aside. Slap shot deep there from Cohen. Tried to get George on the Omaha. Didn't connect the way they intended to, but they still got to Regs. Couldn't get the look on net. And it'll be played back and reset. Regs playing it up, splits the defense, draws the penalty. A great play from Regs. And he'll have a penalty shot here with 5 minutes to go to potentially take this to a 3-0 lead.
Big penalty shot here. If you're Raw, you got to make this save.
Ron was the one on the trip. Regs taking his time. Great patience, great save by Roll. He read it well, and he makes a huge save to keep Legacy in this one.
Yeah, that was a crucial save there. Surprise. He didn't go for the flying poke check, which I thought he would do, but amazing save there from a very patient Regs.
Slow and steady does not win the race that time as Raw right where he needed to be and read it well to make the save. Still a 2-0 game as we are over halfway through this game 3. Isles GT looking for a third score to really open this game up. A win would clinch their spot into the finals. Regs up at the point, gives it up to George, who takes a huge hit into the boards, and it's a slap shot deep, finds his way to Nifty, with a chance, shot on net, and saved by Shekel right on the red line, and under a minute to go now here in the second. Regs taking it up, 18 seconds now, fast minute here in the second period. Legacy looking for a score, here's Ron, has space, has to get a shot on, 3 seconds, 1 second, spinning backhand, easily saved by Shekel, and that will do it for the second period. Legacy with a few chances, but not able to find the scoreboard. Isles GT up 2-0 entering the final period of
20
game
minutes
3.
left on the game clock in regulation for Legacy's time here in this threes challenge. Can they get a victory? Can they force an overtime? Can they get on the scoreboard? It starts with one, but they need one right now.
And, you know, Nick, it's very interesting. You're kind of seeing the disparity in the stats. Isles GT doubled the shots over, or nearly over 6 minutes more of time on attack. It's been the defense generating good offense, and Isles GT just playing that game where they can control the possession and wait for that perfect play that they want to wait for it to open up.
Yeah, that's what they like to do. And, you know, they don't come away from their game too often, and that leads to mostly good success for them. Obviously, they did not walk out with the victory at the Caps Gaming Showcase Season 3, but They were up against a really good team that was able to play their game just a bit better, but 9 times out of 10, you can put your money on Isles GT, and they're going to probably not surprise you with the victories they come out with because they are so patient and they play their game so well.
They may have not won the Caps Gaming Showcase. They made the semifinals, but they have a good chance here of winning the Caps Gaming 3's challenges. They already have one of their teams in. They're 17 minutes and 30 seconds away from getting a second in the final as they're up by 2 here in this game 3. Cohen with it in the offensive zone. Looking for an option. It finds its way to George. Shot on net goes wide, and Regs will find his way to the puck. Another shot on net goes well wide and into the crowd. And that'll be set back into the offensive zone to the right side. Face-off won by Cohen over to Regs. Regs looking for an option, doesn't have much. Shot on net, he scores! It's George, making it a 3-0 lead. Puck finds its way in front, and he capitalizes it as a huge goal for Isles GT Team 2.
George adding to the tally here. Getting that 3rd insurance marker. That's really where you want to be right now if you're Isles GT, as they look to push forward here and clinch this one.
And a 3rd goal does them well on their chance of being able to do that as a slap shot over to Rex on the Omaha play. Couldn't get the clear shot. Couldn't connect on the pass, and it'll be reset. Shekel will go ahead and play that one. He wants to get a little bit involved. And it finds its way to Cohen. Regs was with it out for a second, and it was turned over. Now George has it. George back over to Regs. Regs with it back to Cohen. Cohen looking for some space. Not many options. Legacy hounding him defensively. Legacy will look to take advantage of that encounter. Still looking for their first score of this game. 10 minutes to go now. Have to find an answer soon. A chance for Isles GT. Big save by Rawl. Flashing the leather with the glove. 9 minutes to go here in the 3rd. Nifty on a breakaway. Shekel with the diving poke check, and it's cleaned up by Cohen. Still a 3-0 game. A huge save from Shekel, and they'll try to extend their lead. Rawl will pick that puck up, and he'll freeze it with 7:34 to go, but a little chaotic there for Isles GT, but yet again, they find a way to get themselves out of it.
Yeah, they do, and that's kind of what you have to do if you want to make your way to the finals. They're doing so right here. Just 7 minutes away from that final showdown.
As George shot on that pass, save by Rawl, and Legacy gonna have to find some answers and quick. Google can't help you here. Cohen with it. Just draining that time for his Isles GT team. Turned over, Nifty with it, gives it up to Riverboat Ron. Ron turns it over nearly, but Eller found it. 4 minutes to go now. Legacy need 3. Passed over to Nifty. Nice defensive play. And George will give it over to Regs. And now 3 minutes to go. Will take a goal a minute at minimum. Eller trying to get the turnover. Gets it away from George. He'll dump that one out. Race for the puck. It will be won by Regs and an icing with 1:45 to go.
Look, I know we saw those heroics in the Caps Gaming Showcase with those 2-3 goals that forced the overtime and then the winner, and it was all crazy, but I don't know, with as good as Isles is playing right now, I don't foresee that happening in this one.
A steep hill to climb, to say the least, as a nice goal there as George getting a little flashy with the between the legs, puts that one through, and you kind of alluded to it, Nick. If you didn't think the score was there, it's there now. Isles GT up 4-0 with about a minute to go here in the game 3. As George gets himself a hat trick in this game. 53 seconds to go, and Isles GT will put it on cruise control here in the last 45 seconds. Legacy looking for a score. Nifty gets it. Turned over. Nice poke check from Cohen to cause that one, but Eller gets a turnover of his own. Tried to get that pass over to Nifty. Couldn't connect. And he tried to go to the point and couldn't get it over the Ron. 30 seconds to go now. Legacy looking for a score. Eller taking it up. Finds Ron. Ron with a nice little LT move. I believe that hit off the post. Eller, shot on that, he scores, beats Shekel with 15.9 to go. No shutout here, but Isles GT take what is going to matter most, which is a victory. But Legacy will get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, broke up that shutout. I know that wasn't going to sit well with Shek, but, you get the win, and that's really more important right now, I think.
Absolutely. As we wind down the third period, 6 seconds to go, 5 seconds, 4, 3. Rags with a beautiful move, trying to make one more highlight play. Cohen had a look. Big save by Raw. So one more highlight play from Legacy, but that's the last we will see from Legacy in this tournament as Isles GT teams 1 and 2 reach the finals as Isles GT team number 2 win game 3 4-1 and meet their counterpart in the finals of the Caps Gaming 3's Challenge.
We joked about it coming into this, Isles versus Isles. We're like, it'll be really funny for Isles versus Isles to be a thing. It would be so no, now it's here. Now it's here. Now we have an interesting battle on our hands of which of the two threes teams are the best one of the two. Now there's some inner team rivalry and showmanship afoot. This should be a pretty interesting finals battle for sure.
Absolutely, and you have to keep in mind, $1,500 prize in this tournament. 1,000 goes to the winner, 500 goes to the runner-up. So everyone for Isles GT, their pockets at least, leaving home happy. But these guys are competitors. They want the championship. They want to be able to be in the locker room and say, hey, I know we're teammates, but we got the best of you there in that threes challenge. We got the trophy. We won the championship, as it will be a best-of-5 series. Isles GT versus Isles GT, and intra-squad final here in the Caps Gaming Showcase, Caps Gaming 3's Challenge, presented by McDonald's Gaming DMV and powered by Rivals Game. But before we get to that, we're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. The finals coming up in just a few minutes, so do not go anywhere. Right here, twitch.tv/capital. Our finals coming up here in just a few moments. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for sticking with us. The Caps Gaming 3s Challenge presented by McDonald's DMV and powered by Rivals Gaming. As Nick, we've been here for a few hours, and all of the fun, all of the plays, the beautiful goals, the big saves, it amounts to this, our final two teams. And it's like looking in a mirror. Isles GT versus Isles GT. Team Hendry versus Team Shekel. And I guess it's safe to say these guys are pretty familiar with each other.
Yeah, they are. They are. They know each other better than anyone else knows anyone else. It is here, a best of 5 finals. Isles GT Orange versus Blue, 1 versus 2. I went Hendry versus Shekel. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to keep this thing moving along. A best of 5s in this finals for the Caps Gaming 3s Challenge.
Hey, I like it, Nick. I like it. The finals of the Caps Gaming 3s Challenge are underway. A best of 5 series. Winner is crowned champions and take home the $1,000 prize. Runner-up $500 prize. Here on the Xbox One side of the tournament is Team Shekel, as we will refer to them to, going downward on your screen in the classic blue Isles threads, while Team Hendry going upward in the custom all orange threads, as both teams, like we said, plenty familiar with each other, teammates on the ice normally, but competitors here today as a shot on net saved by a reject. And Claus will try to take this up. Cohen will end up with it. Goes back to Regs, and he'll take his time and reset things. Gives it up to George. Goes down the boards. George gets a shot on that. A great poke check there to deny that one. That was Hendry to get a stick on it. And it will be reset back over to Regs, who will set things up offensively. As he does so well for this Isles GT squad, as they'll try to get something going, not able to, and Fisher will get it up to Hendry, who's flying down the right board. Shot on net, nearly a rebound chance, but couldn't connect there was J-Claws. Down low behind the net, Fisher with it, gives it up to Hendry. Back to Fisher, back to Hendry, back to Fisher again, and back to Claus. Claus with an LT move, back over to Hendry, back to Fisher! Beautiful quick passing play, and Team Hendry strikes first, 1-0 in game 1 of the finals.
Look, we've seen snipe goals, downtown goals, slap shot goals, breakaway goals, left trigger, reverse goals. That was the dirtiest goal I've seen in this tournament so far. A beauty of a set of passes, culminating with Fisher burying the opening goal of this series.
And a far shot on net from Fisher, glove saved by Shekel. But Nick, I think you said it perfectly. You don't always have to have the pretty deke to make a great play. Sometimes just seeing teammates have that quick passing and that cohesion with one another, it looks so good as Fisher tries to take it in, couldn't bury it home. As he waits and carries it in the offensive zone. How much action have we seen in the first 14 minutes of play here, Sean? That Fisher scores from the far point. A great play from Fisher in the pass from Hendry, and Team Hendry up 2-0 early here in this game 1 in the first period.
Fisher again. Fisher. It's Fisher versus Cohen. I need to see a 10-round shootout between those two.
Oh man, both forwards for these two teams showing up, scoring in droves, and Fisher doing so here. It's a breakaway chance. Hendry forehand. He beats Shekel and scores 3-0 for Team Hendry, and they have come out firing on all cylinders.
Oh my goodness. What are we seeing right now? This is crazy to watch. These two clubs go after, or the same club, go back and forth after it, but man, Team Hendry right now stacked in buzzing.
Fisher with the first 2 goals, Hendry with the third, and Team Shekel searching for answers in the breakaway chance. Claus, forehand saved by Shekel, read that well, and it goes in. Claus will get the goal. Not sure what happened there, but a 4-0 lead now for Team Hendry, all in the first 20 minutes.
Do you take a timeout here?
Wow. Team Hendry, 4-0 lead, 17 minutes in, as they look for a 5th, but Hendry couldn't get it to go. And Team Shekel, they're going to have to find some answers here, reeling a little bit as a good chance, but a good save, a better save by Reject, and he will hold on to that one for a whistle.
What a interesting turn of events this first period has been for this Isles GT featured matchup in the finals of this Caps Gaming 3's challenge.
How about 8 shots to 2 in favor of Team Hendry? As 12 seconds left, fast minute here in the first period as well as the second. Team Shekel looking to get something going, but not able to establish anything in the offensive zone. Hendry and company will hold on, and you can't blame them. Plenty to be happy about in the first period. 4 unanswered goals for their team. A 4-0 lead for Team Hendry over Team Shekel in a battle of the Isles here in the finals of the Caps Gaming 3's challenge.
I don't know what else you could want from these two clubs at this point. I mean, this is everything. This is 4-0 though. I don't know how you feel if you're the other side, the other team right now. Do you just shake it off and go, just because they're really good at playing, or do you kind of like take it on the chin and does it eat at you a little bit? I would like to think the latter.
Eats at you like a quarter pounder at the lunchtime. And you know, I think the Team Hendry has to feel rather well about how they did that first period and just some of the plays that they were able to pull off. So beautifully executed. I mean, you look at that quick passing play. I mean, it felt like I was watching a pinball go across the board. That's the way they were able to connect on those passes so seamlessly and so quickly. It's so hard to keep up with that, even if you are in Team Shekel. You see them do this all the time, but it just goes to show you how hard it is to stop. As Team Shekel will get into the offensive zone, they have time, but they're going to have to act quickly as that puck will be cleared all the way back in the defensive zone, and Regs left to reset things. Regs takes it up in the neutral zone, tried to find Cohen, couldn't connect with him. Nice chop there from the centerman in Claus, and they'll try to break this thing out. Hendry couldn't get there. Gets there on the chase, puts it on net, and he scores! Squeaks past Shekel. Hendry with another goal, and it's 5-0 now.
They're one goal away from a 6-piece McNugget. I don't know what else you need to do other than to get some really good sweet and sour sauce or some of my favorite chili sauce that they used to have. But man, Team Hendry is really feeling it right now, and they are doing, they're putting on a clinic. I'm going to say it.
Absolutely stunning performance by Team Hendry through the first 25 minutes of play. A 5-0 lead in game 1. And Shekel's team gonna have to find some positive momentum as Team Hendry has all of it and then some. As they tried to work in an offensive zone but couldn't get anything, and Team Hendry right back to work as he takes it up to the left boards but turned over. Regs with it, taking his time on the breakout, and something else that's pretty interesting, the style is really contrasting. Team Shekel playing kind of the slower game, while Team Hendry really fast-paced, kind of run and gun here, Nick.
Yeah, and those are the forwards up there too, so Fisher, Claus, etc. Those guys like to play fast, so they play fast up the wing, they play fast through the middle. They're doing so here in this 3's challenge.
2-on-1 chance. This is Hendry with it. He has Fisher with it. Couldn't connect. Great pick there by George. Maybe that's what they needed. Tried to get back on the other end of the counter, but couldn't do it. Claus with a great defensive play himself. Takes it in, gives it over to Hendry. Puck will find itself down low, won't give chase. Regs will pick it up cleanly and take his time up. Gives it to his defensive partner in George. George with it couldn't find the play, and Fisher will take it and break things out for Team Hendry. Finds Claus, splits the D, couldn't get a clear look. A great job there by Regs to stick with the play. Claus with it tried to get it back over to Fisher again, but another good defensive play. Here's George with it. Down the boards, trying to find something down low. Wraparound chance, saved by a reject. And now Claus will take his time and go up. Offsides there after the spin move may have thrown Hendry off a little bit with less than 3 minutes to go here in the second period. Isles GT versus Isles GT. Team Shekel and Team Hendry. Hendry's team up 5-0. Shot on that, saved by reject. Fisher tries to clear it out, couldn't do so. Here's George with a spin move, looking for a chance. Goes backhand, big save once again by a reject, and it's cleared out and into the neutral zone. Another chance here. Rags couldn't get it on. Another chance by a reject, stopped. Quick chance for Fisher, 4 seconds left. Shot on that, he scores! Beats Shekel glove side. It's 6-0. He scored it with under 3 seconds left. And Team Hendry well in control of game 1.
Well in control, and there's the 6-piece completed from the man who started it, Fisher, with the no Bucky.
Hat-trick for Fisher and a 6-0 lead for Team Hendry. I mean, you would think they were ordering a box of chicken nuggets with the amount of goals they're scoring. 6 in 2 periods. Well in control, and Team Shekel, you kind of felt there were a couple of moments where they had some chances, but Team Hendry just not taking their foot off the gas pedal.
No, all gas, no brakes right now for Team Hendry. For Isles GT, I mean, this is you're watching the best players, some of the top 10, top 15 players. All of the roster you see right now are in that list, I think. So, you know, you're seeing the best of the best, but right now you're seeing 4 particular players put on a heck of a show, and they're really putting it to the other side.
Absolutely, and I think that's something that you really have to give credit to is obviously this could be lost when your team has such a high-scoring performance like Hendry's team has, but how about Reject? Some of the saves that he has been able to make throughout these first 2 periods, absolutely unreal.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch him make saves. It's been fun to watch his journey through the last couple of seasons as he's moved up the ranks as a formidable goaltender in Six's competitive play.
Absolutely, he's solidified his name as one of the top goalies in the NHL community. What a tandem between him and Shekel is an icing called, and it'll go back into the offensive zone of Team Shekel. Face-off will be to the right of Reject, to the left of Shekel's squad. Face-off is won by Team Hendry, and the captain of said Team Hendry will take it up, turned over, and it'll be picked up by Regs. Regs looking for an option, doesn't have much. Nice poke check from Hendry, and they'll have to reset in the neutral zone. George with it now, turned over, also hit off of a skate, and it'll find its way to Regs. Regs gives it up to Cohen, back over to Regs at the point, gives it in front, couldn't get the shot on that. Looked like George may have had a chance, but couldn't get the chance to put it on. Regs with it at the point, looking for something here. George with it, he'll have to reset. Great pressure there from J. Claus to not let him get that opportunity. Regs taking it in, has a chance. Great defense played, had to just put that one on. Great save from Reject, and maybe a penalty, will not. As Hendry will go ahead and take this up as play will continue. Fisher puts it on net, goes wide right. As Cohen, haven't heard his name much in this game after what's been a spectacular run for him through this challenge so far today. His team being blanked so far through the first 50 minutes of play. As Klaus with it right in front of the net, goes down low now. Finds the turnover, and it will go to the stick of Rags, and it finds George on a breakaway. George with it goes forehand. What a poke check there. A great defensive play. Still finds the puck behind the net, and it's a defensive play again made by Fisher to get it out of his own zone. What a defensive effort there from Team Hendry. As 8 minutes left here in the third period of Game 1. Team Shekel looking for a score. Working is Regs. Gives it to George. Fakes the shot. Trying to pass across the goal. Gets the shot on that, saved by Reject. It'll be slap shot across. He has Fisher long. Fisher will get to the puck first. Takes his time. Waits for his fellow teammates to get into the zone, and he'll slow things down. Nice pick there from Cohen behind the net, and he'll do a slap shot play of his own. Trying to get past there was George, but he couldn't. Was held up by Hendry. But Isles GT's Shekel's team will find the puck before it's turned over into the stick of Hendry. Less than 4 minutes to go here in the third of Game 1.
What a play by Hendry there to slow down that rush.
Yeah. A very interesting play and fair game. Some may feel some kind of way about it, but Team Hendry up 6-0 as we reach the 90-second mark here in the third period. Claws with it in the neutral zone, gives it up a nice deke by Fisher, tries to give it over to Hendry, could connect as we reach the 1 minute mark. Claws with shot on net, hits off the post, finds his way to Hendry, couldn't get the rebound opportunity, and Sheckler will go ahead and freeze that puck. 50.5 seconds to go. Face off one, Hendry with it. Breakaway chance. This is George. Nice little flip play, reject, read it, and tracked it all the way. A great save on the breakaway by the Team Hendry goaltender.
Reject with a huge
35
save.
seconds. What a play there from Reject. That's Fisher looking to get it off his own zone. They will do so. Claus got it out. Ends up on the stick of Fisher once again. 20 seconds now. Claus brings it into the offensive zone. Regs with it, breaks it out. Sheckle's team just looking to put something on the board here. George with it. Less than 10 seconds to go. Nice poke check by Claus. Gives it up to Regs at the point. Trying to find something. It's poked out. It goes to Hendry. And that will do it. Team Hendry, a dominant Game 1 performance. A 6-0 victory and a shutout in Game 1 of the finals of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge.
Well, that's a definitive and decisive and impactful win, no matter what kind of squad you're facing on the other side. Good performance there by Reject, getting the shutout, but a heck of a opening goal by the entire squad, ending with Fisher's first goal of the series. What a move there.
One team definitely a little bit more thrilled than the other as we head back into the studio. Brandon Bigsby, a.k.a. B Major, Nick DeMayo, also known as F5 Penguin, as we are covering the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge finals between the two ILGT teams, Team Hendry and Team Fisher. Team Hendry winning Game 1, 6-0. And you know, Nick, I think you pretty much said it best. An absolute masterclass by Hendry's squad right there in that first game.
Yeah, it was simply a show. And it's a... Yeah, I don't know if I've seen inter-squad battle before be like that, where it's just a performance. So it makes me wonder what's happening in those party chats. Are they in the same party chat? What are they saying to each other? What's going on? There's so many curiosities and questions that I have. But we have Game 2 coming up right around the corner. But you've been talking way too much about food in that last Game 1. And now I need to go to my app. But darn it, I do not live in the DMV. But for those who are, we have a deal for you.
And a great deal that is, as you want some McDonald's? We'll give you some McDonald's, and all at the nice price of just $9.99 if you order a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries from the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge, being this weekend as well as April 23rd through 24th at participating McDonald's locations throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shore area. So make sure if you're in the DMV area, take advantage of that offer. $9.99 for a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries in the McDonald's app. And once again, a big thank you for our sponsor, or to our sponsor at McDonald's DMV, for sponsoring this Caps Gaming 3 showcase. And a thank you for making me hungry and wanting some delicious food as well. Because, man, oh man, these games, they'll make you a little bit hungry after a while, Nick, because wow, this has been amazing action.
Only thing we're missing in our new home studio here is literally McDonald's. I'm surprised, you know, I should have had some sent to me. I should have picked up some. I don't know. I'm mad at myself more. I'm disappointed.
Anyway, we have to hop out after this cast and go and grab ourselves a 20-piece nugget and a couple of large fries.
Yes,
but
sir. I
think these two teams are looking to grab a win and potentially a prize, and not the one that comes out of a Happy Meal, a $1,000 prize, and a championship as well, as Game 2, Team Hendry and Team Sheckle start now of the Caps Gaming Challenge, Threes Challenge Finals. As the face-off won by Team Sheckle, they will be going downward on your screen in the white jerseys and blue pants. Team Hendry in the all-orange threads yet again, as Team Sheckle trying to get something going early, but the defense clogging in front of Reject was ILGT, and it'll be reset in the neutral zone. Hendry with it, gave it back up over to Fisher. Fisher was playing with the puck over by the boards, and it's turned over. Nice job from George. Ends up on the stick of Cohen. Now back over to George again. And Claus will cause a turnover and move quickly up the boards. Trying to get a chance, but a nice pick there once again, as George will pick this one up. He'll reset and give it back over to Regs, and he'll settle things down and look for a play on the breakout. Cohen with it, brings it in a big hit there. A sandwich between Cohen and Fisher is a chance for Shekel's team, but it hits off the bottom post and wide. George with it, gives it over to Cohen. A big save by Reject. Puts it out, and it was out and loose, but nevertheless, Cohen could not get a shot on net, but a Reject, another big save for Team Hendry. Team Hendry going down, and a good chance from Fisher, saved by Shekel this time. The goalie showing out early. As Hendry down low, looked like he might have been tripped up, but simply a hit, and Team Shekel will counter on the other end. Cohen with it at the point. Goes down low to George. George moves it down, finds his way up to the point to Regs. Regs looking for a shot. Circles back around, couldn't find anything. Claus caused a turnover. He has speed. Nice poke check there from Regs. Good job from George helping out defensively as well, and they'll break it out. Regs with it. He has Cohen with him. Nice little spin move, but a better poke. Cohen will scoop that one up, and he'll go back to his own zone and retreat for a reset. Settles things down. Regs looking for an option, gives it up to George. George flying up the boards, goes to Cohen into the middle, and he gets the shot on. Better save, though, by Reject. Puck is loose, and is swallowed up again by Reject, and he will stop it for a whistle with 4:54 to go in the first period.
Hanging on to it, the better call there. He's been throwing it out a couple of times, and then almost bit him twice there, so smart to hold on that third time.
Team Shekel having to feel oh so close to maybe being able to break things open as a turnover. George with it, looking for something, gives it up to the point to Regs. Shot on that, great block there from Claus. Hendry's team has numbers. Fisher with it, couldn't capitalize, though. A great defensive play by Regs to break that up before it started. Regs goes in past the blue line, gives it up, tried to give it to George, put it on net, but it was blocked. Hendry taking it up with plenty of speed through the right boards. Turned over. Cohen with it, he'll slow things down and stop it at the point. Regs now. Waits. Stops at the point looking for a play. Great block there from Claus on a breakaway opportunity. Never mind. He'll be stopped. Nice shot there, but saved by Reject. He'll toss it out again. It'll be Hendry breaking things out for his team. And that will lead us into the first period as time winds down 0-0. Very contrasting of game one, and Team Shekel not complaining about that a bit.
Yeah, a quieter game number 2 start here for at least one side. And I think if you're Team Shekel, like you said, they must be pretty happy about that result. You slowed things down, and now you look to build on that. Had a couple of great chances. You see the shots 5-1. The time and attack definitely outperforming Team Hendry in game number 2.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's interesting. You kind of saw in that third period in game one, despite the score being what it was, Team Shekel started to get some offensive zone time, had a few good shot opportunities as well, but the play of Reject just not allowing them to break past them, and he's just been a stone wall back there.
Yeah, he's been great. Huge saves by Reject so far. 3 or 4 big ones out of those 5 shots, and I mean, you got to tip your hat and tap your stick for his performance so far.
Sometimes it's good to play up to your name. This is one of the situations where it is Reject rejecting everything that comes near him as period 2 is underway in game number 2. Tied at 0. It's a chance in front of the net. Shekel had to be sharp. He'll take it and throw it out, and Regs will break this one out. He finds George. George stops, goes. Slap shot over to Regs. Fakes and tried to get the backhand. Had the space, but couldn't put it through. And here's a breakaway chance off the pass. Fisher, nice diving poke check from Shekel, denying the opportunity on the breakaway. And they'll settle things down after all of that chaos the opening couple of minutes. Maybe that first period, just the calm before the storm. Regs taking it up 2-on-1. Nice pass, and what a save by Reject. One post to the other. Stonewalled him on that one. Taking it up, Claus in the offensive zone. Tried to hit Fisher, and he couldn't. Cohen with it. Finds George. George down low, looking for something. Hendry pins him against the boards, and he goes down low to Cohen again. Cohen, no options, and Team Hendry go ahead and go up with it now. Fisher with the puck. Trying to find an option, couldn't hit the centerman and J-Claws, and he'll just reset. Nice play! Hendry backdoor, he scores! And his team, the captain of the team, gets the scoring started in period 2 of game number 2.
Hendry must have heard what I said about Fisher's beauty and dirtiest goal I've seen. That one now takes the cake as number 1 I've seen in this tournament. A heck of a play at the last possible second, and Hendry, a right-handed shot, puts it on his backhand at the last possible second to put that one home.
What a play by Hendry and Fisher. We talk about them all the time being one of the better dynamic duos, so to speak, in the NHL community. Well, it shows you why again right there as they take the lead early in the second, looking to extend it here. As Shekel is sharp, he'll go ahead and toss that one out. And he'll end up dumped away and into the defensive zone for an icing. And we'll go all the way back for an offensive zone faceoff for Team Hendry. 8:06 to go here in the second period. Halfway through this game 2, Team Hendry won the first game of these finals 6-0. Nice play off the faceoff, a chance from Fisher, but couldn't get it to go. Play to J-Claws, couldn't put the shot in. There was no one there for the pass, so they'll have to reset things. Regs taking it up quickly here for Team Shekel, and it'll be offsides, just a little bit off there by about an inch or two to skate of George. Neutral zone faced off to the right side of his screen. Tied up. Fisher will come in to get it, passes it up to Hendry. Hendry, a nice move, couldn't get it to go, however. Regs taking it up the left boards. It'll be turned over and dumped away by Hendry. Hit off a skate there, and Shekel's team, will go in back into the offensive zone trying to get something going. Have yet to score so far through 4.5 periods of play through these finals. As Team Hendry couldn't find anything past the blue line, they'll reset it, and the captain and Hendry will start the breakout. Tried to find Claude, couldn't do it. Hendry, nice little move there, found the space. Couldn't get the pass off, however. Finds J-Claws through the traffic, threading the needle perfectly, sows the pass through, and it's a 2-0 lead for Team Hendry in the second.
Oh,
what a play for Team Hendry.
Yeah. The goals keep getting better, Brandon. I don't know how they keep topping what they're doing, but they're doing it.
And a reject with a glove save to add on to it, saying, don't forget about me. Less than a minute to go. Fast minute here in the second period. Team Shekel looking for a score. George gets it on net, swallowed up by a reject before it could get away on the rebound. Fisher will hold on to it. And a huge goal at the end of the second period. What a play we saw there, not just on goal 1, but to follow it up with maybe an even better one there for goal 2.
Yeah, that second goal was just insane. I'm just looking at these goals back to back to back. They've just been just so performatively good. Everyone here should be you're watching greatness happen on the virtual ice with some of the best players and some of the most unsung things that are happening, Brandon. I want to point this out. The stick skills of Claus and Fisher and Hendry. And I mean, it's also happening on the other side, of course, but you're watching the guys in the lead right now doing that. It's the small left trigger turns. It's the back skating moves. It's the small little minute movements to open up space on the ice. And that poke check right there, mistimed, and that was why that puck found the backhand side of Hendry's stick there. But yeah, period number 3 here, up by 2. We'll see what happens for Team Hendry.
As they look to go up 2-0, it's a breakaway for Fisher. Shot in, he scores, wasting no time as Fisher off of the opening face-off in the third period. Fisher finds the breakaway and puts it past Shekel for a 3-0 lead.
Well, I said we'll see what happens. I guess they wanted to let me know right off the bat, within a minute of the opening face-off of the third period, we have a goal. 3-0 now for Team Hendry.
My, oh my, Team Hendry absolutely buzzing in the first 5 periods. It's another chance. Fisher stops. Oh, he tried to make Shekel move, but he didn't fall for it. And his team will try to get a response here. Regs with it. With a shot. Saved by a reject off the pad. Claus will pick it up for Team Hendry, and he'll break things out. Gives it up to Hendry up to the boards. Nice defensive play there from George. Set that one through, and Claus, nice turnover. He'll get into the offensive zone. Nice little play. Tried to find Fisher on that cross crease play back door, but couldn't connect. And the Regs will begin the breakout. And Team Shekel, Nick, they're going to have to find some answers here and quick.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something here if they want to win or get back into game number 2. They've been quiet after that first period where things slowed down.
As Hendry hit there before he could make the play, and a chance here for Team Shekel. Regs with it. George now finds Cohen, couldn't connect on the pass. May have had a chance there backhand, but couldn't get it to go. Claus, nice breakout pass, finds Fisher, splits the defense. Nice job by all 3 defenders of Team Shekel getting back, but he found a way. Claus sneaks through, couldn't get the shot on them. The puck's behind the net. Tie up behind on the corner boards. A scrum for the puck. Both teams looking to get this thing out, and Fisher got it to the point. Couldn't connect with Hendry, however, and no reset all the way to the defensive zone.
What can't Fisher do at this point?
It's a great question. As he'll go in. Oh, a dangerous opportunity. Shekel caught sliding a little bit, but Fisher couldn't get the shot off in time. Back to the point. Hendry gets it down low, and Regs will pick it up for Team Shekel. Here's a chance here. George with it. Pass across. What a save by Reject. Denies Cohen to that one. Less than 6 minutes to go. Isles GT versus Isles GT. Hendry's team up by 3 and up 1-0 in the series. Another big save from Reject. Cohen with it. Up to Regs, being patient at the point, looking for a play. Nice toe drag, finds some space. Gives it back up to Cohen, back where he was originally at. Cohen looking for a play. Back to Regs, couldn't find the shot on as he took a big hit there in the slot. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Team Hendry looking good. Hendry with it, waits, looks, makes a move. Couldn't squeak that one through. Fisher gets it behind the net and gives it back up to Hendry. Hendry with it goes through the middle. Less than a minute to go now in the 3rd period of game 2. Shekel's team needing something. Regs with a shot, glove saved by a reject. He'll play it out. Fisher with it, turned it over. George with it now, spins, couldn't find anything, dumps it into the corner. Regs gonna reset at the point, finds Cohen down low, back to George, couldn't connect there in the slot. 40 seconds left now. Fisher flying up the right boards, puck will find its way down low with 30 seconds to go. Cohen picking it up. Gives it to Regs. Regs looking for an option. He'll give it down low, tried to find George, but it banked at an odd angle and finds its way to Hendry instead. Team Hendry going up, Claus with it, backhand, what a save by Shekel. Claus still has it, 13 seconds left, Cohen will turn it over. Team Shekel looking for a score, 10 seconds left now. Regs going up the right boards, left side of your screen. Nice turnover there, great defensive play by Hendry. 2 seconds, 1 second, and that will do it. Team Hendry, another victory. They lead the series 2-0 and are 1 win away from taking home the Caps Gaming 3's Challenge Championship on the Xbox One bracket.
Just wow. 9 unanswered goals for Team Hendry. 2 back-to-back shutouts for Reject, and Reject the star of the game that time. He's had maybe 8 or 9 mind-blowingly good saves.
A 3-0 victory in Game 2 for Team Hendry as we go back into the studio here. Brandon Bixby, a.k.a. B Major. Nick DeMayo, also known as F5 Penguin. And, you know, Nick, I think you've said it. What is Team Hendry not doing well at this point? I mean, they're scoring goals, they're making pretty plays, they're playing great defense, their goaltending with Reject has been absolutely phenomenal. It's not even that Team Shekel was necessarily playing poorly at all. Against any other team, they'd fare well, but Team Hendry just on another level right now.
It's just an inter-team battle, too. I mean, yeah, you're like, oh, wow, 9 goals, and this team's so good, but you're playing against your teammates. You're playing against people you know very well, and I think you put the huge offensive firepowers on the same team in Claus and Fisher. That's you're gonna kind of get that, especially with Hendry back there too. Like the 3 forwards are up there, so I mean, what else could you want from your 3 forwards than to do 3 forward scoring things? I firmly believe that the threes tournament is designed for scoring. We saw all those modicum of goals we've had, the cornucopia, the plethora of goals that we saw in the opening round. So what else would you expect than to see those forwards score more goals? I mean, you look at it on paper, that's probably what you're leaning towards. Not to take away anything from Team Shekel right now and what they're doing for ISGT as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's a great point that you made, and we sort of talked about that opening into this final series, is that these players, they know each other well. We say it's like looking in a mirror. We're not kidding. They played together on the Sixes side of things, so they know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, they know what they like to do, and it's really interesting seeing them match up because obviously you have the forwards of Hendry and Fisher playing together, you have the defensive pairing of George and Regs playing together. It really is kind of that intra-squad matchup that you're seeing. It just feels like whatever Hendry, J-Claws, and Fisher seem to do, they're getting it at will.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it's the forwards doing forwards things. And I'm going to keep going back to saying that because I think that's what the difference is here. As we get ready for game number 3, Team Hendry up 2-0 versus Team Shekel here on twitch.tv/Capitals.
The Caps Gaming Threes Challenge, presented by McDonald's DMV, powered by Rival Games, and have to obviously thank our amazing sponsor at McDonald's DMV and the people behind the scenes helping us run this thing, getting things going at Rival Games. Could not have any of this be made possible without their help, their work, and their support as we get game 3 underway. And Team Hendry looking to get this thing closed out. But Nick, I got to ask you, if you're Team Shekel, what do you think you have to do to turn this thing around? None of the momentum going your way, 6 straight shutout periods. Got to find a way to get things going. What do you think they need to do to maybe make that happen?
Get Cohen open. Get Cohen down low. Get Cohen moving. I think that's what worked well for them in the first couple of rounds, and they maybe got away from that a little bit here. You might hold the controller a little too tightly, I think maybe, but you're also, you're playing against your team. So that unknown factor of the other team and what they're going to do, and they know what you're going to do, and you know what they know, what you're going to do, and it just goes around in circles like that. And here we sit, game number 3. I think Cohen's got to get one here.
Absolutely. Cohen had that scorching hot start, scored the first 5 or 6 goals for his team in the opening round, and contributed a good amount in round 2 against Unknown Talent as well. But ever since then, things have gone a little bit quiet for him. And I think you have to credit the Team Hendry defense. As great as they have been on offense, they have done a great job of not letting anything too open be there for Team Shekel. But they're going to have to do it one more time, up 2-0 in the series. One more victory puts Team Hendry through and clinches the championship. A $1,000 prize for the winner, $500 for the runner-up, as game 3 of the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge in the finals is underway. Team Hendry in the all-orange jerseys moving upward on your screen. Team Shekel in the white jerseys and blue pants downward as Team Shekel scores. It took a minute, but not this time around. It was the man himself, Regs, from the point that puts that one through.
Regs from a point shot. That's what you've heard a lot before. We finally see it again. 1-0 now for Team Shekel here in game 3.
And that is exactly what Team Shekel needed. It was about 62 minutes or actually a little bit more than that, about 122 minutes and 30 seconds of scoreless action for Shekel's group. And they finally get one through. Not only that, but they play with a lead, 1-0 here early in game 3 as they have their backs against the wall. Here in this series, going to have to win 3 straight to bring home a title. It's a nice save there from Reject. He'll play that out to Claus. It'll be turned over. Here's George with his shot, goes wide. Not a chance. Just went past the right pad of Reject. Fisher with it in the neutral zone, trying to work his way past the defense. Couldn't do so. A nice job from Shekel's group to clamp down in the neutral zone. They'll take it up and on the counter. Taking it up is Cohen, looking for an option. It's George down low now. Gives it up to the point to Regs, looking for an option. Circles back around, gives it to George for the slot. Nice shave from Reject. Gets it back. Back into the middle to Regs. And he'll wait at the point. Tries to dance around, couldn't do anything, and it finds Claus. Nice slap shot over to Fisher. Couldn't get the space, though, to get that shot off clearly. And now here's a counterattack. This is George. stops, goes, gives it over. It could not find Cohen on that one. And it'll all go back to the neutral zone. Claus, 2-on-1 with Hendry. Hendry shot goes wide. Couldn't get it past Shekel. And it's down low, and they battle for it in the corner. Puck trickles to the neutral zone over to Fisher, and then the Claus. Claus gives it over to Hendry, then back to Claus. Puck takes a little bit of a ricochet up high, and Claus brings it down. Tried to hit Fisher for the cross crease, couldn't get him. A big hit down low from Cohen to cause a turnover, and Shekel's group has numbers. George with it from Cohen. Takes it down. Takes his time. Looks nice. Play to Cohen. The cross crease from one post to the other. And Team Shekel with a 2-0 lead in Game 3.
There's Cohen activated there, getting down low, getting moving, like I said in the pregame. And that's the move to get a 2-0 lead right now for Team Shekel where they needed it.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for Team Shekel. They have a multi-goal lead for the first time in this series. As Rex takes it up, oh, he tried to hit George, but just couldn't get him. Now it's actually Cohen there, excuse me. It's Hendry's team looking to regroup. First time they've really been striked back here. As Cohen tried to stop and go, shot on net, saved by a reject. A minute 30 to go here in the first. Team Shekel up by 2, down by 2, however, though, in the series. Have to win this game to keep their chances alive. Slap shot play, goes behind Shekel. He picks it up, tries to clear it out, does get it off. So when you're dangerous plays, here's a chance off the turnover. Fisher with it, tried to get it to Claus. Quick pass over to Hendry, then Fisher doesn't connect. And after all of that chaos in the last 10 seconds, the clock meets 0, and it's a 2-0 lead for Team Shekel at the end of the first period.
That graphic said momentum shift, and I think they're exactly right. A big shift in momentum for Team Shekel right now. Up 2-0 at the end of 1, but do not count out the firepower of those forwards on the other side of the ice in the orange jerseys. I think they're ready to strike here. No shots through first period, but I expect to see some here as we move on through this game.
Absolutely, and I think that you have to credit the defensive efforts of Shekel's group, holding this Hendry team to 0 shots, just a minute time on attack. Not an easy thing to do with a team that not only has that skill, has that talent, but is really firing on all cylinders and has all the confidence in the world after those first 2 games. As we get the second period of Game 3 back up and going. Team Shekel up 2-0, as we mentioned. Both of these teams swept their way through the finals, playing so well as Isles GT. Both of them had the bye in round 1. Hendry's group beating King of the Rink and Night Shift to get here, while Shekel's group beating Unknown Talent and Legacy to reach this point. As we start to get things back up and going here.
Yeah, a long delay here. I think we might have a somewhat of a technical error here. We may have to reconnect. So let's jump back here and kind of reset what's going on.
Yeah, so we will get that sorted out and keep everything updated. Shekel and his team up 2-0 over Team Hendry at the end of the first. This might have been a little bit of a desync or disconnect there, unfortunately, but we will get things back up and running shortly. But Nick, let's kind of talk about that first period a little bit. Team Shekel, exactly what they needed to get those quick answers, not just 1, but 2 there as well. And how big is that for them? Not just against this team that really had been better than them really in the first 6 periods, but with it being do or die now at this point with the series on the line.
Yeah, do or die, and it's almost like they drew it up that way, and now they're in the lead, and they feel pretty good about that. I don't think there's too much that you can say for Shekel and his squad when that's exactly what you had to do in the first period. Held them to 0 shots, and I mean, that's got to feel good holding as your defense, holding the forwards of your team to no shots on goal for 1 period. And the defense work there by tying up the stick and everything else they were doing seemed to be working out quite nicely.
Absolutely. And I think it's interesting because we saw Reject with a few big saves, Shekel making a few big ones of his own there. And it's going to be interesting to maybe see if this reset kind of helps Hendry's team regroup after really that's the first time that they've been faced, not necessarily with any adversity, but the first time that they really have been punched in the mouth, so to speak, with Shekel's team getting those first 2 goals. Team Hendry, they've been dominant all series long. I don't think there's really been a point where they've even been down so far in this tournament as we get things back going and underway. It is now 3-0 in favor of Team Shekel halfway through the second period as we get those technical difficulties sorted out. That's a chance here for Hendry, captaining his team. Couldn't get anything to go as Regs will take it up and he'll give it back to George. Cohen gives chase to it along with the left winger and Fisher will win that battle. Hendry with it, dumps it down low, goes around the boards, and Regs will pick that up. But a nice job there from Hendry to maybe get that chance, but it will still go over to Team Shekel. Going with it. In the corner, Boris was looking for an option, taking his time. George down low, he finds him, looks at it, trying to get something, couldn't there after that spin move. But a nice job there, getting it back was Cohen. Looking for an option, doesn't have much. Puck finds its way to George, couldn't get the breakaway opportunity. A nice diving poke from Reject. Shot on net, saved by Reject from the right pad. Cohen careens it, looks for it. Trying to just get something, and a nice job here. Here comes Claus with it. Backhand, couldn't get it. It goes wide after a little shot from the back, and a shot from Hendry. No good, but a penalty shot for Team Hendry after that chaos.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how he didn't bury that breakaway, but now a penalty shot.
Jake Claus going fast, stops on a dime, gets the space. What a move from Jake Claus. Puts on the brakes and hits the gas. What a play from Jake Claus to cut into that deficit.
Okay, now that's the dirtiest goal I've seen so far in this tournament, Brandon.
It was interesting. He tried that earlier in game 1, but was not able to connect on it. This time, just got that little bit of space to where the puck didn't hit off of Shekel. And he made it work. What a play from Claus, and it was exactly what they needed. Second left, quick chance, and he scores! None other than George coming up in the play and responding in a matter of seconds, and the 3-goal lead returns just like that for Team Shekel.
Yeah, you don't want to give up a goal with 0.6 seconds left, and they did it right there. That's a heartbreaking goal for Reject.
And Nick, we talk about it all the time. Goals in the last minute can be so helpful or so dangerous. Yeah, and that is an example of it right there.
You don't want to give up a goal in the first or last minute of a period, and when you do that, things don't go well for you, typically, as you saw right there.
You replay the 2-on-1 there from Regs. Hendry kind of committed to Regs, who just kind of gave it off to George, and he had the space to make that move. And like you said, Nick, just not a situation where you want to give that up if you're Team Hendry. You get yourself back into this one with a big penalty shot goal, and then all of a sudden, seconds later, you see George and Regs flying up the ice, and they end up capitalizing on it. That's period number 3 getting underway in game number 3. Team Hendry leading the series 2-0, but down 4-1. But that'll help the comeback efforts. A snipe from Hendry all the way from the point, comes into the slot and rips that one home. It's 4-2 now, and don't look now.
Center point shot through traffic. The Schneip X Factor goes to work there. Hendry with a rocket. Not even able to pick that up. Nobody saw it coming.
A rocket perfectly put by Hendry, and now they're right back where they wanted to be at the end of the second. Came a little bit later than maybe wanted to. It was a nice glove save there from Reject, and he'll let that one out. Almost a dangerous chance from Cohen, but didn't find its way, and Fisher will take this up on the counterattack. Finds its way to Cohen, now to Hendry off the turnover. Backhand saved by Shekel. He'll just dump that around the boards, and it'll be cleared out and reset in the stick of Jake Claus. He goes to Fisher at the right boards. Fisher with it to Hendry. Fisher in front, could get the shot on. Now Hendry with it, couldn't get it on either. Now Cohen with it, he finds Regs up the boards. Has George with him. Tried to find him, couldn't squeak that pass through the 2 defenders. And Regs will reset at the point. Tried to find some space, couldn't get anything going. As George at the point, he'll take it up himself and give it to him now. It's Cohen, actually, it's a shot on net, goes wide, pass Reject, but the rebound scores! That's Cohen from the point to the slot to the front of the net, and he capitalizes to make this a 3-goal lead for Team Shekel once again.
That's a great response goal too. Off the boards. Look at that. And then just taking, oh man, the loose puck too.
Wow.
The loose puck off the pads and not a goalie interference. The Stripes are letting everybody play tonight.
And an interesting play there. It did look like that was a set pass there from George to Cohen. It just kind of led over on the swipe of the stick and right over to Cohen, who was in the perfect position to scoop that up and put it in. Maybe an unfortunate break for Team Hendry, but nevertheless, they are complaining. Team Shekel, they are up 5-2 and looking good to at least push this to a game 4 if they can hold on as J-Claws with the puck goes offsides.
And every time Team Hendry tries to get back into this one, they respond with a goal to put the lead back to what it was when they got here.
Absolutely, and I think you can definitely say Team Hendry fighting in this one, but just feels like Team Shekel, like you said, whenever Team Hendry gets that little push, Team Shekel finds a way to respond back, so we'll see if Hendry's group has 1 or 2 more in them. They'll need 3. But Team Shekel in business right now as they try to get the pass over to Fisher, and he couldn't. This is George with it. Breakaway, couldn't find it on. A great poke check, and Fisher will scoop it up. 8 minutes to go in the third in game 3. Team Hendry trying to mount a comeback to close this series out. This is Hendry with it now. He gives over to Claus. Couldn't get it. Had maybe a little bit of space to the right side, but just couldn't get there in time. Pinned over the corner boards. It goes to Claus after that puck battle. Trying to find a pass, and he couldn't. Just takes it himself. Nearly a chance, but he couldn't get the shot cleanly on that. Shekel had a little space open in that net. Fisher with it. Puck goes off of the stick. Here's a chance for Team Shekel. A breakaway. Goes forehand. Goes, and it's a save by Reject. Well read by the Team Hendry goalminder. Claus with it in the offensive zone. Looking. Couldn't get the chance there. Hendry had it on his stick. Chance on the counterattack. This is Cohen. Finds George down low. With it, it's in front. Cohen slap shot. Saved originally, but bounces back in. George finds a way to get it through, and it's a 6-2 lead. And that should be the icing on the proverbial cake for this Team Shekel squad.
Yeah, at least for game 3, and they'll look to game 4 here to close this one out.
A great slap shot from George to make this a 4-goal lead for Team Shekel and make it a 5-goal lead as George will pot in another one there off of that slap shot play that went right to his stick. Unfortunately, Reject is not in position to get that one, and Team Shekel in full control here.
Yeah, Shekel now putting on the clinic here from the defensive squad in the white jerseys on your screen. They are now showing how it's done, and they're putting on a nice show, and everybody should be entertained.
Less than a minute to go. Nice save from Shekel. Claus had a look, and another save from Shekel on the shot from Fisher with 50 seconds to go. 7-2 your score. Team Shekel well in control of this one. We will be going to a game 4, but not before we have at least one more penalty shot in favor of Team Shekel.
Shekel showing people why he's still probably the #1 goaltender in Esports 6s.
Absolutely. This is Cohen, if I believe, as he makes a pretty move. Didn't really get the angle there, and that one will be waved off, and we'll reset here with an offensive zone faceoff for Team Shekel. 44.9 seconds to go in the third. Face-off won by Jay Claus. It finds its way to Fisher. Nice turnover cross from Regs. Regs gets the puck poked off of his stick. And it goes into the possession of Hendry. 30 seconds left now. Hendry, nice little crouch block to avoid the breakout from Cohen, but he still finds its way past him. Uses those boards, gets the space, nearly tried to find the pass to George, but couldn't connect. 21 seconds to go now. Up to the point. Regs with it. Nice way to create some space. Couldn't get it on the backhand. Nice save there from Reject there. Gives it up to the point. Taking his time as George tries to connect it in. Couldn't get it. 5 seconds to go. Regs with it down low. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Andrew with it. He'll just drain this time out, and that will do it for game 3. Team Shekel in a win or go home situation find a way to win game 3 and push this series to a game 4 with a 7-2 victory over Team Hendry.
Yeah, it's a definitive win there if you're that team, because your backs were literally up against the wall to not walk away with that prize pool, and now you did it. Hey, Now you got game 4 to worry about, and we ain't done here yet, pushing 4.5 hours on this broadcast, Brandon.
That is right. We still have at least one more game to go, maybe two. And Nick, I don't know about you, but after this, I'm going to need some food. And you want to know what the best place to get food is in the DMV area?
I can name
McDonald's.
Several places, and you are right. McDonald's is probably the place I'm going to lean towards.
McDonald's is the spot, my friends. If you are in the DMV area and you like good food for a good price, listen carefully. Make sure to grab yourself a 20-piece chicken McNugget and 2 large fries for just $9.99 in the McDonald's app. This offer is only going to be valid throughout the duration of the Caps Gaming 3's challenge, being this weekend, as well as April 23rd and 24th at participating McDonald's locations throughout the DC, Baltimore, and Eastern Shore area. So if you're hungry, you're looking for dinner, it's about that time in Eastern time, go on the McDonald's app if you're in the DMV area. Maybe you can get yourself 20-piece of chicken McNuggets, 2 large fries, just for the price of $9.99. And once again, a big thank you to our amazing sponsor in McDonald's DMV for sponsoring the Caps Gaming 3's challenge.
You know, I don't know what an Eastern Shore is. I've not been to the DC area. I know I'm due up here, especially when the Capitals launch their Esports venue coming, hopefully a lot sooner than we hope. I need to see it tomorrow. So when I go there, I know I'm going to learn what an Eastern Shore is. I'm going to apparently learn what some kind of special sauce is that's up there in the DC area, and I'm going to go check out the venue, and I'm going to get myself some McDonald's. All of those things are going to happen on the same day. And yeah, I'm ready for food, but right now we're ready for hockey, and hockey can't happen right now because the teams aren't readied up. And as soon as they ready up, Brandon, we're going to have game 4 right here on twitch.tv/Capitals.
Game 4 will be the longest series we have seen yet. The longest we have seen was Game 3. That was between Legacy and I believe it was Vegas H Lions, if I'm correct. That series went to 3 in a best of 3. Now we get 4, so it's going to be interesting. We kind of were interested to see on how Shekel's team would respond. We got our answer, a 7-2 victory in pretty dominating fashion for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know what else you could expect from them. That's exactly what they needed to do, and they did it. So now they look to this game, and for Team Hendry, I know they want to close this one out and not give up a 2-game lead, both being shutouts. That can't be something Reject even wants to deal with. So I firmly expect them to turn this one around.
Well, hey, I'm all for fun hockey. I'm all for entertainment. I know, like you said, Hendry, he doesn't want it to go any further than about 60 more minutes of hockey, and neither do anyone on his team. Well, Shekel and company, I know it would be so sweet for them to somehow make this comeback happen. You know, it all starts with one, Nick. We talk about it all the time. You can only come back one game at a time. That Game 3, a big step towards that, but they're going to have to do it again as Game 4 gets underway. Team Hendry versus Team Shekel of Team Hendry up 2-1 the series. One more victory crowns them the champions and the representative champion for Isles GT here in the Caps Gaming 3's challenge. Team Hendry in the all orange going upward on your screen. Team Shekel in the white helmets, white jerseys, and blue pants going downward as we are underway, and Team Hendry sets up in the offensive zone. This is J Claus with it, tries to work his way through the slot, doesn't have anything, and Hendry finds the way for the puck. Dances around looking for something, gets it to Fisher. Goes down low, finds the puck once again, gives it to Claus, and back up to Hendry. Hendry at the point goes down low to Fisher, couldn't connect, it'll find its way around the boards. Claus found it, but went down low instead, and now it'll be back all the way to the neutral zone. Fisher with it at the boards, looking for an option, tries to put it in, and he scores, driving the net with ease, puts it through past Shekel, and once again, just like games 1 and 2, Team Hendry with a quick early start.
Team Hendry via Fisher. That's what we've been saying, 9 goals there in the first 2 games, and they continue that trend here and buck the road bump they had in Game 3.
Breakaway chance for Hendry, couldn't convert, a nice diving poke check by Shekel, and the shot from, I believe, that was J Claus, went wide there on the second chance. Hendry with it down low, a big hit there in the corner boards, and I don't believe he had the puck. That's going to be a penalty shot.
Penalty shot here. This one's crucial.
Chance to go up 2-0. The captain for Team Hendry in Hendry. taking his time. Shekel gets aggressive and Hendry beats him past the glove side. It's a 2-0 lead from the captain himself.
Shekel likes to do that move where he'll come out and challenge and then kind of skate back and mirror, but usually he'll go down and try to poke check that out or stack the pads or kind of stop him up. He couldn't do so there, or maybe he didn't know where to commit, and that gives Hendry the opportunity to make this one a 2-0 lead early on here in game number 4.
You know, it's interesting with these goalies and these penalty shots. Obviously, you do face the occasional breakaway. These goalies practice these things, but it's not often you see a penalty shot, let alone against your own teammates. So a nice save from Reject on the other end. He throws it out. Another big save from him. What a play. Cohen with a couple of quick chances there, but Reject rejecting those two with ease.
Yeah, and especially right now, Three's challenge. There's a goal there, though. I was going to say Three's challenge, you see more penalty shots than you might see in an entire season. But here, you get them all in one tournament in one day, and Hendry now, 2 back-to-back goals.
Hendry wants to go ahead and grab a 20-piece chicken McNugget and go home. He does not want to play any further past the game 4, and I don't blame him. 2 goals for the captain of his team. And it's a 3-0 lead for Team Hendry. Team Shekel gonna have to find a response here and quick. Very reminiscent of game 1 here, Nick.
Yeah, it looks identical to what we saw in game number 1.
As that play swallowed up by Reject, he'll toss it out. Goes right back to Team Shekel. I believe that's George with it at the point. And it ends up into the stick of Regs. He'll take his time, protect the puck, and try to stay away from the suffocating defense of Fisher, just hounding him on the puck.
Good defense.
Looking for an option. Ends up into the corner boards. That's George with it. It finds its way back to him. Back to George. Again, shot on net goes wide. May have hit the post. Couldn't tell, but now Hendry trying to counter. Couldn't do so, and he'll go to J-Claws, and he'll set things back and reset. Goes over to Hendry to the left side. Hendry with it. Stops, gives it to Fisher. Shot on net! He scores perfectly placed by Fisher, and it's a 4-goal lead now for Team Hendry with 2:17 to go in the first.
Well, there's Fisher again. So 1 Fisher, 2 Hendry, 1 Fisher. I think there's a Paul Revere quote here. 1 if by Fisher, 2 if by Hendry. But nevertheless, the no Bucky again scoring 4-0 here. 4 unanswered goals early here in the first period of game 4.
Team Hendry with a commanding lead in game 4. A bit of a letdown, I'm sure, is a big save for Reject. A bit of a letdown, I'm sure, in game 3 with that 7-2 loss with a chance to clinch it in a sweep. An undefeated tournament, but nevertheless, well in position to take this one home and clinch the championship here, but a lot of time left. We'll see what Team Shekel has left. Shot on net from Regs. Nice save from the blocker's side from Reject. It goes back to Team Shekel right in front of George. Shot in front. Couldn't get it through. Cohen with it. Tried to get it in front of George, and the pass goes wide. George over to Regs. Gives it to Cohen. Back over to George. Couldn't connect as time will expire. And a dominant scoring period from Team Hendry. They were up 4-0 after the first 20 minutes of play.
4-0. I mean, that, Brandon, if anything is a response to what happened in the previous game, that's it right there. 4 goals in 1 period after losing 7-2. I said it in game 3. What else could you expect from a performance from Team Shekel after being down 2-0? Well, what could you expect from Team Hendry after being up 2-0 and then losing game 3?
You know, that's what makes all of these players so impressive, is that they have that ability to respond. Obviously, that game didn't go their way. Team Shekel really winning that game from the start. They were up 2-0, then went up 3-0, and it felt like whenever Team Hendry had something going for themselves, Team Shekel found a way to get it right back. But game 4, a completely different game, and we hear from the best players all the time. We heard it from K-Cut when we interviewed him at the end of the Caps Gaming Showcase. You're going to have some unfortunate times. Not everything's going to go well. It's about how you respond and how you bounce back, and Team Hendry doing it well right now through 1 period.
Last time they took an L, but in game 4 they bounced back.
Oh, the Big Sean reference. That's what you love to see, is period 2 underway. With it is Cohen. Down to George. George waited, tried to get it back in front to Cohen, couldn't connect, and the puck will go all the way back to Team Shekel's own zone, and they'll try to re-enter the offensive zone. Tried to find Fisher there. That was a quick little play on the breakout, but just couldn't connect. And now George will try to reset things after what was a pretty scary play there for Shekel's group. George with it, looking for a play, puts a shot on. Nice save there from Reject. Cohen may have been looking for that tip, but couldn't get it to go, and Reject saves that one and will stop play. 15-14 to go. Team Hendry up by 4. 2-1 lead in the series in this best-of-5 final in the Caps Gaming 3's Challenge, presented by McDonald's DMV. Powered by Rival Games is a backhand shot from far out, saved by Shekel. He'll clear it out, and Regs will go up with it. Regs with it, gives it to Cohen, back to George. Couldn't get the shot on net before that poke from Hendry. As the puck loose going back into the defensive zone, Regs will pick it up. Nice little spin move there, found some space. It goes over, tried to get that shot on net, but couldn't. A great poke from Fisher, gives it over to Hendry. Hendry with speed. Drop pass over to Fisher, couldn't connect. A nice defensive play there by, I believe that was Regs. But Claus finds it through still. Battling for the puck is George and Claus. Actually, that's Cohen, excuse me. As Cohen will dump it through, finds it to Regs. Regs with it, and they'll be offsides with 8:16 to go. 9:16 to go in the second period.
Hey, you were 8:16 to go. All the time is running together for you here because I know you're just looking to get at some chicken McNuggets. I get it.
Hey man, we've been at this for 4 hours. I enjoy this, but you know, a guy or gal's got to get some grub. And you sit here, you talk about McDonald's all day. It gets to you after a while, but nevertheless, nice slap shot play there from Hendry over to Fisher. Fisher got crushed by the boards, but J. Claw's trying to battle for that puck, and he will come up with it. George 2-on-1. He has numbers. Looking for a play. Nice attempt there between the legs, but couldn't get it to go. Cohen whiffing now. Nice little move on the LT. Tries to get a shot on. Back play. Couldn't get the play off. A beautiful pass, but couldn't get the shot through. At the point, it's Regs with it. Couldn't get it on. A great save from Reject. Fisher up to Hendry. 2-on-1. He has Claus with him. Couldn't get the pass to connect. Regs was in the lane to pick that off. Regs takes it up. Pass goes out of the offensive zone. And he'll look to enter back in. Cohen with it. Back to Regs. Regs looking for an option. George in front of the net. Regs trying to put it in through the slot. Couldn't get much through for him. And it finds its way to George. Puck finds its way to Reject. And that will be a penalty shot. Maybe a penalty away from the play. This is a big chance here for Team Shekel. A tripping penalty. So a chance here on the penalty shot. This is Cohen. Stops, goes, finds his way past Reject, and he scores glove side.
Don't count him out yet here. Good stop and go to beat Reject.
It was George on the penalty shot there. You see enough Joe NHLs to the number 22, it can get a little bit confusing, but the winger in George with a huge goal for Shekel to get them back into this one. 10 seconds to go. They're back in the offensive zone. George shot saved by Reject. Had to spread the pads there, but made a save that was critical to keep this at a 3-goal lead for Team Hendry going into the final period.
20 minutes left, 3 goals with your lead. You just got to close it out doing what you did that got you here in the first place.
Absolutely, and Team Hendry, impressive so far, but a big goal there by George for Team Shekel to cut this lead to 3, and this is threes. This is a talented side. We've seen them put in 3 goals in a period in the last game. There's still some time for Team Shekel to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, there is some time. Like I said, we've seen crazy things happen. We've seen a lot of goals get scored. I know that these guys can score, but I just don't know. I don't know if Hendry's a competitive guy. He's one of the most competitive people I know. I don't think he's going to take this lying down. I think he's going to close it out right here.
Yeah, we already have seen 1-4-1 comeback today, remember, in the first round. Superstars had a 4-1 comeback in game 1 against Legacy and won that game 5-4. So Team Shekel, they're hoping that maybe they can have a little bit of that same magic their championship hopes to rely on as we are underway in the third and potentially final period here in the Caps Gaming 3's challenge. Regs with it in neutral zone, he'll take it up. Nice little move to get past, tried to get the pass over to Cohen, but he couldn't connect. Hendry with it on the counterattack, tried to find some space, couldn't get it over to Fisher before they were called for offsides.
Offside to slow things down, but time on the side of the Isles GT Orange Team Hendry right now.
And the creamsicle uniforms hoping that they can find a way to close this thing out. They're 16 minutes plus away from clinching a championship and their share of that $1,500 prize. Winner gets $1,000 of those $1,500. Runner-up gets $500, and a total of $3,000 between our two tournaments. And remember, if you're enjoying this action here today, make sure to be right back here April 23rd and 24th at twitch.tv/capitals for our Xbox Series X/S version of the Caps Gaming 3's challenge. And if it's anything like what we've seen today, we'll be in for a doozy, but still business at hand to take care of as Regs puts it in. A nice shot on that, but a glove save from Reject. He'll play it out to Hendry. Hendry will slap shot that deep, try to get it to Fisher, couldn't connect, and now will be touched up for an icing in favor of Team Shekel.
13:30 to go here, and you're absolutely right. Next couple weeks from now, Series X and S. Who will sign up? Sign up today. Rival games. Go join up. Bring your team. We want to see you out here.
Absolutely. If you want to be a part of the action, still some time to sign up for that. A few weeks away. And like I said earlier, it's been fun to call and fun to watch. Can't imagine how fun it is to play. Is a chance there, but it'll go way out of play. And Shekel will have to pick that up himself and get the offense started for his team. Regs takes up the board. Nice defensive play there. Fisher turns it into a chance. He has speed. He stops. Slap shot saved by Shekel, and he'll play it out to Regs. 9:30 to go. Team Shekel has to get some goals on the board. Down by 3. Turned over. Claws with it. He'll dump it deep. Hendry trying to beat Cohen to the race. He will. Gives it back. Hendry with it. Going, looks, and he was hit from behind, and that will be a penalty shot for Hendry, or actually for Fisher. And now a chance for Team Hendry to really open this thing up by 3. Fisher taking his time, going left to right. Shekel, nice play to stop Fisher there. A desperation save comes in desperation measures, and it keeps this one in a 3-goal deficit. Face-off tied up, won by Cohen. Cohen, a nice breakout over to George. George, nice little deke off the skate. Couldn't get it to connect for a shot. And Fisher will take it for himself with 6:30 to go in the third. Team Hendry looking to hold on. Claws over to Hendry. Hendry with a chance. Nice move. Couldn't get the shot on, but he has some space. And a penalty shot given. I believe this one will be to Hendry. And it will. An interference in the corner board in that puck scrum. Hendry on the penalty shot, taking his time. Nice little play there, but Shekel all over it yet again. 2 huge penalty shot saves from the team captain in Shekel. Face-off tied up, 1 in favor of Team Shekel. Shot on that and saved by Reject. We've seen that a couple of times today where that deep other side of the zone slap shot trickles its way in. Reject not letting it happen, but boy, maybe a little bit of a break of a sweat there on that one.
Yeah, that was kind of cool to watch there. Him coming out for that save at the last possible second. Staying aware of what's going on as we take an icing here. And yeah, Reject wasn't going to let that one go in.
Absolutely. It's 4:17 to go in the third period. Shots rather even. 9-8 in favor of Team Shekel, but Team Hendry leading where it matters most on the scoreboard, 4-1 with 4 minutes to go. Shekel's group looking to find an answer. They're going to have to do it quick. Time dwindling. Has a chance there. Couldn't get it. Oh, it's George in front. Great save by Reject yet again. Looking down low. 2:30 to go for Team Shekel. Time running out for them. Hendry pushes it up the boards, has a look. Nice little LT move, couldn't get a clear shot. Tries to get the wraparound, couldn't connect on it. Great defense getting back there by Rex. A minute to go. Team Shekel gonna need 3 in 60 seconds or less. Rex back over to Cohen. What a save by Reject on the one-timer. Fisher with it, 47 seconds to go. Taking his time, looking for some space, didn't have anything. George with it, poke checked away by Claus. Fisher chases it down, gives it down low, finds its way down, and Cohen will pick that up. Shekel pulling out of his net, 4 on 3. Last gasp for Team Shekel, 23 seconds to go. This is Shekel with the puck on his stick. Makes a move, tries to get past Hendry, couldn't do it. Hendry down low, Shekel with it, and it's swallowed up by Reject. A little goalie-to-goalie action. Rex with it to George. George couldn't get it, 8 seconds. Fisher with it, has Hendry, 5 seconds. 4, Hendry's gonna hold it out, respect for the teammates, and Isles GT, Team Hendry are the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge champions for the Xbox One, defeating their teammates in Team Shekel 3-1 in a best of 5.
Congratulations to Isles GT for both making it to the finals, and to Team Hendry for winning 3 games to 1 in this contest. Great showing from everyone as we wrap it up here. A 5-hour broadcast culminating with Team Hendry, the forwards going to work there and bringing home the victory for the Caps Gaming Threes Challenge on the Xbox One.
A well-deserved result for Team Hendry. I mean, we kind of talked about it, but dominant throughout this playoff run. Obviously, both of these two teams had the bye in the first round, but had to face a tough opponent that had already won one series, had their games going already. As we go back into the studio, Brandon Bixby, a.k.a. B Major, Nick DeMayo, also known as F5 Penguin, the man to my left. And, you know, like we said, Nick, we talked about it, both of these teams, they got that round 1 bye, but battle-tested by a team that came in with some momentum, and it felt like no matter the challenge, both sides able to meet that expectation, but Team Hendry just had that little bit more in the end.
Yeah, they definitely did, and this is what happens when you just push a little bit more, you walk out with the victory, and what a great day this was. What a great showing of games. We did pretty good, all things considered. A lot of craziness happened, but, you know, we're here, and I can tell you what, we will be here next time as well on the 23rd and 24th. You and I, and maybe a special guest, a new special guest, may show up in this exact studio. Hey, CM Punk gifts, man. Brandon, CM Punk gifts for everybody. The studio digs. This is what we do. This is why we're here. And I want to definitely take a moment, if I may, my friend, to not only thank you for doing a bang-up job, heck of a performance here in your play-by-play role, but to all of our friends over at MSC, at the Capitals, at Caps Gaming, our partners over at Rival, and of course, our very, very good friends over at McDonald's DMV. Thank you so much for your unparalleled and undying support for what we do. We appreciate it, and it motivates us to elevate, to give you something like this happening around us, and who knows what's in store once the next gen studio rolls around. I think we'll have a couple of surprises in store for you.
Oh, absolutely. And remember, one more time, just for anyone still interested in signing up, still a little bit of time, make sure you go to www.rivalgames.com/tournaments to sign your team up for the Xbox Series X/S. There are still some spots available. We'll be right back at it April 23rd and 24th at twitch.tv/Capitals, giving you the same amazing coverage. And, you know, Nick, I know you kind of gave a few thank yous, but, you know, a thank you to everyone for watching, and thank you for everyone at Caps for putting us in this position and putting these on. And it's always so fun to call these and to see what everyone at Monumental Esports, at Caps Gaming, have been doing to help grow NHL Esports. It's been absolutely amazing, and to be a part of it, sitting here in the stereo with you, calling it, just truly special to be a part of. And thank you to our sponsors as well, McDonald's, DMV, and Rival Games for hosting us. Just an amazing event all around, and so happy to have been sitting here calling it for you. And once again, congratulations for Isles GT, not just sweeping the prize money, but getting a winner out of it as well.
Absolutely. So that's going to do it for us. Brandon, take us out, my friend.
That's right, that will do it. Like we said, be back right here April 23rd and 24th for the Xbox Series X/S version of the Caps Gaming 3s Challenge. And thank you to everyone for watching. Our sponsors win again, McDonald's, DMV, and Rival Games. For myself, Brandon Bigsby, aka B Major. For Nick DeMeo, aka F5 Penguin. And for everyone behind the scenes at Caps Gaming and Monumental Esports, this has been the Caps Gaming 3s Challenge for the Xbox side, Xbox One side. Congratulations to Team Hendry and Isles GT on their championship victory here today. Thank you all for watching. Have a great, safe, healthy, and blessed night.